This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn veil will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn veil will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My son,
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
restore our gloria to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our gloria to live forever. Bring down the no regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the Lightbringer.
metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
We do have the Sonic Wave coming through as well. It's happened so low. BMA as well. Is the Red Buff going to be in the final of the attack? Spooks goes forward. I am striking first, man. Let's get it. This is ridiculous already. Going so deep on that one. Back related. There's the Mega Inferno. Harley going down one. Gets some up. There's another one. That's going to be swept next to that kill. Yeah, that's the surprise.
Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of the Oceanic Regional Final Round of 8 here live from EB Expo 2014. My name is Julian Pastry Time Carr. I'll be your host and caster for today here. We've got a great day 2 lined up. With 4 of the teams have been here this week and we've got 3 left that are battling for only 2 slots for that round of 4 over live from PAX Australia that will be played later in the year. It's going to be great games. We've got Chiefs versus Immunity first up, and Direwolves are the next team waiting in at that lower bracket to see who will come through. It's been a fantastic tournament so far, but before we go to our next game, let's have a little look at how Chiefs battle through their loss at Winter.
I suppose there's that fear of not making a mistake that everyone has, and making a mistake in front of a lot of people and when your teammates are relying on you, it can be quite demoralizing. We had a lot of those experiences at Winter.
When it's 2-2 in the most important tournament of the year, you don't want to be the one that kind of screws over, tips the scales for the team. So everyone kind of plays very kind of passive and scared.
We just stopped thinking and we went to our safe picks like Renekton and Ezreal. Had we have gone to our Tryndamere and to our strength, I think we could have ended that series out.
And as the game went on, all of us were just too scared to do something, and we were just slowly losing the game because we didn't want to do anything. And no one wanted to actually admit that we'd lost it or something.
I guess there's always the expectation of us winning every LAN event.
After that match, I myself, I don't know, I just kind of packed up and then went out the backstage, and then I pretty much just sat there for 2 hours.
Let's just say I wasn't very happy. I wanted some alone time, I guess, after the loss.
We all went individually back to our rooms and actually cried for a few hours and just we were shocked mentally.
Especially when everyone thought we were going to win, that made it even more pressure on us. It's when I walked out and I saw Amy, who's now our media manager, and my girlfriend crying, and then I just like, it kind of broke me.
As time went on, we boot camped and we learned a lot since then, and I think we're a lot better at dealing with losses and, you know, learning from losses. I think is the main point.
You kind of realize that, okay, you know, this has happened. There's no point sulking about it now. Let's just look towards next year. Let's just kind of figure out, okay, how do we get better as a team?
I think we've come a long way since then. I guess we were honestly super overconfident team, and that was, I think, one of our biggest flaws, especially at winter.
We're going to play smart. We're going to play strong. We're going to, you know, we're not going to be overly confident. We're going to be just, I guess, the right amount of confidence, and, you know, we'll do whatever it takes to win the game now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to EB Expo, to the caster desk. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined, as per usual, by the lovely Jake Spawn Tiberi. And this first matchup between Team Immunity and the Chiefs, of course, the Chiefs very used to the name of their opponents, of course, formerly being Team Immunity themselves, and we'll see whether they manage to bring this one out. This is, of course, the upper bracket match, so both of these guys have an extra life here. Do you think we'll be able to see any extra aggression, extra excitement here?
Yeah, I definitely think out of the new Immunity lineup, that definitely might be the case, because they just have nothing to lose. They can go for broke in this match against Chiefs. They're, of course, the biggest team. They're the name that everyone wants to beat, so they can absolutely come out. Whereas, as we saw in the video, sometimes Chiefs feel the pressure of the expectations on them, and they need to perform in this best of three.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, what the Chiefs were struggling with was, of course, complacency, and that's something that they've put behind them, as we did hear about in that video. So hopefully they do manage to come through, of course. This is your bracket so far. Of course, Direwolves are waiting for someone to lose this best of three series, and that will be coming up straight after this to decide who the two teams will be going to PAX in Melbourne for the final. And, of course, at Armageddon, we are going to have our Group B matchups, which is going to be incredibly exciting as well.
Yeah, definitely some strong sides over the other side of the brackets for Armageddon coming through. I'm looking forward to that one. But this match here today is, I guess, the match everyone wanted to see. New Immunity versus Old Immunity. It's going to be an absolute slugfest.
It almost feels a little bit wrong saying so. But, of course, for the Chiefs in the top lane, it's going to be Swiper, Spooks in the jungle, Swiffer in the mid lane, Raider as AD carry, and Rosie on support.
And the other side, it will be Immunity. Niwa in the top lane, Zahi jungle, Claire in the mid lane, Uberbro and T-Gun in the bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Niwa now going back to JK Smithy. These guys changing their names around just a little bit. And that top lane matchup is going to be incredibly exciting, of course. This is your wheelhouse, Spawn. You really do like that top lane, played a bit of that yourself. But JK Smithy and Swiper are two of the strongest top laners that we have here in Oceania.
Yeah, and JK Smithy matches up against Swiper better than anyone else in the Oceanic region. He plays these champions that can sustain through a lot of the high damage that Swiper likes to bring on his Aurelia and Tryndamere. And of course, plays that Malphite very well. So if able to get some of that attack speed slow, he can make a big impact in team fights.
He certainly can. And with the fact that we are in a bit of a teleport meta here, we've seen these Malphite pickups really doing fantastic things around the map, like making plays for the team as well. And JK Smithy definitely has that in his warehouse.
Yeah, he just likes to play the fact that he can push the lane out, has no kill potential, and then just trusts himself to make bigger plays in the team fight part of the game. So look for him to come up massive on one of those team fight oriented top laners.
Yeah, speaking of which, Rumble has been so strong at the moment, and JK Smithy has been always known for that Rumble pick.
Yeah, one of the OG Rumble picks, as well as Jack Attack, who we'll see over the other side of the brackets. They're the two really good Rumble players in the Oceanic region. So if they do tank into the top lane, sorry guys, a little bit early, there will be some expectation that that Rumble will come out and be able to control a lot of the team fights.
Yeah, that's true, and we could be looking towards these early Dragon fights to really decide how this game's going to go. But our first key matchup is going to be Raider against Uberbro here, and both of these guys have been playing in this Oceanic scene for so incredibly long before the Oceanic servers even existed. These guys were playing on NA and really doing great things for themselves. Of course, Raider always been the top of that table, but Uberbro not far behind.
Yeah, Raider was the known name in Oceanic esports. He's kind of the most famous player. However, Uberbro has come into the meta very strongly at the moment. He's got that Corki pickup that he just plays so well. And their bottom lane on the side of Immunity is such a dynamic lane.
That is so true. And ever since Uberbro's brother, Little Uber Giant, did leave the bot lane, both of them were the dynamic duo of that lane for so long in any team that they were on together. now that T-Gun stepped in and they've spent some time together, the aggression coming out of that lane is just ridiculous. But we are, of course, into Champion Select. Zed being the first ban, Zilean taken off the board as well, and Janna being taken away. The respect for T-Gun's Janna.
Yeah, maybe just don't want to play against a heavy disengage. We saw that they did have some nice monsoons yesterday. Zilean and Xerath being taken away.
These are identical bans to any other immunity game that you ever see coming through. They just do not want to deal with that Xerath. Tristana being taken off the board. You could imagine that a potential Lucian first pick could be coming in, not wanting that hyper carry potential with that Tristana.
Yeah, potentially coming through on the sides of Chiefs. We've seen that they do put a lot of onus on that, and of course Claire takes that into the mid lane on the side of immunity. So if you do see Lucian on immunity, it's generally a mid lane pickup, which we don't see much in other teams.
Yeah.
Will be. And Lee Sin's been banned out. We talked about this morning. This will be the most contested pick, but Rosie has locked in Thresh, getting that away from T-Gun straight away.
Yeah, and I really like the Thresh pickup as well. I mean, for anyone who's been watching Worlds, it seems to be whoever gets Thresh is able to make these plays. And the other intelligent point is the fact that you have to pick Thresh away from T-Gun. That guy is fantastic on the champion. He wasn't as impressed with himself in his performance on Thresh yesterday, but we all know his potential on that hero.
Yeah, he just loves the hook champions, and that's the thing going into this matchup. So many of these players share champion pools. We've seen both mid laners pull out the Zed. Both of the ADs definitely play a fantastic Corki. We saw Radiant playing that yesterday. The Lee Sin is contested. And yeah, maybe we'll see a rise in the top lane. We've seen both JK Smithy and Swiper play that one as well.
Yeah, and Zahi has had his Kha'Zix banned out against him quite a few times here and does manage to get his hands on it this time. We'll see whether he can make the plays across the board. And one thing that frightens me here is with Immunity locking down this Rise pickup and the fact that Swiffer doesn't play Yasuo, that may give that pickup over to Claire.
Yeah, and there is a potential for Claire to take an assassin into that mid lane.
Yeah.
We've seen that that is what he likes to do, and he gets so much work done. He was an absolute beast on that yesterday. And it also just means that there is so much pressure on them to win top lane early now, because otherwise Rise is going to become this incredibly tanky, high damage dealer out of that top lane, and will just exert so much pressure late game.
Yeah, that being said, we know that if anyone does have it in him, it is going to be that Swiper. Spooks looking at the Jarvan here as well. So Jarvan's seen a massive resurgence, and it is going to be locked in. Of course, I'm getting a little bit tongue-tied myself. The wife's still bottom lane, also there for the Chiefs, but Immunity now, we'll see what they decide to go with, whether they want to lock in that mid laner very, very last, which is, of course, fairly standard. One thing that is open is the Syndra.
Yeah, it certainly is still open. I like the Jarvan pick up. Some early game aggression might be able to shut this Rise down. We spoke about it, how important it is going to be. So if they do get an aggressive top laner onto Swiper, they might be able to send some attention up there. Lucian, of course, being picked away from the Immunity lineup. We've spoken a lot about how much the Chiefs value this champion, just with his wave clear and being able to control the game. We are having Uberbro, of course, hover that Corki, as well as maybe a Morgana pickup. We saw Elimination play that last night. Still a fantastic champion.
Yeah, that Black Shield will always be incredibly relevant, able to stop all of that CC coming through. And when there's a Thresh on the enemy team, that is something that you really, really want to be doing.
So Morgana, Corki, bottom lane being locked in. This is a lot of magic damage so far on the side of Immunity. Maybe they are setting up for an AD mid laner.
Yeah, we'll see what they do decide to go with. Of course, Yasuo is still available. Probably won't be locked in here over on the Chiefs side, because of course, Swiffer known for not playing that particular hero. But we'll see what they do go with, because this is going to give Immunity the counter pick potential. There's not going to be any surprise picks coming into the Yasuo that they might have picked up, and they know that it's just quite easy. But wow, Swiper picking up the Rumble here. We were harping on about JK Smithy on that champion, but it's now Swiper's turn to show us that he's also an Oceanic top laner.
Definitely is, and I actually really don't like picking Rumble into the Rise matchup. I think that he gets punished a little bit early, and it just scales exponentially higher. At this point, they can just wait till the late game, and honestly, Rise, and if they get a scaling mid laner, will just be able to tear the team apart. I do like the mid lane pickup. I think that the Syndra coming through is just a high-pressure lane bully, going to be able to get so much work done in that lane, and it takes away a lot of the melee assassins because it's just so dangerous to play melee into Syndra.
Yeah, very, very difficult to deal with, so making sure that he's not going to get Yasuo to the face. T-Gun hovering his Blitzcrank. This is, of course, the T-Gun special that his team doesn't let him play very often. But we'll see whether it does actually come through. Of course, Charlie from the Direwolves did manage to pick that one up, and it is going to be Fizz the hover with only 1 second to go. That one is going to be locked in. So Claire getting the Assassin, but a different one to what we were expecting.
Yeah, so we were saying how it doesn't really work with AD Assassins. Fizz, on the other hand, has that Playful Trickster and can block out all the damage from Syndra's ultimate. So is not a bad matchup there. However, the amount of magic damage coming out of Immunity means that they are going to have to snowball this game before any MR comes across, because a couple of Banshees Veils, and they're going to be very hard to kill on the side of Chiefs.
That is really, really true. But about the Fizz matchup into Syndra, I mean, I know you can dodge the ultimate with the Playful Trickster, but that early game's going to be really, really difficult for Fizz.
Yeah, Fizz actually has a lot of rough matchups early game. However, you just take that flash, you try and sustain through it more than get an advantage. And then once you get a couple of points into that E, you can, of course, just clear out the wave. And Fizz is actually a very hard champion to gank for a melee champion. He can use that Q to get through his minion wave back to his turret, as well as the Playful Trickster, just dodging out on all that CC. So I think the Claire will be fine in the mid lane. It will definitely be in the advantage of Swiffer, but I think he'll give up the CS discrepancy without much kill potential.
Yeah, and as soon as Fizz does get that level 6 roam, with the fish, with the shark, the chum the waters, he's able to get a couple of kills under his belt. And he's this assassin that just roams around, doesn't really care about farm, decides he'll farm champions from now on and really snowball the game that way. We'll see whether Claire can make that kind of impact or whether Swiffer can keep him down. Of course, Syndra known for her wave clear, so we'll be able to get the shove onto that turret relatively effectively.
Yeah, we'll probably look to push Fizz in early and then try and harass under turret and get as much damage done to that turret in the early game to try and open up the map. That's how Chiefs like to play. Get some wards into the jungle, walk around and help out Spooks on this Jarvan, try and do some invading and get a lot of work done early game.
Yeah, and we've been seeing Zahi employing a very similar strategy as well, managing to pick up Lee Sin and playing a very similar to Lee Sin strategically to how Spooks plays it. So these junglers are a little bit similar in their playstyle.
Yeah, and both these junglers, it's important to note, are two of the more mechanically intensive Oceanic junglers as we do jump into game one.
Yeah, of course. Onto the Rift, everyone. The Chiefs on our blue side and Team Immunity on our red side. As we do have a fairly defensive formation coming through. And another thing I was going to mention here, Spawn, is the fact that the Chiefs have almost gone all in on this Dragon Fight team comp. Do you think that the first Dragon Fight, potentially around that 10-minute mark, is really what's going to change this game?
Yeah, it certainly will set the tone. It's going to depend how far ahead Uber Giants Bro can get in that lane. If they get Corki to a nice spot, they can definitely contest. However, with Ryze versus Rumble, Rumble is going to have so much more of an impact in that first fight.
Oh, yeah.
With that equalizer coming through and, of course, Ryze having to scale that tier up, they might look to just give the first Dragon up and then try and fight from there on out.
Yeah, and the other thing to mention as well is the fact that Spooks and Swiffer are known as being this sort of mid-lane duo rather than a jungler and a mid-laner. Is it going to mean that Swipe is going to have a little bit of help if he wants to get through this laning phase?
Yeah, I think that Swiper, he'll be able to get through the laning phase. He just needs to be able to shut JK Smithy down because, as we said, he's a real champion in this game that will keep scaling to a 6-item powerhouse. So it's not so much that he'll need help not dying or something like that. He just needs some ganks early to get some pressure down as T-Gun's looking to catch out Rosie.
Yeah, just hiding around that wall there. Has taken the Tormented Soil. So Rosie not going to be too bothered by that one. No CC to be coming out.
And on the flip side of that, we've actually seen Zahi helping JK Smithy a lot in this top lane. And with the slow and the Rune Prison coming out, Swiper is going to have to play this lane maybe a little bit passively if he doesn't get help, because we've seen how dangerous it is to get JK Smithy ahead.
Yeah, that is really, really true. And actually, there's a lot of gank potential in both top and bottom lane. That Dark Binding, fantastic, helping that one out. Of course, Zahi getting a little bit of a hand on his blue buff, which is where he's going to be starting both of our junglers towards the bottom side. Playful Trickster being thrown out relatively early from Claire.
Yeah, looking to try and push his lane up and get level 2 reasonably quickly so he can put some pressure onto Swiffer, who of course is going to be harassing. Claire has picked up some potions as well as that flash to try and sustain through this lane.
Yeah, and Swiffer going to get another couple of creeps. He'll be able to hit that level 2 mark. And Fizz almost never able to hit level 2 first just because he is that melee champion. Playful Trickster just going to be dodging one of the combos from Syndra as level 2 does come through. So Fizz just playing this one out safely.
Yeah, and going to be pushed under his turret early. Of course, when he does pick up that W, will be able to CS quite fine. And it looks like Immunity has won the race to level 2 in this bottom lane. A lot of that has to do with the itemization coming out of Rosie. I guess we touched on how strong this Immunity bottom lane is, but of course the Chiefs bottom lane is very good as well as the Hook Mistress. Picking up that Duran shield as a first item just means that level 1
threat is such a bully. Yeah, even if he does sort of get behind a little bit as far as the items are concerned, that Relic Shield not going to be opted for. Rosie just going to go for the raw engage statistics.
And
as
we do have a
Spooks does come here into the top lane. There's a really nice flag and drag, getting the flash straight away. And this is what we were talking about. Is Spooks going to be focusing on the top lane? The answer is yes.
Yeah, and JK Smithy took a lot of damage there by not wanting to burn his flash. Had to do so regardless in the end, and now has to use these potions to sustain through. As we see a little bit of aggression out of Claire.
Much work, no stun to come out. And Swiffer going to burn those potions now as well. So Claire just showing him that the all-in potential is there, and Fizz's all-in around level 3 is really scary.
Yeah, Fizz is such a good champion when he has all of his abilities, just able to do so much auto-attack harass early game that you don't expect as a mid laner, of course. Looking to get aggressive there in the mid lane. Zahi hasn't actually visited any of the lanes yet, instead opting to power through his jungle. He's done 1.5 clears, he's now nearly finished his full clear.
Yeah.
And that's just, Kha'Zix putting his jungle on farm mode, trying to get to level 5 as quick as possible.
Yeah, really wants to make sure that he has that extra gank potential that either evolving the E or the W is going to be able to give him. We'll see what he does decide to go for, of course. It's almost a matter of preference these days which one you do evolve, but Zahi, see whether he employs either a poke style or a gank heavy style here, as he does try and invade Jarvan's jungle. A little bit of a dangerous decision, but he's coming around from behind Swift here, forcing the flash immediately. This could be first blood. First blood going to Claire in the mid lane. The Fizz is getting rolling early.
Yeah, and we said that this advantage should be in Swiffer's favor, but when you bring your jungler in that early, and you're as aggressive as Claire, able to pick up a nice kill. And this is what Zahi's done so well all weekend. Recognizing that Claire has got low mana, needs help shoving. He picks up experience for himself, as well as just forcing that into the turret. That's going to reset and just gives a nice experience advantage over to the jungler of Immunity.
Yeah, and that's caught Claire right back up in CS, and you know that's very, very scary when you are in a matchup like this one. Swiper and JK Smithy just facing off here in the top lane, but it's looking frightening for the Chiefs, especially because Claire is coming up on that level 6 mark. The Chum the Waters is going to be available, and this is a Syndra, not much mobility, and not going to be able to get away from these fishes that do come in.
Yeah, and Spooks once again visiting this top lane. He has been spotted though.
There's the flash, there's a flag and drag. The Rune Prison does come down onto Spooks, but he's already right in there. JK Smithy's going to die. That's going to be Swiper picking up that kill. Starting off this Rumble is definitely going to be smart, but that's no flash on him. We'll see whether we do have Zahi paying him a visit in that top lane when JK Smithy does come back.
Yeah, double as summon is expended to pick up that kill. Nice answer from the Chiefs there. However, this Ryze is still CSing quite nicely. The kill did go over to Rumble though, so that is a very good news story on the side of Chiefs, going to propel him even further ahead in this Dragon fight, of course, scaling nicely in the early game.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Of course, Radiant doing well in this bottom lane matchup, but the Giants Bro and T-Gun doing fine as well. It's a bit of a farm situation down here. 6 CS in the lead is Radiant on this Lucian, but the lane is pushing into Uber Giants Bro. He'll be able to pick up a lot of that farm. Double Doran's ring has been collected here from Claire, and he also has those boots, so he can more effectively get out of the way of these Dark Spheres, as Urchin Strike is employed to do just that.
Yeah, and looking very nice on the farm here is Claire. Now that he's picked up this early lead, Swiffer had to back away from the creep wave because he did not have an early level 6. And nice timing on the back here out of Immunity, going to look to pick up a first dragon because Radiant and Rosie went back together.
And this is so intelligent as well. Swiper unable to get down here. There's no wards around this dragon pit, and Immunity know that the Chiefs want to start these dragon fights, so they'll just sneak it. They've got 2 pink wards around here. They knew that they could just take it whenever they felt like.
Yeah, they had no ward control whatsoever, so they weren't able to get the Rumble in there, who did have a level 6, so maybe could have made a fight of it, but just a nice presence from Immunity coming out, knowing exactly when the backs were, picking up the first objective for the game.
Yeah, really beautiful timing coming in from these guys. Flame Spitter actually doing a lot of work. There's the Equalizer on top of JK Smithy, but he has managed to walk out of the way of it. Second Harpoon not going to land either, and JK Smithy just happy to wander around this lane.
Yeah, did that actually quite nicely to dodge the second and first Harpoon there. And of course with his ultimate got a lot of return damage, but Swiper looks very comfortable in this top lane. No ward coverage yet. Hasn't dropped that green ward that he has in his inventory. Will do so now, but I thought Zahi might need to get up there and give JK Smithy a little bit of a hand.
Yeah, a little bit depressing. Rumble a little bit more difficult to farm on than a lot of other champions. So don't judge Swiper too hard for missing that cannon creep. As the Dark Binding does come in onto Rosie here in this bottom lane. T-Gun not going to follow through on that one, and does seem like an uncharacteristically, as I mentioned that it could potentially be a little bit non-aggressive. Radiant does go toe-to-toe with Uber Giant Spray, but they're just going to shoot abilities at one another. It's going to be A-okay. 65 to 63, nothing to write home about, but it is going to be a Brutalizer first buy here from Radiant. Any reason why he might go for that sort of more early game focused item?
Yeah, because he's against a Corki. Corki, of course, once he picks up that Sheen, trades so well. So Radiant looking to get some flat penetration and just some early game damage. One of the most cost-effective items in the game is Brutalizer, just for what it gives you, and just has a good build path for Lucian as well. With that CDR, of course, building into that Youmuu's Ghostblade. So nice pickup there out of Radiant, just trying to get some early bully potential on this Corki.
Yeah, intelligent work. We haven't really seen many Brutalizer rushes coming through from Lucian, but we do see him build Ghostblades all the time, of course, synergizing so well with that culling. And Chiefs more than happy just to sit back here. Do you think that maybe being more aggressive could be smart in this bottom lane?
I think that they're just very conscious of the fact that they can be turned around very quickly, and there is good ward coverage on the bottom half of the map for Immunity, so they just don't want to give anything away as a hook comes through.
Yeah, but we do have Zahi coming through as well. Spooks is here. It's going to be a 3v3. The box goes down. Rosie doing a lot of work. There's the Cataclysm actually flashed out of here as T-Gun comes through. Zahi picks up the kill though. Rady with a little bit of an embarrassing culling in the wrong direction. But Immunity have managed to pick up a kill, and Chiefs disengage, tail between their legs.
Yeah, great turnaround there coming out of Immunity, and they're still going for it. Zahi electing for that W evolve first, and you can see how much work that does with the slow.
Yeah, and of course he does have that Lizard Elder finished off as well, and when you do finish that item first up, that is such a huge power spike. Chum the Water's actually coming down to the Rosie. Claire Flash, Urchin strikes in, that's going to be the Ignite. Plus the W passive. Claire easily picks up that kill. 4 members strong here in the bottom lane. They are going to take the turret.
Yeah, Swiffer elected to stay in that mid lane and just try and push it out. Claire is recalling now. They will get the turret. So 2 objectives to Immunity. A nice 3,000 gold advantage this early in the game. And Claire is playing this Fizz masterfully.
He certainly is. They are systematically taking control of this game. And I think that Dragon was just such an intelligent move. And the fact that they had so much vision already meant that Zahi just feels free to walk down that river, comes in at exactly the right time to counter gank Spooks as well. So really smart play from Team Immunity, but the Chiefs are going to be able to answer with that mid lane turret, and that could really open up the map for them.
Yeah, it certainly will. It has gone down, although Swiffer now might be in some trouble.
Yeah, Swiffer finds himself sort of between a rock and a hard place here as Claire just waiting for that Urchin Strike to come back up. Doesn't actually hit the damage on that Playful Trickster, but look at that. The W passive just doing so much damage to Swiffer as well.
Great awareness from Swiper to rotate down and help out his mid laner there. Otherwise, they would have been able to continue to go aggressive. And it looks like Immunity still wants his turret. Nice binding coming through from T-Gun. And Claire, this early in the game, just looking to go so ham. He's picked up a Fiendish Codex for some CDR.
Yeah.
I hope that is a DFG.
Yeah, we're going to have the old Urchin Strike in, and as you're Urchin Striking, press that DFG for the most ridiculous burst combination that you can possibly see coming out of this Fizz. It's beautiful when it does happen, so we'll see whether he does decide to go for that. And the Sheen, of course, one of the best items that you can pick up early for Fizz, just because it does work so well with said Urchin Strike. We do have a bit of a pause coming through, but we will see what happens when we do come back. And we can take stock of the game so far, and Immunity are looking fantastic in this one.
Yeah, Immunity is looking great, and it has once again been their grouping ability and their fact that they can take objectives early. And we've seen how well they transition into this mid and late game once they do get some objectives under their belt.
Yeah.
So they are looking very strong. I just want to hit on Fizz's build path a little bit more, because we have seen the change come through. Once they got rid of the Lich Bane, I guess, from being such that strong core item, it's still very good on him, but you just need to pick up an AP item first, I feel. So you stop at the Sheen, you either go, I prefer Izonya's Hourglass, just so you can get a second rotation of your abilities in, and then you can transfer that once again into your Lich Bane. It gives you some movement speed and the ability to, of course, proc that extra auto attack damage.
That's really, really true. And of course, in these team fights around the mid game as well, the sooner you get that Zonya's Hourglass, the sooner you can really stay and make an impact on these fights. Instead of just often going 1-for-1, if you do use that Playful Trickster aggressively, it sort of leaves you in the lurch when you're in the middle of everyone else.
I think that's just Immunity recognizing there's some key targets they need to get rid of, like this Syndra. So maybe they are willing to trade 1-for-1 in the early engages and just think, if Claire can blow someone up, we're confident in the consistent damage that comes out of Corki and Rise to be able to win the overall fight for them.
Yeah, and that may not even matter about it being mid-game. That could happen in the late game as well. We know how incredible Rise can get as far as that scaling potential. And honestly, I don't think the Chiefs can really do it in that late game just because of the lineup that's coming out of Team Immunity.
Yeah, I think Immunity's late game is very, very strong. So them getting behind in the early game is a little bit alarming. However, the next Dragon fight will be in a couple of minutes, and Rumble will have an impact in that one.
He almost has to have an impact in that one. We'll see whether Swiper can manage to make it down there, because that equalizer has to be used very soon. Otherwise, it's just not going to have the impact that it needs to have in these matchups.
Well, that's what their jungle top lane combo is. They're like the Cataclysm into the equalizer, hoping that the flashes are on cooldown. As we see, we are back into the game, just to get so much level 6 control that they weren't able to get because of a misplayed back at the early game.
Yeah, but the Chiefs have rotated up here as well. We do have sort of the 1-3-1 coming through from Team Immunity. So 4 members strong against 3, and Radiant letting everyone know that he can do the culling in the right direction.
Just getting down some extra harass damage, recognizing the Dragon is in 51 seconds. Now they're trying to get control over that area. Taking out 2 pink wards, so nicely done there from Immunity. And they've got a
Death Sense landing on a T-Gun here. He gets played back as well. He's going to fall. Radiant picks up that kill, but there's the Chum the Waters onto Rosie. Not necessarily sure whether that's going to be the right target. Cataclysm and Box both coming down. Zahi's falling solo. Double kill for Radiant. Is he going to be able to get more? Claire comes in though. Look at the damage from this Fizz. That Sheen doing so much work. Playful Trickster is going to be able to pick up another kill in the backline. Not a lot of damage is going to be available, but that's going to be Swiper with the shutdown.
Yeah, Swiper coming in, doing so much work with that Rumble. Now chasing onto Uber Giant's Pro as well. But Claire is the story of this match. This Fizz is rolling so hard.
Yeah.
3-1-2 coming up massive for his team.
And has a CS advantage of about 1 as well. So not about 1 exactly, 1. So a Fizz with a CS lead, even if it is just 1 by the 13-minute mark against Syndra, is very, very frightening. And that's going to be Immunity actually extending their lead. I mean, it didn't look that bad for Chiefs early on in that team fight, but when Radiant went down, I mean, that just seemed like a lot of their damage was missing.
Yeah, it certainly did. And as I said, just a great Chum the Waters coming through. As we see, they're actually starting up the Dragon very quickly. So J4 still in base. They're looking to rush this one down.
Yeah, half health now on the Dragon. It is down to about a quarter now as well. Radiant throws out the culling. Uber Giants were tanking that one up, but it is going to be Zahi securing that one with a smite. And that's going to be second Dragon for Team Immunity. That equalizer unable to be used, of course, was on cooldown from that last team fight. So Team Immunity again with the objective control that they were known for in their last matchup yesterday.
Yeah, and keeping their 3,000 gold lead. Chiefs look like they want to rotate around and try and pick up something for their trouble. Fish does miss.
Yeah, Chum the Waters not going to actually land here as Rosie does come onto Claire. Throws out the Dark Passage as well. Spooks coming in. That was a lovely combination from the support and jungler. Claire getting taken down to half health, but his Fizz quite frightening. Has the Sorcerer's Shoes as well, so can be a bit nimble around these fights.
Yeah, there's a massive wave in the bottom lane that's crushing into Immunity's turret. That might actually take it because both the jungler and support from Chiefs are heading down there. Same thing on the top side, however, Swipe is there to take it over, and we do have a replay of this last fight. So T-Gun gets caught. However, the Chum the Waters comes through onto Rosie and just stops any form of engage they could have had back onto them. And Claire goes nuts in this fight. Zahi does get taken down reasonably early, but look at the damage that comes out of this Fizz. Able to live for so long and just take out all the members. And JK Smithy got a lot of work done with that ultimate as well. Swiper was, I guess, the saving grace in that fight. Hit a nice equalizer, and now Rumble 2-0-0 starting to roll. He has, of course, got that Haunting Guy's Sorcerer's Shoes combo, as well as the Arm Guard, so he's going to be doing a lot of late game damage.
Yeah, Swiper actually getting the Flash forced out here. Zahi was waiting in the wings. He used his ultimate for that one as well, so see whether Swiper sticks around. Of course, has that ward, is going to see that Claire is here. They're going to say, nope, I'm definitely not going back under that turret. So it is going to be a bit of a trade here. Of course, bottom turret did go down in favor of the Chiefs.
Yeah, and Chiefs rotating members a little bit quicker than what Immunity is at the moment. Of course, Lucian's in that mid lane. Bottom lane did fall while all that was going on. And it looks like they will be able to pick up the blue buff, but Swiffer is still a level behind this really fed Fizz, who has now picked up a blue pot just to try and get himself even further ahead.
Yeah, that Elixir of Brilliance actually being picked up after the Dragon fight as well, which I find a little bit interesting. we'll see what objective Immunity are trying to pressure, utilizing that little bit of a power spike with the consumable. Top turret doesn't fall, actually, in the favor of Team Immunity.
Not yet, and we see that there is a little bit of a power swing in this bottom lane. All of a sudden, Uber Giants Pro has picked up a 30 CS advantage, as well as that Trinity Force this early into the game. Radiant is 2-2-1 and has a red buff, so he probably can still fight this Corki. But if Corki comes back into lane after that red buff's gone, I think it's heavily in his favor.
Yeah, Team Immunity are going to be clearing out these wards. 4 members strong here, coming into the mid lane. Swift might need to be a little bit careful, but he's going to be A-OK. Claire just clearing out that cannon creep quite nicely.
Yeah, and it looks like their group once again recognizing that at the moment with the Trinity Force built up and the evolution on the W, they are stronger in these siege scenarios. So looking to poke out Chiefs in this mid lane. And JK Smithy gets a top lane turret as well while all this is going on. Looking really good on the side of Immunity. 4,000 gold advantage at only 17 minutes.
Yeah, Zahi has been pinged out here. The blue side jungle of the Chiefs. So they do know that they do have a bit of a man advantage here in this mid lane at this stage, so more than happy to clear a few things out. Getting a little bit of vision back. You can see the Chiefs just really trying to get the vision that they used to having, the vision control that they used to having throughout these maps in the mid game.
Yeah, this is really smart play from Chiefs. They're recognizing that their win condition is that they're a pig comp with this Syndra and the Thresh.
Yeah.
Just looking to team up, get some zone control, and then they'll be able to fly in with the Jarvan and the Lucian, of course, bringing so much dive potential onto backlanes. They need to set up gaps in Fog of War and try and pick off individual members of Immunity who aren't Claire.
Yeah, you can see this inner turret getting pressured down by creeps here. Swiffer taking a lot of damage, has to take a Dark Passage to safety, but he has to spend half of his health doing it. Very, very dangerous, of course. Only has that Athene's on Holy Grail, and this physical damage that can come out from mostly Kha'Zix in this particular scenario. And we're definitely going to be doing a lot of work.
We've talked a lot this weekend about the versatility of 1-3-1 split pushers and how you can set it up, as we have maybe a little bit of aggression in this mid lane. But, oh yeah, Fizz has... No, he's not caught out, so we'll go back to the composition. So, recognizing that at this point of the game, they just are looking to scale Immunity. So they're just splitting the map up and keeping Morgana and Kha'Zix with Corki because of the amount of slow and disengage potential, as well as that Dark Bind. And of course, you can't dive a Morgana, so even if they group up at this point in the game, I don't think they can dive those 3 members without a lot of difficulty. So they're just getting farm onto the Rise, onto the Fizz. That's what they need to do, recognizing that if this goes late, they're in the driver's seat, and really playing it smart from a team comp point of view.
Yeah, they certainly are. Of course, rendering that Equalizer and Cataclysm combo almost useless at this stage because they are so fantastic used in conjunction in 5v5s.
Yeah, and they've kind of got... Chiefs have got one more window for the Dragon fight, and it's right now. They've got Swiffer and Swiper on level 11 at least, so they've got that level 2 ultimate. If they can get level 11 on Radiant, they've really hit a nice power spike here where they could potentially go in and win a team fight, even though they're a little bit far behind on items, just because of the power of those ultimates of rank 2.
Yeah, and look at this defensive warding coming down from the Chiefs. They've really learned how to play from behind since we last saw them. Of course, we did mention after that video that they were a little bit complacent potentially coming into winter, but since then, they've learned what it feels like to be behind. And you can see they're doing exactly the right thing. They're warding more close to their base, making sure that they're consolidating their own jungle, not letting themselves get strangled out.
Yeah, and looks like Immunity are now setting up for this 3rd Dragon of the game, I believe, and if they can secure this one, this will be so much good news for them.
Chumblewater's not going to land. That's a big deal. That's a huge ultimate missing now for this Dragon fight. And that does mean that the Chiefs do manage to get a lot of vision control around this Dragon. Spooks gets caught though. There's the Flagger back straight into the middle of the fight. But he is immediately dead. Claire down so incredibly low. As we do, of course, have the Equalizer being burned. There's a flash in from Zahi at the same time. Flashes all over the board, actually. The box coming through. There's a 4-man stun coming out from Syndra as well. Claire gets taken down. The double kill for Swiffer. And that is going to be another Dark Binding. Swiffer gets caught all on his own. Uber Giants Pro is going to be able to complete that kill. 4 members dead for the Chiefs, and Immunity only losing 2. That looked great for the Chiefs, but Immunity just turned it all around.
What an equalizer out of Swiper there, nearly turning the fight on its head. However, Claire just too fed at this point of view. dove in with no health after a really aggressive start of that fight from Zahi and JK Smithy and just got so much work done. And we keep mentioning this Corki. Once he gets Trinity Force and Sorcerer Shoes, he does so much mid-game damage and just all the area of effect coming out of Uber Giants, bro. Nice work coming out of Immunity to pick up another one team fight and the third dragon of the game. This is getting into so much danger. Goes 7,000 gold at 20 minutes.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Uber Giants Rowan Corki manages to steal away the red buff from the Chiefs jungle as well. This is looking very frightening for these guys, of course. 7,000 gold, nothing to scoff out of the 21-minute mark. That being said, we have seen comebacks from worse than this, and if any team can do it, it is going to be the Chiefs. See whether they are going to be able to turn this one around. Of course, the Chiefs, arguably the favorite in this particular matchup, but Immunity have been they've been on a tear just recently.
Yeah, and it's difficult to see where the Chiefs are letting this game go because you can see 6 kill participation from their jungler Spooks. He's having a very good game on Jarvan. Maybe didn't impact early as much as he would have liked, but he did get Swiper rolling in that top lane, and that was kind of what the job of the Jarvan pickup was. And then Rosie also having a good game, 0, 1, and 5. They've just not got the same objective control that we've seen out of Immunity because I feel of these two champions, the mid and the bottom lane, just being so strong at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely got to do with that vision control and locking down those dragons early on. It means that the Chiefs aren't able to utilize their mid-game focused team comp and really play to their strengths. So Radiant going to walk over a ward here. Zahi is beneath him. We'll see whether he does come in. But in the top lane, Claire's going to get caught out. Chum the Water's not going to nearly do enough damage. But across the board on the other side, it's going to be Zahi picking up a kill and Uber Giant as well. Trading 1 for 2 here.
When you get soloed out as an AD carry by a jungler, it feels so bad. And that is exactly what just happened to Radiant as he went for a little bit of a stroll through the jungle. At this point in the game, if you do not have wards in your jungle, the jungle is no longer yours. You just need to avoid it at all costs. They're going to be able to pick up 2 turrets in return for a kill and a turret in the top lane, so definitely worth it. And this is what I'm talking about. Immunity's rotations, even when they're getting caught, are just so much more in control, better vision across the map, and just recognizing exactly what they need to do to take over this mid game.
Yeah, you can see there's a fair bit of Baron vision here available for the Chiefs. If we're going to talk about that, of course, a couple of pink wards up there, but the vision is just far more consolidated, as you mentioned, on the side of Team Immunity. And it's around where they're pressuring as well, which is really important.
Yeah, it definitely is. Although on the side of the Chiefs, we have to note that they've started to pick up some magic resistance on Jarvan as well as that Rumble. If Jarvan is able to pick up an Aegis nice and early in this game, mitigate some of this magic damage coming out, of course, there is a Rise, a Fizz, and a Corki who does a lot of magic damage as well. That will put them in good steads to start swinging some fires, although it might be a little too late at this point. Nearly 8,000 gold in the advantage.
Yeah, and as you can see, Claire has finished off that Deathfire Grasp and Lichbane combo that you were talking about, and I'm just frightened looking at those 2 items and very, very scared to see what happens when they are actually employed in a fight here, because he can just remove one person. It doesn't matter who it is, what kind of cloak they have of the Negatron variety, they are going to die.
All right, so we're going to see where Radiant actually walks over a ward here, and Zahi sets up very nicely with a leap over the wall. Gets the slow off first as well, uses that ultimate very, very nicely, and wow, he just got torn apart. That isolation damage coming out of Kha'Zix is so strong. As we see, Swiffer also went down there against Uber Giants, bro, and T-Gun, and they were able to clear out 2 pink wards. And now with this Rise split pushing in the bottom lane, he's picked up his Archangels and his Rod of Ages. He's in a very nice position and picked up the Merc Trades. I really like that pickup. Of course, getting away from this pick comp will be so important for Rise. And just split pushing in this bottom lane is JK Smithy.
Yep, Zhonya's Hourglass has been finished by Swiper though. That could really help him in these team fights to be able to get a few more Flame Spitters off. Of course, that does continue to be activated while you are, of course, your golden self.
Yeah, and they've sent Radiant into the bottom lane to try and deal with this really, I guess, fed Rise at this point, because Rise has no armor, and we see an engage going in.
Yeah, Zahi going incredibly deep. There's a teleport onto a ward here as well. Zahi flashing out. Look at that Hexdrinker doing so much work. Claire not going to be able to get the play from Trickster damage. Finds himself in an interesting position. There is the Cataclysm zoning really well. The Equalizer as well. And look at this golden Swiper. More than happy to get the work done. Radiant has found his way into this fight. There's the flash over from Radiant. So aggressive. Claire as well on such low health. Zahi's going to fall down. Can the Chiefs clean this fight up? That is going to be Spooks picking up a kill on Claire as well. So a lot of damage missing. T-Gun gets the Soul Shackles done, but Swiper, he's going to fall down. Swiffer now finds himself very, very uncomfortable. Radier coming from the backside, but he has no team anymore.
And 4 for 2 in the favor of Immunity once again, juggling aggro nicely, and they got onto Claire. Claire went very deep in that fight, so did Zahi, so they were the two that went down, but in the end a nice collapse, and Radier tried to do as much as he could in that team fight, but just not enough.
Ooh. Oh, JK Smithy, the scary rise. Don't let him run at you, Radier.
Yeah, he's now transformed that Archangels into his Seraph's Embrace as well, so he's got that massive shield that you kind of don't expect out of a Rise at this point in the game. And
not to mention the massive amount of mana giving him so much damage as well.
Yeah, and the Dragon is up in 10 minutes, and it looks 10 seconds. It looks like Chiefs aren't even going to contest this one, just going to let another objective fall. That will be a 10,000 gold advantage in the favor of Immunity, and they're really rolling at this point in the game.
Yeah, that is so true, and it means that Immunity just has so much control in these Baron fights as well. Being said, I mean, Equalizer can turn around these fights relatively well. We've seen it being put to full effect just recently, Rumbles being so strong. But Immunity have been able to play around it quite well.
Okay, so the Zhonya's Hourglass has been finished by T-Gun. That is a massive pickup because he's been caught out of position a little bit this game. 3-0 and 6 on Corki. He's finished his Infinity Edge. He is massive, and we've seen after here, Uber Giants Bro does like to pick up a little bit of magic resist, and that will be so worthwhile against this Syndra, as well as the Rumble in the top lane.
Yeah, it'd be very surprising if he didn't pick up that Banshee's Veil as his third item, of course. It has been his item build of choice, almost this exact same one, and build progression path as well.
Yeah, and it's just, when you look at the item thresholds that are now being reached by Immunity, this is the point of the game where Chiefs, they need to find a way to either get picks or just stall out and clear waves, because they're definitely not in a position to be able to fight anyone in a 5v5 because of just how strong this Immunity lineup now is.
Yeah, Spook's actually getting the standard over the wall, but getting a bit frightened and taking a Dark Passage to safety. Of course, Rosie's saying, come here and give me a hug. It's fine. A Dark Binding was not going to hurt you too much.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out another pink ward on the side of Chiefs here, who don't want to face check that at all.
Ooh, very close death sentence onto JK Smithy, but going to be able to walk out of that one. This pink ward is potentially going to get cleared here by Spooks, but T-Gun's waiting with a Dark Binding. There's so much damage. The Cataclysm coming down as well. Spooks managing to get off a lot before he does fall down. The doubles on his Hourglass from the Chiefs. Claire falls down as well. Swiper now trying to do the work. A double kill for Radier. That's 3 dead already for Immunity, but same as Chiefs. Zahi coming in trying to get the work done. Rosie misses the death sentence, and Radier, look at the damage this Lucian has as Uber Giants Blow does finish off Rosie. The vision control here from the Chiefs, helping Radier as well as Zahi and Radier, the only ones alive. Double buffs Lucian. Zahi's just running for the hills at this stage.
Yeah, that could have been an ace in favor of Immunity, but Chiefs come up massive. Radier showing his proficiency on Lucian there, coming up huge for his team, and Spooks' Cataclysm, even though he got blown up straight away, was crucial in that fight. Locked all of Immunity in a great equalizer, and it just meant that they were on such low health. Claire, with this aggressive build path, no Zhonya's yet, is getting blown up in these team fights. I think he needs to invest in that item because otherwise he's just not going to be able to do as much work as he was in the early game.
Yeah, that's really true, of course. Has picked up a Blasting Wand as his most recent item, so probably looking towards that Void Staff instead. And I agree with you completely. I think that Zhonya's Hourglass is almost necessary at this stage of the game, as we do have the replay coming through.
Yeah, so Spooks goes so ham here, and look at the equalizer across the whole team. Claire does get caught out, and the double Zhonyas just means that Assassins are becoming less and less effective. Radier and Rosie play this 2v2 so well. Look at the proficiency out of these characters. The nice heal coming out of Rosie there, and then Zahi gets chunked. Flash play onto Uber Giant's Throw, and why she picks up the kill, the exhaust comes out. Unfortunately, a little bit of a wall headbutt there.
Yep.
Doing his Swiffer impression. And Radiant able to clean up that fight for his team. There's more action.
Yeah, here comes another fight. A beautiful equalizer, but that's going to be Claire finishing off. And so much damage coming out of this Corki as well. Zahi jumping the heck out of this fight. Immunity members are low, but the Chiefs are falling left, right, and center. The double Zhonya's comes down, but that's going to be both of these members alive, and they could not repeat the same team fight as last time out of the Chiefs. And Immunity straight to this Baron after that beautiful ace.
And the difference this time was that J.K. Smithy got the flank and was onto Swiffer in the back line straight away, just putting out so much damage on Rise. T-Gun does go down, but 5 for 1 and a Baron trade definitely in Immunity's favor. 15,000 gold lead at 13 minutes now. They're looking to push this advantage into the mid lane.
Yeah, and this snowball has been so effectively controlled here from Immunity, all stemming from that first blood onto Claire. This Fizz just got this game completely rolling, and we were talking about the fact that that Zhonya's was so important. Maybe all he needs is just more damage.
Yeah, Claire definitely plays an aggressive style of assassin.
Yeah.
Not electing into any defensive items at this point. And now all of this game is really on Radier's back. He's the one that needs to get so strong at this point just to be able to put out the persistent damage that his team needs, because Swift is just getting blown up.
He certainly is, of course. With these Zhonya's Hourglasses, there is a lot of gold going on in these fights, but do you think that they maybe need to stagger when they go gold, just so that, you know, they don't just, everyone waits around and then wake up and kill everyone?
I think that was more of the flank that came out. As we see, J.K. Smithy has now picked up his Void Staff as well, so he's going to be doing even more damage at this point, as well as having some nice MR and armor for himself also. So he's, at this point, so strong that if he gets a flank like that again, I don't think Immunity can win the fight. They need to keep good vision control of exactly where J.K. Smithy is and make sure he doesn't get on the back line. He needs to be hitting the Jarvan.
He really, really does. And as you can see as well, Zahi's just done so well this game on the Kazakhs. We know exactly why that champion does get banned against him. So do see 5, 2, and 13. That is a gigantic kill participation of 18 out of 25.
Yeah, but on the other side of the map, Spooks is 11 of 15, so he's having a good game in his own right. We've said this before, when you're playing Jarvan from behind, it can actually make you look a lot worse than how you're actually playing, just because he is that all-in champion. And if they're stronger than you are tanky, that just means you get blown up so quickly. But I've actually been impressed with how he has played this game out. Very, very aggressive, setting up fights for his team, and now it looks like Immunity are trying to bait out wards to get a pick and utilize that pick comp. Sorry, Chiefs.
They are playing very defensively at this stage, though. They know that they're behind. You can see they're just going to try and get the positional play to come through here. As you said, need to get those picks. And they have incredible wave clear coming through from this Syndra especially. And the emergency culling can come through, but look, as soon as the Dark Binding comes down, they've got so much to offer. And if they want to go all in, the Chum the Waters is right there that you can just put straight down onto that target.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're rotating into this top lane to try and push out this turret, as we do have a little bit of a pause, just because it is so much easier to take tier 2s than it is to try and siege inhibitor turrets, especially against a Lucian Syndra, because if they pick you off, there is still a lot of damage that can come out of this Chiefs lineup.
Yeah, that is really, really true. And of course, you can have T-Gun off to the side as well, throwing those Dark Bindings in. And that is such a difficult tower to defend, that inner turret in the top lane, that I could imagine that the Chiefs are probably just going to concede that one.
Yeah, they definitely can't fight that one. And Claire, because he has that Lich Bane, will take turrets reasonably fast, even by himself, of course. Has a lot of AP at this point in the game. And from here, it's really, can Immunity crack Chiefs' shell? Or will the Chiefs be able to stall out and put in a lot of poke with the Syndra and then get a lucky pick and just collapse on that? They need a really good equalizer, of course. Fighting in the chokes of bases with a Jarvan and a Rumble is what you want to do. They're just a little bit far ahead, so they need to get a good engage from their part.
Yeah, that's really, really true. Of course, the Cataclysm going to be really important as far as locking champions on top of that equalizer, and that's exactly what Spooks has managed to do whenever the Chiefs do look good in these team fights, which has happened even when they've been really far behind. So huge kudos to Spooks for making that work, but it hasn't been enough so far.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't. And We mentioned that Uber Giants Bro does like to pick up that Banshee Veil third item. Just because as Corki, you don't really need that much penetration because of the fact that he is all the mixed damage, as well as having that Gatling gun and the passive that comes through. So he's now completed his Banshee's Veil, just making it so much harder for Swiffer to single him out in these fights and assassinate like Syndra wants to do. And then T-Gun's picked up his Zhonya, so there's really no easy target for Swiffer to jump in on and delete off the map at this point in the game.
Yeah, and that's the classic Morgana play, isn't it? You come in, activate your Soul Shackles, and then just turn gold while everyone gets stunned. Feels very cool when it does happen and you get multiple people stunned up. And with a team that wants to just collapse in on top of you, like the one that the Chiefs have, it's going to be very hard for them to deal with this particular style of play.
Yeah, but they also do have a good kite back comp and a good pick comp because Syndra kites back better than probably any
true,
mid laner, as well as running over an equalizer is not something you want to do. And Rosie's Thresh, if you overextend, has always got the chance of throwing out that backwards hook and catching you off guard. So there are definitely tools on Chiefs' side. It's just whether, with this gold deficit, they can utilize them at this point in the game.
Yeah, we'll see whether that does come through, of course. T-Gun has been pretty fantastic so far. We do have the game unpaused, and it's exactly what we were talking about before. Chiefs going to concede this inner turret. Would have been far too dangerous to try and keep that one alive. And that will be all of the inner turrets and outer turrets now taken down for immunity.
Swiffer's on the wrong side of the map here. They might just try and get this as quick as possible. They've had to burn the culling.
Yeah, he's going to lock down that Banshee's Veil as well. Death Sentence onto JK Smithy was a bit scary, but not going to follow up on that one. Radiant does have his Bloodthirster completed. That's 3 big items.
Look how much damage is coming out of Rise at the moment. That was one Essence Flux with the ultimate on, taking 2 members to half health. This turret is not long for the world with the Trinity Force and, of course, the Lich Bane coming out. That's going to fall. This will be the first inhibitor for the game for Immunity, and they're really looking strong at this point.
Yeah, and that inhibitor is just melting under all of this damage from Immunity, and they didn't even need to win a fight. The Chiefs just could not stand in their way.
Well, JK Smithy won the fight for them. He just ran forward, as there's a nice 2-man scout of the week, maybe even 3-man. I think they even hit Uber Giants Pro. And look how tanky this Corki is. He's got so much health.
He certainly does. Opting to go for that defensive item in the 3rd slot means that you can't really make yourself look like a big beefy guy, as he has done. Is going to probably go for that Bloodthirster for his 4th item with that Vamp Scepter being put down. Might decide to go for a Blade of the Ruin King or something like that instead, but I would assume probably not.
Yeah, we saw that Radier actually picked up Blade of the Ruin King, I think 2nd item on his Corki yesterday.
Yeah.
And did a lot of work with it, so worked out well for him. I think the Bloodthirster is a better item, and it looks like that's what will be elected for. And Radier now has finished his 3 items. He's got some armor penetration out of that Youmuu's Ghost Blade, as well as the Infinity Edge and the Bloodthirster. He is literally everything for his team right now. Don't get me wrong, the other members have to play their part. They need to peel, they need to get a good Equalizer Cataclysm combo down, but then from there, it's just that Radier needs to take over a team fight if they're going to win this game.
He certainly does. It needs to be able to get rid of the right priority targets. But almost 20,000 gold is the lead here for Team Immunity. They have so much control of this game, and the Chiefs have to make a move, otherwise they're just going to circle the drain.
Yeah, and they look like they were setting up a Fnatic-style game crush there. And look at Claire's items. We were just saying that maybe he didn't have the components he's needed.
Goodness.
But now he's picked up the Void Staff and the Zhonyas. He's going to be able to jump into the team, one-shot someone. Thank God Radier just picked up that Negatron cloak. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble.
I have a feeling Zhonya's Hourglass plus Void Staff, 1 Negatron cloak, is probably not going to cut it against
that one.
There it is, the Cataclysm coming down. Spooks managing to cut off a choke quite nicely. T-Gun using that Zhonya's Hourglass. Rosie not quite falling down. Spooks falls. Radier gets completely obliterated. Swiffer's going to fall down as well. Does get the ultimate off. There's the Zhonya's actually, but he's going to fall, just delaying the inevitable. A clean ace here for Team Immunity. And they come out in this first game so strong.
That Soul Shackles out of T-Gun was amazing, getting all the members flashing into the team, able to lock them down, set up a win for Game 1 to Immunity.
That was such a decisive victory from Team Immunity, who looked so good yesterday and have transitioned that into this game here against the Chiefs. Arguably the favorites for almost the whole finals here. Regardless of how they went in winter, they have always been a really strong team, but Team Immunity really bringing it to them, and it's fantastic to see the Oceanic scene so competitive.
Yeah, I've got goosebumps after that game. Immunity played that so well. We've talked about how they control objectives and transition it to mid-game fights. Chiefs looked like they had a good level 6 fight comp. They had the Syndra, they had the Rumble and Jarvan, they had all these components, but Immunity, just through good vision control, timing backs, were able to pick up so many early objectives, get themselves into that late game, and really took it over.
Yeah, it was really brilliant to see, and I think that Dragon play very early on where they had 2 pink wards down, they knew that they had complete vision control of that Dragon, made sure that the level 6 spike for Rumble was irrelevant that game, was really beautifully played, and managing to get 2 Dragons in a row really secured that one for Immunity.
Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday. You pick Rumble for a level 6 fight.
Yeah.
That is the only reason you pick Rumble. You don't pick him for lane bullying or anything like that. You pick him because around Dragon and Baron, he offers so much zone control. So not being able to get Swiper to this level 6 Dragon fight, it was taken for free, and then giving up the second one as well just hurt Chiefs to the point where they couldn't come back. I thought that Spooks played that game really well from behind. It's very hard to play that Jarvan when you are a little bit squishier, but I thought his engages were on point, and he had like 3 and 4-man cataclysms the whole game. That was a very well played game out of the jungler on Chiefs side. It was just that there was a couple of components missing from the overall team.
Yeah, that's certainly true. And of course, Swiper needs a mention here as well. A lot of his equalizers were perfectly placed in these team fights. And you can imagine if the Chiefs were a little bit further ahead in these fights, then they would have come out on top had that been the position that they were in. Unfortunately, not quite going to be. Here is the turnaround replay here. Such a beautiful fight by Team Immunity and the Chiefs.
Yeah, as we see, actually, T-Gun got caught out a little bit, was able to Zhonya's though, and then Fizz just jumps in. And this is a flank that I was talking about. It was so important for JK Smithy to get in behind the team, left them nowhere to go. Both had to blow their Zhonya's hourglass. And when you get a flank like that with Ryze and no one turns around and hits you, he was just able to get so much damage onto the backline, transition that into a Baron. Really well played from JK Smithy. He gets so much attention in the top lane and still is able to transition into this late game beast.
It's so true. And most of that fight was actually done in a 4v5 situation. Immunity so far ahead at that point. I mean, JK Smithy did, of course, come around and secure the last couple of kills, but Radier just, he was gone. He was almost not in that fight just because Claire had so much damage on this Fizz.
Yeah, and Claire went that super aggressive build. Look for, I guess, them to try and control the mid lane because Claire playing these assassins, if he does get ahead, just goes absolutely crazy. He's reminiscent of Choo Choo's, and I'm sure they're having flashbacks to that as well. These guys that play assassins in the Oceanic scene are so fun to watch.
Yeah, so aggressive. But we are going to have Game 2 coming up incredibly soon. This is, of course, a best-of-3 series, and we'll see whether Chiefs can bring us to a 3-game at this stage. But, guys, we're going to take a short break, but we'll be back very, very soon.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock. Ha.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
when you look online on the forums and stuff to see how the community's reacting to your team, and you just see people going, oh, so that's the old immunity. So like, yeah, it is a bit strange, like interacting with the old immunity, and I guess there's a little bit of a rivalry, so that, yeah, that's fun.
I actually saw the immunity guys today, and just seeing them in the jerseys, it's like a little bit unrealistic, I feel, because in a way, it feels like they're taking our brand.
It feels like they're representing what we used to, because like we've built up that name for like so long, and now like someone else has kind of like come in.
That was the biggest thing for me going into it. I thought, these are huge shoes to fill. These guys have played for the longest time in the Oceanic scene and been pretty much like undefeated kind of thing. So there's a bit of nerves at the start, but we're after some good results, we're pretty confident we can fill those shoes. So we actually, our last competitive series, we did beat them for CGPL, so we beat them 2-1 in the series. But if we can do that at a LAN event, that'll be like basically, job well done.
There's a fair bit of hype coming into immunity, so had a bit of pressure on us to perform.
If we were to go up against Chiefs and then beat them under the immunity tag, it would be a pretty big achievement, I think.
Facing the new immunity is it's really exciting, obviously. Yeah, it's honestly going to feel really good if we can just stomp them.
They're one of the best teams, so like if we beat them, then it's show that we deserve immunities.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EB Expo. We're here for Game 2 between Team Immunity and the Chiefs, and that video sort of made it look like Immunity even themselves thought that they were the underdogs, but that last game was very convincing.
Well, whenever you speak to the Immunity lineup, they are such a humble group. They always say, we're taking it one game at a time. Yesterday, when I tried to ask them about this matchup, they wouldn't even talk to me about it because they're like, no, Dire Wolves first. We need to concentrate on exactly what's in front of us, one step at a time, and they're definitely focusing on what is a prize of PAX, and you can just see it come through in their play. They play so controlled, so calm, take objectives when they need to, and I think that game would have rattled the Chiefs a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, and the fact that all of the lanes sort of played out very evenly, but it was the strategic play coming out of Team Immunity that really stumped the Chiefs, and when your whole gameplay strategy gets pulled apart, that's when things get really, really dangerous.
Yeah, and they did it, as you said, not through outplays, but through smart plays. Waited for that first back to come out of the bottom lane at about 6 minutes 50, I think, and just nullifying the Equalizer Jarvan ultimate combo by taking the first dragon so early. From there, they had a really nice transition into a bottom lane turret about 3 minutes later, where Claire completely out-rotated Swiffer, able to impact a fight, pick himself up a kill and a turret. They were just coordinated across the map. And as I said, they didn't do it through individual skill. They did it as a team, clear communications, just out-rotating and outplaying the Chiefs around the map.
Yeah, no one trying to be a hero or anything like that. Of course, Claire managing to pick up that first kill in the mid lane, but it was because Zahi was there with a fantastic jungle gank coming from behind the river and easily just collapsing onto that Syndra as well. And the gank potential coming from this Kha'Zix and Fizz combination, almost completely forgot what the champion was called, is just so devastating.
Yeah, but in saying that, I think the early game actually went heavily in Claire's favor, and I'm not expecting that to happen again. Swiffer is such a resilient mid laner.
Oh,
he is so good, this guy. He very rarely has 2 bad games in a row, so look for him to come up absolutely massive. Chiefs actually banning away the Syndra this time, putting a lot of emphasis on that champion, and once again, Immunity. Zilean.
I have a feeling Xerath might be banned now.
I think Xerath's going to be taken off the board. They just hate playing against those champions. And Chiefs, now they need to look whether they're going to ban the Lee Sin, because we've seen that Immunity is so willing to first pick that.
Yeah, that's true. And are they willing to ban the Corki as well? I mean, we've seen Uber Giants, bro, play that so often.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that this Tristana ban has come through, because take Corki off the board. Force them onto Tristana. We've just seen how good Radiant is on Lucian. Just try and bully Tristana around in lane.
And that's a blue side Lee Sin ban here when they could have first picked that one for Zahi. They've got a different thing planned. And Lucian's going to be taken off the board as well. So a lot of mid lane threats. I mean, Claire's just got the pick of the litter here.
Yeah, Zed is still up.
And Ryze is available.
Still up. Ryze, we've seen that is such a potent first pick. Although That's so dangerous to pick just because of Swiper's Aurelia.
Yeah, that is very, very true. See what they do decide to go with, of course. Swiper not quite working out here on this Rumble. You could imagine he's probably going to go back to a comfort pick, so we might be able to see some Tryndamere in this game.
I'm looking for a double Bruiser comp out of the Chiefs straight away. I'm looking for Spooks and Swiper to pick up maybe a Jarvan and an Aurelia combo and just dive the back lane of Immunity and see how Uber Giants Bro as well as Claire deal with some really in-your-face pressure, because we've seen how good Chiefs can call out targets and really get flanks going. Even in that game when they were behind, they were doing it. Although it looks like they've picked up the rise for themselves. So maybe JK Smithy will get Aurelia this time around.
Yeah, and picking the Janna away from T-Gun as well. I mean, that was banned out in the last matchup. So going to be taking that and making sure that those epic monsoons that he was laying down in the last matchup that we did watch yesterday are not going to be coming through. Of course, that was used in conjunction with a Lee Sin kick, but T-Gun just showed such proficiency, especially in those team fights.
Yeah, he certainly did, and had a couple of really important, as you said, knockbacks on that Monsoon, able to split up the whole team. Coming in here now, we're looking to see potentially a bottom lane I would expect out of Immunity to be picked up. The Thresh is available. Corki is still up, of course. I would expect a Corki Morgana again straight away, as the same as last game, just because it is so hard to engage on Janna, especially when it's played by someone like Rosie. So just go for a passive Farm Fest lane. We saw that even though it went early, out of nowhere, Uber Giants Pro built up that 30 CS lead and was able to really dominate the flow of the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's going to be Aurelia locked in on the side of JK Smithy, and that's what we were saying that Swiper could do into him, but we know that JK Smithy's been playing Aurelia forever as well, and that is definitely a good matchup for her.
Yeah, and we had a chat to JK Smithy yesterday. He actually lost out in an Aurelia versus Ryze matchup.
That's true.
And it's because when the kill actually came into the top lane, he thought he picked up the kill for it, and then he didn't blow his teleport to get back into lane. So he lost out on some experience as Swiffer picks up Zed. Once again, we said he didn't really play this champion. That's 2 times this weekend he's picked it up. Apparently, he's played it forever. I don't really believe that, but he definitely had a good showing on it yesterday.
No, he really, really did. Of course, picking up these AD assassins in the mid lane that he's not necessarily known for. Has a lot of good times on the likes of Ziggs. And of course, his Syndra often looks a lot better than it did. In the last game, got a little bit outclassed, but T-Gun hovering over the Blitzcrank. Uber Giants Bro thinking a bit more seriously.
And now this is on Claire to decide what he wants to play. An Orianna pickup here would be absolutely huge in the terms of team fighting for Immunity. However, maybe, that's what I was going to say, maybe he has a little bit of pride in his assassins here and will try and take it to Swiffer, and he does. He's picked up the Fizz once again. Assassin versus Assassin mid laner, and whoever blinks first will lose this lane.
Yeah, that is very true. Of course, you can use that Playful Trickster to dodge all of the damage from a Death Mark.
But in saying that, you can use the Death Mark to dodge all the damage of the Chum the Waters, so it is going to be a very skill-intensive matchup.
Yeah, you might have them just circling each other in that mid lane. No, you go first, buddy. See what does happen.
Ooh, and the hover of Ezreal. This has been a banned pick from the side of Chiefs, actually, not letting Radiant get back onto that, as T-Gun actually has locked in Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I know. We were just so caught up in this Fizz-Zed matchup that we forgot to see the fact that T-Gun has been allowed to play his all-time favorite champion.
Yeah, and this is the thing about gap closers. Of course, Janna can get rid of them very easily, but if you just bring her to you, then it's going to be a lot of work.
Wow, and the Jinx locked in here for Radiant.
That is, I'm not going to say disrespecting T-Gun's Blitzcrank, but picking a champion that does not have an escape into a Blitzcrank is very, very aggressive. Maybe looking for a lane swap here in the early game.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if Blitzcrank gets a pull level 1, wow, this is a dangerous lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Tailwind does give you some extra movement speed coming out of Janna, but not going to be enough to dodge the perfectly aimed hook arm of T-Gun, of course, the most notorious Blitzcrank here in Oceania.
Yeah, Charlie, of course, trying to contest for that pick yesterday. He played a great Blitzcrank.
Yeah, he certainly
did.
And
he did get that level 1 hook, so wow, this is such a... These teams... What else would we expect in the Oceanic region?
That's
Once
so
again,
true.
they're just looking to bump heads against each other all game long. Such fight-heavy compositions coming out.
Yeah, and that being said, the Chiefs now have the Ryze and Zed combination, of course. Really, really fantastic. Moving on towards this late game, a lot of mixed damage, a lot of pick potential, and of course, Ryze just doing so much AoE damage in a team fight. We saw JK Smithy managing to do that, but the Aurelia has been picked up here in response to it, and I think that's going to work out so much better than that Rumble pick that just wasn't able to bully the Rise on his own.
Yeah, definitely wasn't able to get that done, of course. With Spooks coming through, did get an early advantage with a burnt flash and then a follow-up kill.
Yeah.
However, it just didn't work its way into the mid-game like they expected it. I actually think across the board they match up very, very evenly into the late game. Of course, Aurelio, great late game pick. Fizz, terrific. I think the one discrepancy is that Jinx late game is such a powerhouse. Of course, Corki will have a much earlier power spike with the Trinity Force Sorcerer boots as we've been talking about, but 4-item Jinx is an absolute monster.
Yeah, that was what we actually saw Kaboom Esports come through in at Worlds. Their only win was with that gigantic Jinx. And did some really, really huge work, but we are finally onto the Rift. Team Immunity now in the blue shorts and the Chiefs on our red side.
And straight away, Immunity is grouped up on top of each other. As soon as you pick Blitzcrank, you invade, generally, is how it goes. So Immunity, Chiefs looking to get some wards out to stop that coming through.
Or is it as soon as you T-gun, you invade? I'm not entirely sure. They have spotted him coming through, though. He is a very fancy car on this Blitzcrank. Very shiny. I mean, I don't think that one's come out of the garage for quite some time. Oh, my goodness. Is Immunity going to blind hook this brush? Because that could be so dangerous. There it comes. Ooh. Immediate reaction from T-gun, but not quite going to get in there. Rockets are going to come through. Radiant takes a fair bit of damage there. But my goodness, the switcheroo is so useful in these level 1 fights. So much AoE damage potential coming out of Jinx. But they are respecting this Blitzcrank pick so much on the side of the Chiefs.
Yeah, and straight away scouting for this lane swap, recognizing that Radiant is that immobile AD carry, but Chiefs are actually going around and looking for a pick on their own.
Yeah, Tiga might actually get caught. This is so different. Of course, that's a lot of damage coming through. Spooks immediately gets exhausted. The level 1 fight is on. Spooks getting taken down to about 200 health, but no one wants to commit to these fights. The Shuriken coming down. Fizz is very low. The heal actually gets popped. Lots of summoner spells out of Immunity. And the Chiefs, it's not over yet. The flash forward. There's the Howling Gale coming down as well. Zahi gets taken low. There's the Rune Prison. JK Smithy now finds his way into the fight. Equilibrium Spike can be used to try and get some stuns down. But Immunity, they're on the back feet at this stage. Ooh. And Blitzcrank not quite managing to land the hook as the Chiefs perfectly transitioning into a blue steal.
Yeah, and great play there out of the Chiefs, recognizing that Rice has a little bit of a shorter cooldown and is a range carry, so can affect team fights level 1 a little bit better than what Aurelia can. And picking up a blue steal, that means that Zahi will be heading across the map, trying to get a lane swap in here. Both teams 2v2 in the top lane. So Zahi should be able to get a 2-buff start by himself. Although,
as you can see, yes, it's going to be Swiper and Spooks heading straight over to this blue buff, and Swiffer has got it warded now as well. He's going to rotate around.
This is such bad news for Immunity. Fantastic level 1 coming out of Chiefs.
Yeah, look at the passive from Zed as well, doing so much damage onto JK Smithy. This is going to be a 3-buff start here for Spooks. That's the kind of start that he wants on this job. And the Chiefs have just come out so strong in this game. They have not been intimidated at all by Team Immunity's performance. This is a new game, and they are coming out swinging.
Well, that was just a great read from the Chiefs, knowing exactly what they Immunity wanted to do with this level 1 and counterplaying it so well. As we see, a little bit of a fight in the mid lane. Claire not having that W yet means he can't actually effectively auto-attack trade. Once Fizz picks up that W, actually auto-attack trades really well with AD champions.
Especially with that passive as well, meaning that auto-attacks don't deal quite as much damage to Fizz. As we do see Swiffer managing to land a lot of the damage, not getting juked out of it by too many of these playful tricksters, and both of these mid laners just taking poke after poke, damage after damage.
Yeah, and Claire actually elected to go with the Doran's ring this time around as opposed to some more sustain. That has hurt him in lane. He has already fallen behind 7 CS, and Swiffer is bullying this lane a little bit. So maybe look for him to back and pick up an early blast or just a second Doran's as we saw last game to get himself a little bit more early game power.
Yeah, and Swiper playing this lane really, really effectively as well. As soon as JK Smithy pokes his head out, he cops a Q and a Rune Prison to the face.
They gave him the blue buff, so poor JK Smithy has absolutely no chance in this lane. Swiper is going to be able to bully him so effectively with the cooldown reduction and the infinite mana. The only thing that stops Rise's early game is that he's mana gated. That is not the case whatsoever on this blue buff Rise, and he's going to get to a big CS advantage, already 13 to 3, and the freeze is coming out as well. This is so scary. JK Smithy already pinging his lane. That needs some jungle assistance to help break it.
Yeah, I need some jungle pressure, please, and in this bottom lane. And the fact that Swiper does have that wave pushing towards him, as you mentioned, is just so frightening. Spooks now, with his very, very consistent warding. This guy is just fantastic at making sure he has the jungle of the enemy team warded up. Of course, last game fell behind relatively early on. Of course, Fizz getting that early first blood was very dangerous, but this time, Spooks coming back, making sure that he has his trademark vision.
This is so bad for JK Smithy. He's going to be spotted out. Spooks actually should have waited for that minion wave because now there's a towel.
Oh, there's the flash actually immediately out of that flag and drag. Of course, Spooks has been fantastic making sure he gets the knockups that was nerfed a little bit, of course, a little bit less wide. As we do have Zahi coming through in the mid lane yet again. Swiffer now actually flashing through the ignites down onto Claire. He wants to be able to get this follow-up kill. Shuriken doesn't hit. Is the last hit going to be enough? Spooks is here now. First blood though for Claire yet again is answered immediately by Spooks though. But first blood again to the Fizz. This could be yet again very, very scary.
And that's exactly what they wanted in this lane, to be able to get Claire a kill so he could make up for the CS discrepancy. Of course, that lane was going all types of bad for him. He was under the turret, no health, and 12 CS already. As we see, Radiant is actually doing very well in this lane as well. He's got a CS advantage for himself. And straight away, Swiffer, recognizing that Claire is starting to snowball, has picked up a Hex Drinker to try and get some MR onto this set, nullify some of the kill potential.
Yeah, and of course, the Janna Jinx lane is actually really, really powerful. Of course, you can activate those rockets when you do have that shield on you for so much extra damage in an AoE to these two champions if they're ever grouped up. So Radiant utilizing that really, really well. And Jinx's laning phase, even though she is a hyper carry, is actually really, really good. This champion's quite strong.
Yeah, and Zahi needs to get into the bottom lane. That is still frozen, and there is a 40-10 CS lead on the favor of Swiper. This Rise is going to be such a beast.
Yeah, Swiffer actually getting aggressed on here as well. The Hex Drinker that he managed to finish off first up has been finished. Level 6 has been achieved here by Swiffer first, though. He's going to now be able to play a little bit more aggressively, has the outplay potential of that death mark. And as we can see, so much CS as well coming out of Swiffer.
Yeah, Claire's 6th sense kicking in there, recognizing that something wasn't right. Someone was around the mid lane. Of course, that was
well,
Spooks
someone was
jungle.
missing from the duo in this mid lane.
And we see that Spook's actually walking over a pink ward, so that will potentially save JK Smithy's life. No, he's dead.
He's definitely dead. No flash anymore. Swiper picks up that kill. Happily donating over the assist as well to Swiffer, to Spook, sorry. As Zahi comes down, but he's not going to be able to offer any assistance. Of course, this Kha'Zix's very low on experience as well. I mean, we saw last game that he was so far ahead, but this time not managing to quite have the same impact. As teleport comes through from JK Smithy, there is the spell clock's coming down as well. There's the knock-up landing. JK Smithy comes straight back to lane, and he's going to die again. Swiper picks up that kill. The Q doing so much damage. He's out of mana now, though, but Zahi's getting taken down so low. The spike coming down from Spooks, and the Chiefs just with so much control on this side of the map.
Yeah, and this game has spiraled completely out of Immunity's control. Aurelia is a non-factor whatsoever, and this Rise 2-0-0 at 40 CS advantage. He is huge. They're swapping the lanes back, trying to get a little bit of control. And wow, I think that might even be too little too late. That is such bad news. A 2,000 gold lead, and I would think that all of that nearly is in that top lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. And when a Rise gets that far ahead, it's very, very frightening. Already has his two sort of mid-game aim items here with that Catalyst and, of course, that Tear going to be stacking up. And the Catalyst giving him so much sustain and, of course, that extra health there.
He's
you can see
double his
already
gold.
So tanky.
He's double his gold at this point in the game. That is massive.
That is so frightening. And even though this Fizz managed to get that first blood, he's still behind in gold. They are very, very close, of course, but it's not managing to give this Fizz the lead that he had in the last game. JK Smithy now turning it around into a lane swap situation, which is actually not a bad idea because, of course, Aurelia does fare quite well in these situations. Raider actually does get excited, though. JK Smithy is in a lot of trouble. He's already so far behind. The Zap lands as well. Is Raider going to be able to finish off? Super Mega Death Rocket right into the back of the head. That being said, Immunity now going to try and transition this one into a Dragon. It's going down relatively quickly, straight from under the noses of the Chiefs. What an amazing trade from Immunity.
Yeah, but a turret and a kill and some pressure in that top lane. This just means Aurelia is falling further and further behind. They need to get a lot of work done. Otherwise,
interesting jungle run is going to come through onto Swiffer here as the Playful Trickster comes through. There's the Death Mark landing here onto Claire. Is it going to be enough damage from Swiffer? He does fall down, but the response kill is there. Here's Swiper, though. He has so much damage. Uber Giants Bro knew he was dead. Just had to try and do the work that he could. In a turret going down in the top lane, though. The Chiefs are not stopping, and man, we just saw exactly what a fed mid-game Ryze can do, and I'm not used to saying that phrase.
Yeah, 4-0-0, 50 CS advantage over his laner.
Yeah,
he's really strong.
Yeah, the Chiefs have definitely come out swinging in this matchup, and they really want to show the fact that that last game, that was a fluke. We are easily going to be able to take this one down, and it's been really refreshing seeing Radier pick up a different AD carry as well.
Yeah, he's come up huge. He's got a 20 CS advantage as well. He's picked up, of course, both the turrets in his lane, so he's going to be able to transition bottom now. And with that BF sword and the Janna shield, Jinx just has so much attack speed from that minigun, going to be able to rip through structures.
Yeah, and his siege potential is so good, as we do see the replay.
Okay, so this is Claire just missing the chums of water. They recognize that they're losing out on map control, so they need to get something done. And Blitzcrank, unfortunately, not able to get the hook through. I think there was a little bit of a cancel there. And all of a sudden, Uber Giants Pro flashed away, but then wasn't able to finish off Spooks that would have given them a trade. And why that was happening, the top lane push was just occurring. And that's just, yeah, 2 turrets down. A lot of trouble for JK Smithy. He's, yeah, in a world of hurt.
He certainly is, of course. Zahi now coming through, trying to get the gank down, of course. Oh, Chunga Waters does land this time. Swiffer's Hexdrinker is popped. They're under the turret. Swiffer lasts a little bit longer than they would have expected, but Zahi's not going to fall down. Spooks is now here to protect the turret, but the 3-man gank was successful from Team Immunity.
Yeah, so 3,000 gold lead in the side of Chiefs. They're looking to blow down another turret, but Immunity grouping in the mid lane, looking to get a turret in response. Spooks clearing that one out very nicely, of course, with that early Elder Lizard. He's 1-0-4, so you can't understate this guy's participation in the game either. As I said, last game had a terrific game on this J4. Just fell a little bit far behind in a team sense, and now this time showing how strong this champion is when you are ahead.
That is so true, and this combination of Rosie and Raider on these champions is just so good at taking down these turrets. We can see they've taken 3 in the last 4 minutes. And the Janna shield, just so much extra AD, and given to a Jinx, who already has attack speed steroid with that Gatling gun, is just so frightening. T-Gun now gets caught out with the Cataclysm, forced to use that flash to get out of there, immediately taken in. There's a Super Mega Death Rocket, sails past.
Yeah, but that's
it's not about landing it, it's about sending a message.
That means that now they're now ready to take down this mid turret, recognizing that JK Smithy needs to freeze lanes and try and get farm as much as possible. They're just rotating around the map, and exactly what we...
Oh, there's the hook actually landing from T-Gun. Spooks immediately getting taken down. That's Claire with another kill. Deathmark landing on Uber Giants Bro, immediately taken out. Swiffer's out of there as well. Straight back to the shadow, and Raid is now here with so much damage. These rockets are so huge. It's not even scared of any hooks that are going to come through because, of course, T-Gun's so low. Also didn't have a lot of mana.
Infinity Edge already. They're not going to be able to defend this turret. Shark coming out to maybe try and clear out the wave, but that's not going to work. Another structure falls, and Radier, look at that, gets excited. He's going so aggressive.
Yeah, forces out the Playful Trickster there as well. Claire now with no mana. Look at this. The pause has been forced. And the flash out of Claire. We'll see whether he's going to be okay. Of course, didn't have a lot of mana. But I mean, I don't want to speculate here. It's just very exciting when you've got, you know, middle of a team fight. We can analyze this now.
Yeah,
what was going to
safe.
happen?
He's done. He's out.
Okay.
So yeah, there's nothing
Here
much
I was
more
thinking
to
it was going to be exciting. Thanks
no.
for shooting down the entire.
If I get proved wrong now, I'm going to be quite mad. But I think he's quite safe there. He has Playful Tricksters and flashed away, so he's okay. From Chiefs. Wow, what a turnaround. Early game aggression, all stemming from Swiper in the top lane.
Yeah.
We said that lane should actually go to Aurelia, but it was just a level 1 invade that
and the
kind
blue
of went
buff
awry.
at level 1.
Yeah.
Very frightening. And the fact that Spooks managed to come down to that bottom lane, I mean, we're used to seeing the very mid lane focused Spooks But now just wherever it's needed, he has the pressure. And this Jarvan has been looking so, so strong. I mean, we haven't seen Spooks on a Jarvan all that often just recently, but it has been a champion that this team especially has really liked to utilize.
Yeah, they've played it. They play it a lot. They haven't played it very much recently, but in the past they did play it a lot. They just utilized the zone control of Jarvan extremely well. You could see that even when they didn't think they would get a kill, just wanted to blow the flag. As we see, Claire survive. And T-Gun going a little bit aggressive, trying to look for a hook, but 5,000 gold at 13 minutes. This is a really good lead from the Chiefs and just so much better map control. We complimented Immunity for it last game, and this game it looks like Chiefs really taking it to them.
That is really, really true. That being said, Immunity hanging on to this one. 4,000 gold is going to be the lead for the Chiefs, but Immunity do have that dragon under their belt. They have that little bit of extra global gold helping them out. But Swiper now has his Rod of Ages here at 13 minutes with a tier. Oh my goodness. Now has, oh wait, no, sorry, a Spectre's Cowl as well. So, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, that cowl coming through
really
is
scary.
so important. And the full Sightstone compared to just a longsword. So going for that Sightstone build, even on J4, who doesn't really benefit.
Oh my goodness, T-Gun actually getting caught out here just a little bit. The Cataclysm coming through from Spooks. And it's going to be just the shield being taken off. There's the flash for Imprison. T-Gun, he's not going anywhere. Radier gets excited about that one, running forward. But everyone just disengaging on the side of Immunity, and this Jinx pick definitely paying dividends here. And another thing I'd like to mention is the fact that if Radier plays this out effectively with his Chompers, he can actually outplay T-Gun when he does try and just get after him, because of course that Zap has such a strong slow on it, and if he does manage to activate those Chompers as well, it's really, really useful. But really nice rotation coming through from the Chiefs. The inner turret in the bottom lane is going to get taken down almost immediately, the Gatling gun being really powerful here, and Jinx with a red buff. I don't think Immunity want to go anywhere near this at this stage.
Yeah, well, they're just looking to give away all their turrets and rotate JK Smithy around the map to try and pick up some farm. As Zahi gets caught.
Deathmark coming down onto Zahi. He's very, very dead. I don't think I've seen a more dead Kha'Zix in my entire life.
Yeah, as I say, they're looking to play this smart. They actually give away a free kill there on Zahi. Don't know what he was really doing. Maybe trying to stop some backs to get some more damage on this top lane. JK Smithy did push that one out. He has managed to close the CS gap lead, but 4-0 and 3 on Swiper. This rise is massive.
He certainly is. You think about hitting a Rod of Ages item spike, you know, we're getting that one first at about 15 minutes and you feel okay about it if you've got a tier as well. He has the Rod of Ages, he has the tier, and a Spectre's Cowl worth another 1,400 gold. This rise is just so far ahead of where his item spike should be coming through. And the fact that he finished his Rod of Ages at about 13 minutes means that he's going to have that fully stacked by 23 minutes, which is still relatively early game.
Yeah, and we said the discrepancy from a team fight, from a power spike.
Oh, Spooks actually getting caught here, immediately deleted as well. Chum the Waters does come down. It's going to be the smite out of Rise,
that
picking
big
up
one
the
nearly
dragon.
stole the dragon as well. That was very, very close. Nearly a nice turnaround on the side of Immunity, but able to get the pick, give away an objective, but that's what they need to do. They need to not fight, just settle for picks, and JK Smithy needs to start running right now. Swiffer has his eyes on the prize in the top lane. But this Jinx is what I want to talk about. Compared to Corki, we said Corki would have a stronger mid game. That is completely on the wayside now as those Berserker Greaves has come through as well. Jinx has really gotten rolling in this early game, and that's just going to transition into such an earlier late game that Jinx is going to rip people apart.
Yeah, and we all know that Jinx's 2-item spike is just so huge. We'll see whether Radier does decide to go for the Phantom Dancer, because it is actually a little bit more useful on Jinx, because you can get excited and not get creep blocked, which is really, really useful.
As we can see, T-Gun has actually been caught out here, trying to clear some wards for his team, flashing away, but Deathmark come through.
Super Mega Death Rocket coming down as well. He's definitely going to die. You can see the Shuriken on T-Gun's head. That is going to be Swiffer on a killing spree at this stage. The Flame Chompers are coming down. There's the standard. Spooks wants to get some revenge, and look at this. The Jinx damage in amongst that Cataclysm is so useful. There's the Vorpal Spikes actually coming through. I mean, the Void Spikes, of course, coming through on the side of Zahi doing a lot of work. Radier.
And this is a 4v5. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Swiper has not moved whatsoever. They're still looking to get the fight going here, but
Yeah,
Swiper
JK
might
Smithy
take
actually
an inhibitor.
flashing forward a little bit too far forward. That's Radiant getting excited yet again. Look at that, the shield giving so much extra damage, but he's going to get shut down. There's the leap coming through, the double kill for Uber Giants, bro. Could this potentially be the turnaround? Not entirely sure because, of course, Swiper, the gigantic member of the Chiefs, was down in this bottom lane just pushing it out, getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, a little bit of over-aggression from Chiefs there in a 4v5, knowing that Swiper's teleport was on cooldown. So finally, a one-team fight for Immunity. That will just stop the bleeding from now and get some crucial gold onto Uber Giants, bro, as well as Ahi. Maybe starting to get going, but it's still such a long way back. They need to look for picks like that, though.
Yeah, and that's going to be actually the Zeal and, of course, those Brawlers gloves being picked up here by Radiant. He's going to have that Static Shiv relatively soon. So much extra critical strike and the burst damage that you do get from that Static Shiv as well. And if you use your rockets to get that off, that's on multiple members of Team Immunity as well. So Radiant going to be very, very strong.
And smarter move coming out of Chiefs now, understanding that they got a little bit of a disadvantageous fight there. So looking to set up map control around this Baron area, they will tear through that so quickly with a Blade of the Ruined King Arise and this Fed Jinx. So at some point, that's going to have to be face checked. And from there, they can just start getting control of the map.
Yeah, and Swiffer hasn't died since dying 3 times as well. So really pulling this one back on this Zed. His Zed has been really, really impressive this weekend. Even if he does actually fall behind just a little bit, he finds his way to get in. And look at Spooks. Speaking of getting in, everyone jumping out in their respective ways of that Cataclysm, and Spooks just trying to zone people out, getting a potential pick on someone in a flanking situation. Not going to happen at this stage, but that's what you got to use Jarvan for, and Spooks has been doing it really, really well. Chum the Water's actually landing onto Swiper, but he doesn't care. So much MR. There's the Death Mark being used to get out of the rocket grab as well. Swiffer really wants to trade this one. He falls down. Swiffer hasn't even died. Oh, the outplay potential coming through as well. But Claire not going to fall for that one. The shutdown coming down onto this Zed. But going 1 for 1, not too worried about this.
Yeah, and a little bit of miscommunication from Immunity, thinking that Zahi would be able to pick up the kill, let him fall instead. And they do trade 1 for 1 in objectives as well. So JK Smithy, farming these side lanes, has been able to get himself going a little bit. The Scrying Orb coming out of Radiant there just to keep some vision, and maybe looking for a mid lane push, although this will be very risky.
Yeah, Radiant only needs 1,000 gold to finish that Static Shiv,
Look at
so he's
the
going to clear
wards
out
on the
this
bottom
wave.
side of the map. If they're not careful, they could get flanked right now by a Home Guard Rise and get torn apart.
Yeah, he of course does have that teleport available. His mid lane outer turret though is going to fall down. Rosie tries to shield that one up, but it's not very high on health, and Uber Giants Bros Sheen procs are going to be able to get that one down. So Immunity not going to fall without a fight here, and we saw them in the last matchup just doing so well. And Claire, when he does get rolling on this Fizz, he does have 5 kills and is on his hourglass now, so he is capable of making some plays.
Yeah, he certainly is, and with the amount of physical damage from the J4, the Zed, as well as the Jinx, that's going to be such an important item into the late game. But Swiper, really, we haven't seen him in a team fight recently, and I just feel that as soon as he gets into one, it's going to be a whole lot of trouble on the side of Immunity.
He certainly has. Of course, JK Smithy opting out of finishing off his Trinity Force for some more health because he's really feeling the burn.
He actually picked up that Giant's Belt after his phage. I liked it as a pickup. It just meant that there wasn't as much kill potential in the lanes.
Do you think maybe he forgot how to build a Frozen Mallet?
I don't think so. Now he looks like he will be going into that Trinity Force to try and get some damage for his team. And wow, Claire's in some trouble.
Oh, there's actually the Death Mark being used here. Is that a little bit early on the... Oh my goodness, it isn't quite. Really nice use of that Sonya's Hourglass. But Claire coming back in. Not sure it was the smartest idea because the kill's going to go to Swiffer, trading 1 for 1.
And all of a sudden, all the members of Chiefs have rotated into this bottom lane. They're looking to pick up a turret because of an aggressive play.
Yeah, Transcendent Blades coming through from JK Smithy. Is it going to be enough? Spooks gets taken down incredibly low, flashes out of his own Cataclysm. Radiant gets excited after JK Smithy falls down. The rockets are going to be used, but not too much damage on this inhibitor turret. T-Gun gets caught on all of the creeps and really frustrated about that one as well. But it is going to mean that the Chiefs have to get the heck out of there. Wards coming down thick and fast from both teams. But nice trade because Swiffer split pushing and getting all the work done.
Yeah, and it looks like they will be able to rotate this into another Dragon, so even more objectives falling. But they need to be careful. Spooks is on such low health.
Ooh, T-Gun wanting a repeat performance from the last grab that he got onto Spooks.
Still looking for a pick is T-Gun. So aggressive on this Blitzcrank. Really has no off switch.
Yeah, and 4 members of the Chiefs actually heading back to base, going to buy up some items. Of course, that's going to be the Vamp Scepter being picked up by Radiant, possibly going for that. Oh, Swiffer getting leapt on here by Zahi. There's the flash into the rocket grab as well. Swiffer goes down. Brilliant pick from Team Immunity.
Yeah, and this is a problem with being this far ahead. They had no wards in their jungle and completely blindsided. Able to get another important kill onto the mid laner. This just slows the push that comes out of Chiefs. It's not making up the gold deficit per se, but it's just keeping it where it is. And the longer the game goes, the more irrelevant a 5,000 gold lead will become. And just able to stall the game out by catching Swiffer over and over again.
Yeah, but you have to say, I mean, this Ryze, this Jinx, really, really scary in the late game. We'll see whether the Chiefs can pull it out. Of course, Immunity have been making some brilliant plays around this map to try and stay in this one.
Yeah, but the saving grace out of Immunity in the late game is the fact that they have T-Gun on Blitzcrank.
Yes.
Because he's just going to look for the 40-minute pick and then from there try and win a team fight and roll over a team. We've seen it so many times before where by rights they shouldn't win games, and they just put everything on this fantastic support player and really try and get him going. So it looks like they're trying to do a repeat of this. And JK Smithy has been rotating around the map, avoiding every single member of the enemy team, and is slowly becoming relevant. Like, let's not go nuts. He still hasn't finished his Trinity Force at 24 minutes, but he's picking up farm where he needs to, and his team's doing a great job. And as we speak, Trinity Force comes through. All of a sudden, his dive onto the back line now needs to be looked at.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Spooks and Swiffer were looking for some sort of a pick around Baron. Knew that there was no vision there. Spooks sweeping this one out, but they have to respect T-Gun on this Blitzcrank at this stage. Any bit of Fog of War is a potential grab, and look at Rosie, can't even clear out that last ward because he knows that he's in range.
Yeah, it certainly does. And once again, looks like they're actually going for a collapse onto Swiper now. There is wards there, though, so this will be scouted out. This will mean Baron will be started up for the Chiefs.
Yeah, the ultimate has been popped here from Swiper. He is going to get a lot of damage down. He's unstoppable now, just 1v1's JK Smithy. Uber Giants Pro fancies this one as well. Gets the shutdown. Not bad. Does pop both the flash and the heal, though. Swiffer now looks for Zahi. There's the Deathmark coming down onto T-Gun. Immediately gets exhausted. Nice little bit of outplay, but he's going to fall down. Zahi picks up that kill. Radiant now walks out of the way of Rosie. Nice Monsoon going to come through as well. Spook's going to die to Baron. Radiant now knows that they don't have the smite. They pick up Baron. Steal coming through from Zahi. Radiant gets caught out of position. This is going horribly wrong for the Chiefs. And Immunity now turning it all the way around. Rosie going to fall down as well. The leap reset coming down from Zahi.
Ace and Baron, all of a sudden we're only looking at a 2,000 gold deficit.
Oh my
what
goodness.
a play coming out of the Immunity lineup. And T-Gun on Blitzcrank is such a joy to watch.
He's such a playmaker.
Once again going a little bit over aggressive, trying to zone for his side. And wow, out of nowhere, this is completely back to even footing. And look at Uber Giants Pro, 5-2-5 coming up absolutely massive.
Yeah, comes out of the woodwork as well. We haven't been speaking about Uber Giants Pro, but look, he's 17 CS ahead. I think he's been up in CS this entire game. And now, look at him. This score's better than Raider, and we were harping on about that, Jinx.
Yeah, and he's now picked up the Infinity Edge, back on completely even footing, and the Negatron Cloak coming through. As we see the replay, this is where Swiffer tries to go over and take out Zahi, but a really nice stealth means that Deathmark can't go down, and then he just gets caught, has to ult T-Gun, and just has nowhere to go. A little bit of outplay potential there, but from here, T-Gun, another hook is landed straight onto the support player, burns the ultimate. That would have been so useful in the Baron pit because it would have kept Spooks alive, and Zahi able to pick it up, completely turn the game on its head. Radiant gets chased down, and wow, what a turnaround. We now have a game on our hands.
We certainly do. Of course, the Chiefs still with a little bit of a gold lead. And they have stemmed off the push, so no inhibitors do go down, but this game has definitely equalized.
And you have to compliment JK Smithy. Had a horrible early game.
Yeah.
Let's not beat around the bush, but has understood exactly what he needs to do. Has looked for farm away from every other opponent. Just that veteran status coming through. He's died once again, but he's slowly accumulating CS, trying to get himself relevant and put pressure around the map, because he knows if he goes into a team fight, he's just going to get blown up.
That's exactly right, but he's just still going to be so relevant in this late game if he gets to that point where items don't matter. Aurelia scales beautifully well, as well, you could say, potentially, as this Ryze. Maybe not as far as damage is concerned, but you can't stop an Aurelia. Of course, that Ionian Fervor just gives so much tenacity in a team fight. She can just get into that backline, and when you've got a Jinx who's so immobile, it's so scary.
Yeah, as I was going to say, if he picks up a Randuin's and a Frozen Heart, Jinx will not be able to kill him solo late game because just so much CDR going to come through and just going to repetitively dive onto Radius' face. So that is something we have to look at. Of course, he's not there yet. It's only 30 minutes into the game. But in saying that, the top turret was now picked up as well. The map is completely opened up for both sides, and this is so close.
It really, really is. Of course, Uber Giantsbro changing up his build a little bit. Now has that Quicksilver Sash, so can get rid of that death mark if it does come down from Swift. A really intelligent change to his pretty standard build here on Corki that we've gotten used to over the last 4 games that we've seen Immunity play. And they are going to be able to transition to this Dragon, utilizing the fact that they have that Baron buff. Spooks does want to contest this. He's not going to get there in time, though. They're going to start the fight here in a second. 4-man Cataclysm going to come down. Super Mega Death Rocket as well. Rosie does go down. No, he doesn't. The Monsoon going to do enough. Finally does fall, but Claire comes through with the kill on Radius. Whipping out with the double kill. Is he going to be able to get it? No, just comes straight back out. Does get killed in the end. Swiper's here, though. Is he going to be able to get the last 2 kills? Oh, Claire's found his way back around. Can Swiper get the kill? He's very, very huge. Look, does manage to get Claire, but falls to Zahi. He's unstoppable now. 6-2-7. The unsung hero of Team Immunity now, as Spooks has respawned, but that is not a fight that I would have taken if I was the Chiefs.
Spooks lived from that one, so that was a 4-for-3, but Dragon going in the favor of Immunity. So gold completely even. 200 in the advantage of Chiefs still, using their Baron buff to take an objective and get an advantageous team fight. And we saw, even though JK Smithy is so far behind, as you mentioned, Aurelia just so useful, so mobile around these team fights. And wow, this game is on a knife's edge.
It really, really is. And Radiant just had no impact in that last fight. Just got dived on by this Fizz. Such a potent assassin in the late game. Radiant just can't do anything about it, of course. As this Jinx, you just don't have any displacement. You can't outplay that Chum the Waters.
Yeah, and that's the difference between going all damage items as opposed to picking up the QSS. We saw that Uber Giantsbro actually lived for longer than he had any right to because he was able to cleanse that death mark and just kite for an extra 2 steps, which put Swiffer in the middle of the enemy team.
See whether the Chiefs do manage to turn around the next team fight, because of course it did look a lot different to the team fights of the late game of last matchup. Chiefs able to do a lot more damage this time, but T-Gun, look at him rocketing around this map. If he manages to get these picks, we're now at the 30-minute mark. Give it another 10 minutes, and that could spell definitely the end of the game. It's exactly how you mentioned.
Yeah, and this is how they just like to play around the Blitzcrank. Even if they get behind, they are so confident in their vision control and their pick potential with that champion that, yeah, this is now to the point where you think maybe, just maybe, they're going to pull the impossible and come back from what was a huge CS deficit.
Yeah, it was a huge deficit in gold across the board, and you can imagine Swiper really needs to stand up and let them know that he is still this gigantic Ryze that they invested so much into early on in this game. He got so fed, and now has that Banshee's Veil, but Team Immunity now looking to get the big Spooks. Does manage to flag and drag his way out. The Chum the Waters is there. Claire manages to get the pick in the end, and we'll see whether they do manage to get any more. Rosie now in so much trouble. Monsoon does come out, forcing the flash out of him as well. But there's Claire falling to Swiper. Radiant gets excited. Can they turn this one around? Super Mega Death Rocket. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Radiant picks up that kill. Is he going to be able to follow this one through? Is he excited enough? I don't think so. Doesn't want to overextend into that Blitzcrank.
However, JK Smithy is being chased. He will probably... Wow, as a snipe comes through.
JK Smithy is probably...
He's going to live.
Is he going to fall? Swiper not able to get through. Didn't have the vision in order to follow that one up.
So in the end, a 2-for-2, completely even team fight. Baron is up in 20 seconds, so control of that side of the map still in Immunity's favor. No sweepers up. Actually, Ryze has a sweeper. He should have swept the Baron pit.
Yeah, what were you thinking, Ryze?
No, that
Silly
is
boy.
really crucial because now Immunity can just rush there. They know that they have control of the area still, and they can start setting up their wards. Little things like that is what puts pressure around the map and really gives you advantages. However, Radier, as we said, this is this champion that scales better than his opponent. 7, 3, and 4. He is massive, just doing so much damage on Jinx.
And picking up both kills in that last team fight, the last one with a red buff. I mean, calculated. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through, last tick of red buff. No
and look at this,
problem all.
Ryze in the bottom lane, no teleport. I wonder if the Immunity have the timer on that, because if so, they can just start this up.
Yeah, the standard is, of course, in there, but it's going to dissipate now as well. And so 5 members of Team Immunity, they want to get the pick. Oh, there's a rocket grab. Not going to work. The ward does come over the wall. Spooks wants to get the steal. There's the Howling Gale coming down, but Zahi's not going to have any of it. He just takes that Baron. Swiffer immediately gets exhausted as well. Deathmark not going to have any impact, and Rosie falls down for free. That's going to be Spooks dying as well. Swiffer now in a lot of trouble. Radius now the focus, but he falls. That's 4 members dead. Swiper was nowhere to be seen.
And once again, the team play coming out of Immunity is massive. Understanding exactly what cooldown is on that teleport. Just such good vision control. And as I mentioned, if that had been swept on the side of Chiefs, that wouldn't have been as easy for Immunity to get into. They're looking to end the game right now. There's still some 20-second death timers. They can push through.
Yeah, mid lane inhibitor is just going to melt in front of this team. Of course, they have so much damage at this stage of the game. And they are going to play it by the numbers. Just take the inhibitor, go back and try and consolidate this lead. But my gosh, Immunity with such an incredible turnaround.
And Claire on Fizz has come up massive in this game. Has given so much trouble to Radier, who has only now just picked up a Negatron cloak.
Yep.
Zahi as well, 8, 3, and 9 on this Kha'Zix. All game has just been able to jump onto Radier and solo him out. That's such a bad feeling, as we mentioned. And wow, the Chiefs now must be questioning what the heck has gone wrong in this mid game.
Exactly right. Now, Blade of the Ruin King being finished up here by Uber Giants, bro. Just wanting to have that kite potential, just meaning that he can't get chased down quite as effectively from Swiffer. Blade of the Ruin King and QSS now means that this Zed is just irrelevant as far as taking out this Corki is concerned.
Yeah, wow. As well as what's the other upgrade of the Chalice coming through for T-Gun as well.
So the Mikhail's Crucible, my friend.
Going to be able to pick up another dragon for themselves as well in this game. So that will extend their lead to about 5,000 gold. The only meaningful lead that has come through for Immunity this game. And now with that mid lane slowly pushing up, JK Smithy giving it a helping hand. They're looking to put some pressure in the bottom lane, which as far as if the game goes any longer, is the smartest lane to push because it's the furthest away from Baron.
Yeah, and we were talking about this last game, of course, this inner turret, very, very difficult to siege out as well because, of course, there's that area that you can get grabbed over the wall. And T-Gun doesn't even care. They're just going to easily wander up to this one, take that one out. Zone control being applied here by this Blitzcrank, who's pretty damn quick.
T-Gun 0, 3, and 15 this game has come up huge with some picks for his team. And once again, they're looking to just siege in here. Soon those super minions will be in the mid lane, so they're going to have to send someone across to deal with that. And from there, they're looking to take another turret.
Yeah, and they have to be very careful with how they transition across as well, because of course T-Gun able to get that rocket crab from across the wall. And the Chiefs just really on the back foot now. They weren't expecting to be in this position. That is going to be the shot on top of the inhibitor. Unfortunately, can't damage. Claire actually getting caught out a little bit. Playful tricks are being used. Swiper with so much damage. He manages to get Claire. Are the Chiefs able to turn this one around? Zahi now pretty tanky.
Still super minions in the base, don't want to chase that one out, although it does buy them some more time, and Swiper is still huge on this Ryze. Coming into the late game, he's going to be doing even more work, so that has stopped the Baron up push. They need to get out of there in case they get turned around on. Of course, the chase potential out of Jinx and Zed is so big.
Yeah, it is really, really huge. Of course, Swiper now 7, 2, and 7. So we've been talking about how fed he is, and we know that now he can definitely do this damage. Does have Frozen Heart finished as well. That is such a big deal. So tanky on this Ryze.
Yeah, and Radier has nearly finished up his GA, which is just going to give him a second life. It means if they dive onto him, the rest of the Chiefs can collapse around his dead body and try and get the team fight back in their favor. But wow, so much pressure now onto Swiper. Picked up the Frozen Heart. He's got one item left, and then he will be a monster.
He certainly will. That Void Staff, if that one does come through, is going to be able to chop through Team Immunity. They will not be able to group at all in these fights, and a lot of these guys are pretty close range. Of course, even Corki with not the largest range, so you could imagine that Immunity, if they want to consolidate their targets, it's going to be very difficult to fan out effectively so that they're not just destroyed by the AoE from the Rizal.
Yeah, and the inhibitor will respawn, so that is going to buy Chiefs even more time in this game. Uber Giants Pro looks like he's electing for even more lifesteal. Got another Vamp Scepter, so his 6th item will, I assume, be a Bloodthirster for the extra shield. Just not putting any value on penetration on this Corki whatsoever. And wow, going into this game with so much MR, so much armor, that would not be a very nice pickup at this point. But just picking up another outer turret, very smart play.
Yeah, picking up exactly what they can. We can see Swiffer actually backing here around the blue buff. Has managed to pick that one up for himself. JK Smithy in the split push role, as Aurelia does like to do. Still down about 100 CS as well, but has picked up a few items. Of course, another Giant's Belt on top of the Randuins and the Trinity Force, and the Spectre's Cow's there as well. So has a bit of that magic resist and the tenacity, which of course stacks multiplicatively with that Ionian Fervor.
Yeah,
and Radius finished the GA. This could be a really big deal in the next fight.
Chiefs for the first time looking to get advantage of the Baron area nice and early. So a minute until that is up, and they're already getting some wards down around it, trying to just get in a good position so that doesn't get taken again.
Yeah, Captain Rosie now is on the case with this super fast Janna. Does have that Captain enchant on his Boots of Lucidity, so he can command his team to go super quick around this fight, more than he already could with that Tailwind passive.
Yeah, and look how strong Radier is at the moment. He still hasn't got his last Whisper either, so maybe we'll have a harder time with JK Smithy, who looks like he will be picking up a Frozen Heart at some point in this game. So that will help his team out so much. But wow, Zahi is just such a threat, and now the DFG has been picked up as well onto this
it's a
Fizz.
5-item Fizz.
Claire's just going to, whoever Claire goes onto, he's going to blow up.
He really is. And Black Cleaver now being picked up on the same side for Zahi as well. So he's just going to be amplifying all the physical damage that is going to be coming out of this Corki. Of course, he does a lot of mixed damage, but a lot of it is, of course, AD. And Team Immunity now have regained vision control of this Baron. Is the out-rotation going to come through from the Chiefs? They want to be able to start off this fight. Nice Flame Trumpets. Going to zone out so many members. The Cataclysm coming through as well from Spooks. He gets caught straight into the back line of the team. The Chum Water's onto only Rosie, though. This could be good for the Chiefs. The Rockets are coming down. Jinx gets excited. Radiate could be the throw. Is the Jinx going to be able to get the damage down? But 2 members of the Chiefs are going to be dead. Only 1 on the side of Immunity if they reposition themselves on this fight. But look at this, the positional advantage for the Chiefs.
Yeah, and they're looking to take down the inhibitor, as we said, with that shield from Janna coming through. So much damage on Radier in this point of the game. Fantastic team fight win.
Not wanting to chase down the kills as well on the side of the Chiefs. They know that they can take these really big objectives, and they get the inhibitor in the mid lane. This game has just immediately gone back to that knife edge.
But as we say, that's still 20 seconds on the mid laner and no smite on the side of Chiefs. So they're looking to rotate straight to Baron and pick that up, take that off the map. And Claire, the scary thing about that fight is Claire didn't actually use his DFG before he died.
Oh my goodness.
So that's a lot of the damage coming out that was just not used. And an inhibitor for a Baron, especially if it's a mid inhibitor that they can just push straight into the minion wave, is not that much of a big deal for Immunity. Chiefs will pick up the equivalent in gold nearly from this Dragon, so that will keep the game still extremely close. And Atlas, we're getting towards a part of the game where gold does not matter whatsoever.
That's exactly right. Of course, when Radiant does pick up an extra 2,300 gold, that's going to be when this Jinx is going to be so terrifying. And it's going to be all on Claire as to whether he can just assassinate him in that back line. Of course, JK Smithy is available to do exactly that as well if he is there in that team fight and doesn't elect to do that split push. So a lot on these assassins on the side of Immunity to get rid of this Jinx, who is doing so much damage in these team fights.
And Zahi has played the initiator role with Kha'Zix so well. No hard CC, but he's using his leap and slow to get into the middle of the fight and then stealth away before he can really be caught. Of course, not much hard CC apart from the Rune Prism coming out that can catch him straight away and just moves in unpredictable fashion. his Karzik has been so impressive.
He certainly is. And another thing to mention is the fact that the Mercurial Scimitar now being finished up on the side of Uber Giants, bro. You don't often see that item because, of course, it's so expensive. But built out of that QSS, and he gets a little bit of a movement speed buff as well. That has been changed a little bit so that not only the melee users of that item get that speed boost. So this is going to be a very mobile Corki.
And as I said, this is why the mid lane inhibitor wasn't that important on the side of the Chiefs. They were able to push with that Baron buff into the minion wave. They're still confident that they can win this team fight.
Yeah, Zahi actually gets his Banshee's Veil popped. Oh, Swiffer does as well. T-Gun immediately flashing out. There's the Cataclysm. JK Smithy getting death mark. Swiffer does manage to get that kill. Actually, Radiant picking it up. Is it going to be enough, though? Zahi getting taken down incredibly low. Uber Giant Po's going to fall as well. The double kill for Radiant. Claire's now in the backline, but he's going to fall down, of course. Rosie with so much damage secures that kill. And Zahi and T-Gun are definitely on the run.
Swiper and Radiant came up so huge in that team fight. Untouched at the back. Able to just pump out so much damage on this 6-item Jinx. This will probably be the game. 3 members down for Immunity, and they're all the wrong members. All of the carries no longer on the map, and the Chiefs have come back in what was a topsy-turvy game to force us to a game 3.
Chiefs have come back from an incredible lead, and then not lead, and then back again to take a game that they probably should have won a long time ago. But we'll see whether they do manage to complete it, of course. The death time is at about 20 seconds for everyone. Radiant almost getting caught by that rocket grab. T-Gun now taking a lot of damage from this rise, but there are not all that many creeps who do have. There they are, streaming into the base. Swiffer now as well gets rocket grab, but T-Gun not going to have too much damage
back up. There's only 4 seconds on Uber Giants, bro. This game isn't over.
Yeah, Flame Trumpers came down. JK Smithy got caught up for a couple of seconds, maybe.
If T-Gun can get a hook here, he might be able to turn this game on its head once again. Wow, chooses to disengage. And the base of Immunity is shambles.
Oh my goodness.
But there will be another team fight in this game.
There'll be another Baron in this game, I reckon. So both Nexus turrets have been taken down. Of course, there are a lot of damage dealers on the side of the Chiefs. Swiffer can possibly do that sneaky high maneuver. Can he manage to play James Bond himself and sneak his way around the side and get in and take down that base? But no, actually, the inhibitor has respawned. So it's almost as if Team Immunity gained an inhibitor from that engage.
Yeah, but what it does mean is Immunity need to be so careful when leaving their base.
Oh my gosh, and here it's happened. Radiant has finished off the last Whisper as well.
Yeah, he had that actually into the last team fight. That's why he was absolutely tearing apart people. But the Frozen Heart has been picked up. That's not so important for the armor, but just for the attack speed reduction that's coming out of Radiant at this point in the game. He is absolutely monstrous. Look for him to swap that Static Shiv out for a Phantom Dancer as his next item and just be the absolutely perfect Jinx build.
Yeah, we'll see whether he does manage to do that, of course. That little bit of extra crit coming out from that Phantom Dancer, and like we were talking about, walking through creeps is very, very useful, especially when there's big, fat super creeps on the map. And look at the gold numbers now, 81,000 to 77,000. It's almost irrelevant here because we've got 6-item builds coming out of almost everyone. Of course, look at this rise now with that Void Staff picked up as well. And Banshee's Veil, just that couple of items to finish off here for this Zed as well, who's 8, 10, and 8. Lots of participation and a lot of dying and a lot of killing as Spooks almost baiting out the rocket grab here. He's a really tanky J4 with that Sunfire K Randuin's and of course the Locket of the Iron Solari. Zahi gets that Banshee's Veil popped as we do have a few cheeky auto attacks down onto this inhibitor. The rocket grab coming through on the Spooks. He's very tanky though. Chunderwater's coming down as well. Swiffer does get the ultimate off. Zahi's going to fall down. Swiper picks up that kill. It's going to be first blood in this fight, but Swiffer's going to get answered for as well. We do have Clay doing so much work. Oh my gosh. He's going to fall though. Radiant picks up that kill. The rocket grab not going to land. JK Smithy, the Howling Gale. There's the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Radiant is so huge in this fight. Only the Nexus standing between the Chiefs and a game 3, but this game has been so close, still actually coming down to the wire here as the Gatling gun doing so much work on this Nexus. Guys, we're going to have our first 3-game series between the Chiefs and Team Immunity. And man, my heart's hurting after that one.
That is such a close game. Radiant's positioning in those team fights, flawless. He came up so huge for his team, showing that he is still the best AD carry in the region, and wow, we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, we certainly are. If they could just not treat our emotions like that the next time, that would be absolutely fantastic. But that match was so good to watch. And Claire's fizz, I think, needs to be addressed because that is just such a strong champion for him. And even when they were so far behind, able to make these massive plays. And man, I'm so excited for our third game of a series.
And T-Gun's Blitzcrank came up so huge. The reason that game was extended for so long was because of the amount of picks that T-Gun was being able to grab through.
Yeah, he was using Go-Go Gadget arms and Go-Go Gadget games as well.
That hook onto Janna, where Janna couldn't use her Monsoon to heal up Spooks in the Baron pit, probably delayed that game for as long as it went for, because that threw the Baron in the favor of immunity, and they came up so big. But Swiper in the top lane was so good. As we take a look at probably, this was the team fight where Radier just turned everything on its head. Spooks went in so deep and just zoned the whole team. And look at Radier in the back. Great positioning, completely untouched. They wanted to dive on top of him, but just weren't able to. Rosie with a great Monsoon repositioning the team. And Radier, full health out of that team fight. GA, just no risk of dying whatsoever.
Yeah, and he all-balled that perfectly as well, staying just out of range of that Urchin Strike when there was a Zhonya's Hourglass Fizz as well, just knowing exactly the ranges of all the threats on the team, making sure that he accounts for it all, calculates effectively. And we heard him talking about that actually on the World's Rundown Under when he was on that show with us. He just always has perfect positioning, according to Radier himself.
Well, that game he definitely did.
He certainly did. He was proving
it. The lane still, I said that Swiffer doesn't have 2 bad games in a row. Still a little bit shaky on that. Zed got caught out a few times. Had some very impressive plays also.
Yep.
But maybe not as comfortable in that champion as originally thought. He looked like he was still...
That matchup is very difficult, though. And we saw that in Worlds, actually, TSM versus Samsung White. I mean, Pawn just dealt with Bjergsen as easy as you'd like. And Bjergsen is arguably one of the best Zed players in the world.
Yeah, it definitely is. So maybe go away from that. I like to see Swiffer on these long-range majors. I just think he plays them so much more effectively. Like, if Ziggs was in that game, I feel it just would have been over so much earlier. And just the zone control that it brings. However, we are going to a game 3, and there are some adjustments that need to be made on both sides.
Yeah, so we'll see what those adjustments are. But, guys, do not go anywhere. Game 3 is coming up between Team Immunity and the Chiefs very, very shortly.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock. Ha! 9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EB Expo here for the Oceanic Regional Finals. And this upper bracket match between Team Immunity and the Chiefs has been completely heart-wrenching, and we're up to Game 3 between these guys. Fun fact about last game that I've just been informed by my lovely friend and fellow caster, Julian Pastry Time Carr, is the fact that the Chiefs were up 6 turrets to 0 until the 20-minute mark, when Team Immunity started coming back and eventually caught back up and had a gold lead in that game.
Yeah, so J.K. Smithy actually took the first turret at 1958 into that game. So a big discrepancy in early game, but what resilience to come back, make it a game. But then how much does that play on your mind after you get the gold lead back, get the Barons, and then still manage to lose the game? That must be devastating on the side of Immunity.
It's almost devastating on the side of both of these teams because, of course, it was so difficult for the Chiefs to win that matchup. But the first game went solidly in favor of Team Immunity.
Yeah, it certainly did. And they showed the same mid and late game control, even from behind, that they've been showing all weekend. Their vision control and their ability to force fights on their terms is so good. And we're taking a look at Rosie right now. His Janna was terrific.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. Almost managing to save that that Baron steal that came through from Zahi as well with that Monsoon. But his Monsoon's able to break up these fights when they had so much dive coming out of Team Immunity was just so useful.
And we compliment Radier on his positioning, but you have to put a lot of the credit also onto Rosie to be able to reposition around the fight. There is such a high level of error when you have champions like Kha'Zix and Fizz on the other team that can jump onto the other side of you to blow the opposition actually into your team. And every single time he had his positioning perfect to make sure he was peeling for his AD carry and allowing Radier to hoist his team onto his back and really carry through in that game, along with Swiper, who had the best early game on Rise that I think I have ever seen in competitive League of Legends.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous. Managing to get a blue buff at level 1 is pretty good when you're a Rise.
Well, he was 50 CS to 10 at one point up. He had 2 kills, took the bottom turret as well.
And then rotated and took 2 kills in the mid lane as well, snowballing the rest of his team.
Yeah, so along with Spooks, he had a terrific early game. And Spooks' Jarvan has been on point 2 games in a row. First game didn't look that impressive because his team was behind, but his initiations were very good. And this game, even better. That team fight where he zoned out the whole of Immunity apart from Zahi, who jumped in the choke point of the bottom, near bottom turret, was just such a good cataclysm.
Yeah, it was really, really cataclysmic, you could almost say.
I would not say that. You might.
Yeah, I certainly would. I'm going to jump on that opportunity any chance that I get. But we've been talking a lot about the Chiefs. On the side of Team Immunity, T-Gun got his Blitzcrank, and it was absolutely fantastic. But we, of course, are into champion select here, and Zed's going to be banned away on the side of the Chiefs. They do have first pick, though. So, interesting banning decision. Fizz taken off the board as well. Surprise suppliers, Zilean and Xerath are going to be removed from Team Immunity. Just counting backwards from in the alphabet. They missed Y, unfortunately, but, you know, they only need to play League of Legends. Don't need to worry about the alphabet quite so much. Tristana going to be banned yet again. Uber Giants Pro having that focused against him, but I think that it's his Corki that's the issue.
Yeah, Corki has been coming up big for Uber Giants Pro, so that just makes me want to see his Tristana even more if this is where the focus is. But Zed and Fizz being taken away. Lee Sin on the side of Immunity. Don't want to give that over to Spooks, but it has given up the Kha'Zix for the first time.
Yeah, Zahi actually managed to get that the last couple of games, and it's going to be Spooks on that one. Now, J.K. Smithy, though, is going to be back on the rise. We'll see whether Zahi's going to lock in a similar champion. It could actually be the Janna picked up here, and we could have a very similar draft phase for the first 2 rounds as we did last time.
I like T-Gun on the aggressive supports. I just feel he makes more plays and he's able to get his team involved.
And his Thresh is available as well.
We heard him before. He is like the heart and soul during the game.
We heard him during that game. He was yelling like crazy.
He goes absolutely nuts. That must be such a big lift for his team when he can make those plays. But they're really thinking about this draft phase now. Wouldn't be surprised if it was the J4 that got locked in. But it's the Lucian to take it away from Radier.
Yeah, they banned it away in the last matchup. So Tristana and Lucian were both banned, but it's going to be Uber Giants Bro stepping away from this Corki, and you have to imagine that Radier, of course, one of the most practiced Corki players in the entire region. That was his all-time favorite champion a little while ago. So leaving that one open, and Uber Giants Pro has been so comfortable and confident on that champion, you could imagine that moving him out of his comfort zone onto something that he thinks is a counter pick is an interesting move. I just would have thought that the Corki would have worked a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm trying to think right now whether the ban to Lee Sin was a little bit of a, I'm not going to say error, but just something that could have gone through, because Zahi, of course, plays Kha'Zix and Lee Sin so well, and so does Spook. So if they had have let both go through, they both would have been on a strong jungle. And I think that what we've seen this series is when Immunity have good early games, they can carry it.
Oh my goodness, this is so intelligent coming out of the Chiefs. They've identified the fact that that Lucian was probably going to Claire. So they have to pick away that Corki to make sure that they can't get both of these AD carries that are such high priority.
Yeah, especially from the Immunity lineup. And they've taken away the Thresh as well from T-Gun. So Rosie will be on that. And yeah, a really good drafting phase coming through from Chiefs. So far, they were criticised in their final game against Legacy for not drafting well under pressure. That is definitely not the case this time around.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Claire hovering over this Syndra, of course, so much kill potential. T-Gun looking to go back to that Ghost Bride in Morgana. See whether they do decide to lock that in. Lots of purple on the side of Team Immunity so far. A few patches back, purple champions were pretty damn strong.
And they're still pretty strong. If you look at Immunity's lineup, they're two good responses. Corki, of course, being that short-range carry, going to be able to get stunned up by either Morgana or Syndra, and there is so much follow-up from that combo. Radier's positioning, once again, needs to be really good.
And we know that he definitely has the potential to do that, and has the Valkyrie available as well. Ooh. Hover over the Nidalee here just to try and get as much pressure onto JK Smithy as possible. Swiper looking for the answer here. A little bit worried about going for that Aurelia just because of what happened last time when JK Smithy went for it.
Yeah, and not seeing the jungle until the last pick just means that you don't know how much attention is going to be top lane. And of course, Nidalee, being that range champion, very, very safe with her jump in Cougar form, but then also can go extremely aggressive if those spears land and that Hunter passive is activated.
Yeah, and what do you think Zahi's going to look for here? Because, of course, J4 is sort of the next priority pick if you go down the tier list of junglers. But how would that work out in this team fight? Because I could imagine that Soul Shackles plus a decent Cataclysm could be really devastating for the Chiefs.
Yeah, with that. Oh, and Swiffer's Ari has just been locked in.
He's got his comfort pick. This champion is exactly what he wants to be on when his back is against the wall, and Rengar being looked at for Zahi.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure whether that's going to get locked in. Of course, hasn't had all that much success here.
It has been locked in. I was going to say it will not be J4 because they're going for a straight-up pick composition now out of Immunity to try and split up the Chiefs. I was expecting maybe an Elise, but a Rengar does the exact same job, can fly in from the stealth and just get that bowler strike onto someone and really lock them down for Morgana and Syndra to be able to follow up. Look for Immunity to once again really play around Vision. And if there is a game the Chiefs need to secure Vision in, it is this game right now. That is the only way to currently play Ari. She is so squishy and needs to blow one person up at the start of a team fight. If they do not have good vision control this game, it will be extremely bad news.
That's exactly right. Swiper going on this Maokai as well, which we haven't mentioned. And he has so much late game tanking potential, but how is it going to go in a lane against Ryze? Because, of course, Maokai doesn't have a lot of kill pressure.
Yeah. However, with Kha'Zix bringing so much damage from the jungle, having a top laner that can just lock someone down is extremely important. So if they're able to get in without using Kha'Zix's jump and then can follow up on a flash from JK Smithy, that will be an extremely potent ganking lane.
Yep.
When you play jungle, there is nothing better as if your top laner can bring 3 abilities with CC, and that is
built
exactly
out of
what
CC. He's
Maokai
almost
does.
Nautilus level, which is 4-5 amounts of CC, which is just absolutely ridiculous. But Maokai just able to slow you down forever. The Twisted Advance, just such a high range for that route that's just so fantastic. And a gap close as well, so we are going to have JK Smithy in potentially a bit of trouble here. But we'll see what does happen. Of course, it's the first time that we've seen the Maokai picked into the Ryze yet so far between these teams today, and see whether that works out a little bit better, because of course Aurelia not going so well, opting for a different option.
Yeah, it definitely did. And I'm just thinking that Maokai transitions very well into MR items, of course. Able to get the roller into the Spirit Visage as well as the Merc Treads. Going to lend all the damage reduction to her whole team as well. So a nice pickup in the top lane for the Chiefs. And let's get onto the map. Let's see exactly who is going to win this game 3.
Yeah, Chiefs actually moving up the northern side. Of course, they are going to be our blue team this time. Team immunity now on the red side. Of course, blue side considered to be having a little bit of an advantage, but this time it's going to be red side winning each time. So immunity might be able to carry that one through as a little bit of an advantage thought.
And they
Swiper
haven't spotted the whole team yet. They have spotted Swiper, however. And if JK
Oh.
Smithy trades this, he might get gone.
Oh, there's a twisted advantage actually taking first. The flash into the charm. JK Smithy immediately taken off the map, and that's going to be first blood for Radiant of all people. And the Chiefs aren't done yet. They're going to keep this invade going.
Yeah, but however, a good response coming out of immunity. Going to be able to rotate up, ward their red buff, as well as get control over the bottom half of the map. But what a smart invade. Every single time you watch JK Smithy bump into his top laner, he actually likes to trade some damage. The read came out, they took Twisted Advance first up, just locked him down and were able to pick up a good level 1 kill.
And Swiper just played that so well as well, gave nothing away, just did exactly what he would have otherwise done had he just been entering that top lane if they had a 5-man defense along the river. So really intelligent play coming out of the Chiefs, and managing to secure that first blood really helps take the pressure off in this really high-pressure game.
Yeah, and it looks like a lane swap may be coming through from the Chiefs, opting out of actually the Lucian Morgana lane, and the buffs will be traded. So whilst the first blood goes over to Chiefs on a very priority target, that Corki will be rolling nice and early now. It will just be a 2 buff start for each jungle because they're on the side of the map where their duos are.
See whether they are going to be able to get just the regular 2 buffs. Zahi wants to be able to gank as effectively as possible as this Rengar, and red buff is definitely important for that. But do you think that Zahi's probably going to opt to just farm out a little bit more, wait until that Thrill of the Hunt's available before he gets these ganks down? Because of course he doesn't have all that much available to him apart from an empowered bowler shot.
Yeah, you really have to get lucky as a Rengar and hope someone walks near a brush. So it's all about timing, hoping you get them whilst they're about to ward. It looks like they will be leaving a couple of the minions up. They didn't at the red buff actually, so they'll have the timer on that. Same on the side of the Chiefs. Spooks actually took that one away. And if this game goes super late, we might actually get our first Kha'Zix versus Rengar.
Oh,
Thrill of
yes!
the Hunt passive.
You certainly do. The quests could come in, could have the fully evolved Kha'Zix, or of course Zahi carrying around a Kha'Zix head with him the whole time. Not entirely sure how Spooks is supposed to play without a head, but we shall see if that quest ever does come to fruition. Of
And
course,
immunity look like they are rotating into a very early dragon. No vision on this side of the map whatsoever yet. Chiefs must know this is going on because they aren't hitting the bottom turret whatsoever. Tiga going to juggle this aggro. This is a 3-minute dragon and really nicely picked up here. Although a couple of shots are coming out of that dragon. He does a lot of damage at this part of the game. No, now he's just really confused.
yeah, he's sort of just wondering what. Oh, come on, guys! I'm so frustrated at all of you. But they are going to be able to take this one down. Of course, taking a lot of damage when it does come through, but juggling the aggro nicely. The smite comes through. Zahi, brilliant 4-man early dragon here, and this is what immunity have been fantastic at. Taking these early objectives and giving themselves the leads that they need. Of course, that's going to put them ahead in gold after that first blood went in the way of the Chiefs, but not for long if this fast push does come into effect in this top wave. How long has it been since we saw a fast push on a turret?
Yeah, it looks like that is what they're turning into, not electing to give Radiant any extra experience, just recognizing that they need to equalize the gold as soon as possible. They will be able to do that with this turret. However, they need to make sure this doesn't freeze because we've already seen what Ryze does in a frozen lane.
Yep.
So they need to continue to push this. They've actually backed off. They're not going to be able to get this into the second tier turret. No, they've all stuck around as 4 now. Much better decision making coming out of the Chiefs.
Yeah, they are going to get 4 men strong here, so definitely Ryze not able to fend off this turret as Swiffer does clear out this minion wave.
But they have got Morgana coming back into the top lane. They're also sending Rengar up there, so a nice answer coming out of immunity. They know exactly what to do in this situation. However, the freeze won't occur because it is up on the turret right now.
Yeah, 3 versus 4 now in this top wave, and they're looking for the dive here. The Chiefs actually, Rosie getting caught up. Oh my goodness, takes all of the turret damage. Nice double phosphorus bomb going to come through. But the Chiefs losing Rosie almost for free here, and I don't think he really wanted to draw turret aggro at that stage.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of an attack move hit, actually. So able to trade a kill back over onto Ryze, which is not the turret, not the champion, the turret. He's a little bit like that.
He's almost like a turret, yeah.
Yeah, not the champion you want to give any early gold to.
That is very, very true. Has his tier, is going to start stacking by about this 5-minute mark. Going to be A-okay there. Claire now does manage to get the Scatter the Weak Dark Sphere combination going on here in this mid lane. Swiffer now in a lot of trouble. Oh my goodness, Dark Binding does land. There's the flash. Oh my gosh! There it is, the Dark Spear coming through, but it is going to be Swiffer getting the return kill. Last tick of Ignite is going to get it onto Claire, so going 1 for 1, but the assist going over to T-Gun. What a fantastic Dark Binding.
And the experience going to Claire even more importantly. So he's going to hit level 6 first and have even more kill potential in this lane, as well as some nice experience going over to Zahi. So he's going to be able to scale up nicely. And once again, they're sending 3 members top to try and break the freeze that's coming out of Rise at the moment. JK Smithy just sitting under the turret, getting so much farm. They need to make sure this doesn't occur.
Yeah, he is actually farming up quite nicely now. 15 CS to 9 of the Maokai. When he was pressured so far out of this turret early on, that is a big deal because, of course, those numbers coming out of my mouth seemed a little bit lackluster. But, guys, it's pretty good.
It's, at the early stage of the game, it's how you go percentage-wise in CS, because that's generally what you want to take as your marker. So he's nearly 50%, 100% up once again over the Maokai. However, Swiffer is doing a nice job of getting some CS in this bottom lane now, but he has pushed the wave, meaning Uber Giants Bro may be able to zone him out, although very concerned about a gank.
Yeah, Swiffer has hit level 6 and has used his Spirit Rush against Zahi here, so going back to the mid lane, it will be a little bit dangerous, but Zahi, unable to gank, will have to go back to base. Has only hit level 5. We do have Rise at level 4, almost level 5 here. T-Gun coming through, just trying to help this guy out. Rosie looking for a death sentence over the wall. Radier has so much burst to follow up to that as well, so this could be very, very dangerous if T-Gun does get caught. Oh my gosh, the Flayed auto attack did actually come through there coming out of Rosie.
Yeah, once again, Rosie auto attacked a little bit early there and gave his positioning away. Otherwise, I feel that T-Gun actually would have aggressed onto that. So Rosie, a couple of little auto attacks coming out that are costing him in this early game, but still only 1,000 gold in the favor of immunity. It's just that Rise is scaling up so much nicer than Maokai at this point.
Yeah, that is very true, of course. Black Shield, very useful against Phosphorus Bomb because it is, of course, magic damage. Not often something that you get to utilize in the bottom lane against AD carries.
Yeah, and
So
look how
nice.
Swiffer is playing this lane now that his ability, his ultimate is on cooldown, just backing so far away from Claire, not wanting to give up anything more. However, it is meaning a CS discrepancy, 20 in that mid lane already. Swiffer will be able to pick up the rest of this wave, but that is still a nice advantage for the mid lane on immunity. He has played so well this series.
He certainly has. I mean, it's not too far down. Swiffer isn't going to be too worried about this one, only 16 CS, but Ahri does have to hit a point where she can kill the backline minions with her Orb of Deception, and before that it can get quite difficult. Zahi actually going to be popping the ultimate, the Thrill of the Hunt here in this mid lane, just to be able to push out this wave. And we do have, of course, Dragon coming up in 1 minute.
That's a missed time ultimate out of Zahi. He should have known when the blue buff was up and recognized that Swiffer was just going to rotate across and get it. So there was no hope that that gank was going to work, not because of anything else other than poor timing.
Yeah, that is true. Of course, Zahi is opting to go for the standard Rengar build, going to go for that Feral Flare. But, yeah, showing a little bit of a misplay here, and Zahi's timings have actually been fantastic generally, so it's a little bit uncharacteristic of him.
Yeah, Rengar is just a completely different character to play in the champion to play in the jungle. That it's not like any other jungler.
Yeah.
Just because his first gank is so important, he goes a little bit damage heavy. I would like to see Zahi carry across that build, hopefully go for a Catalyst, get some CC down for himself, and then look to try and assassinate people in the backline. We've seen that tank Rengars are generally more ineffective when the games go late, and if these two lineups show us anything, it's that both teams will be aiming for a late game scaling comp.
Yeah, and Rengar in this comp has to actually be strong in his own right as well. There's no Orianna to use the Rengar to facilitate anything. There's no Lulus or anything like that that they can utilize, so Rengar really has to be his own force in these fights.
Oh, wow, and the perfect timing on this Dragon. Pink Ward control, once again, we've complimented them all series long. This is going to be the second Dragon across to immunity. You have to think that Chiefs know something is going on, but once again, Spooked on the wrong side of the map. Zahi going to pick that one up, potentially ult in on this mid lane as well.
Yeah, it seems like Immunity are just so good at playing on this red side and having control of that Dragon. Of course, Maokai is in this top lane. They did move their teleport up so that their bottom lane could be down here in order to get that Dragon control, but of course they had no timer from when that 3-minute Dragon did occur. So the Chiefs just got with their pants down.
Spooks here. They know he's there, and they've got 2 members bringing in a third now as well, and they've caught him out.
Dark Binding actually immediately pops the ultimate there. Spooks has evolved that W and gonna flash and leap out of this one. The Soul Shackle's gonna come down from T-Gun. Is the stun gonna land? Because that's definitely gonna mean the death of Spooks. It is! There it is, Claire picking up that kill from downtown, actually. That's going to be an extra assist going over to the mid lane. Claire actually copying a lot of damage from the Spirit Rush. Do have Rosie coming through with the Lantern, just for funsies.
And they have been pincered here. They both have to blow their flashes to get out. Nice rotation down from Chiefs to pick up something for that. They have complete control over mid lane now.
They certainly do. Is this outer turret going to be the next focus here? Rosie just going to happily stand on that ward. Just say what's up. And this cannon creep is going to go down. So a cannon wave is going to crash into this outer turret. A lot of members still trying to get here into this mid lane on the side of Team Immunity. Second turret potentially going down here. Only to half health, it looks like, at this stage. As another wave does come in. Charm lands on a T-Gun. So much damage coming through. Respecting the thrill of the hunt out of Zahi. And the teleport coming in from JK Smithy. Is he going to be able to run in? Does have that ultimate available. Zahi wishes that he had Thrill of the Hunt a little bit later. His ultimate timings haven't necessarily been that fantastic, and the Chiefs do disengage effectively, and that's another charm landing from Swiffer. He is so comfortable on this Ahri.
And that is the second ultimate out of Zahi that hasn't paid off. As we mentioned earlier, the early ultimates that come out of Rengar are so important to get this character rolling. He is so snowball heavy.
Oh, there's a flash resistant advance on Claire. He gets taken out. The death sentence as well. The pick potential from this team is fantastic. Immediate transition into the outer turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, and they might not be done. They could keep pushing here. They have elected to back off, although don't really know why, because there's not much wave control out of the jungle, and they know where the other two members of the team are. JK Smithy, of course, in that top lane, and the 1v1 Uber Giants Bro versus Radier in this bottom lane.
Yeah, not too much going on. Rosie not spotted here. Uber Giants Bro just going toe-to-toe. Nice level up there from
And a nice ping out from Uber Giants Bro, recognizing that Rosie walked down the river. So whilst not spotted in that brush, he knows that someone's around there.
Yeah, and Radier playing pretty far up as well. So Uber Giants Bro just going to try and head back to base here. And that could mean a fair bit of pressure here on this bottom turret. Of course, Sheen hasn't been finished quite yet from Radier, so not the extra burst potential coming down. And Rosie identifying the fact that Uber Giants Bro has backed off, is going to show himself in this lane.
But this could be the turret going down. They have actually now killed the cannon minion, so that's even more experience being denied away from the immunity bot lane. And this, even with two dragons, this gold lead is only 1,000 gold at this point in the game, so nothing at all sitting between these two teams. T-Gun looking to go aggressive again, zoning out the bottom lane. And wow, just a little bit more control being exerted by both teams.
Yeah, and I think that the Chiefs really need to start getting some control around this dragon, because that's the reason that Immunity are actually ahead after being down 2 turrets and even on kills. So Chiefs probably feel like they're potentially ahead, but they're just getting outplayed in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, and as we've been saying all series long, this isn't a skill difference. This is more of a coordination and a team difference. Being able to get vision control over that part of the map is just so important. Blue buffs being donated over to the mid laners once again. And Zahi, I feel he needs to start having an impact on this Rengar, otherwise the pick is not going to be great. Ooh, red buff picked up the blue buff.
Oh my goodness.
So
I thought there was a lizard over there attacking the Golem, who's now just wandered that back to his camp, but that's not the case. It's going to be Spooks now with a blue buff as well. Not too bad, of course. Spooks can use that one, but Swiffer would have very much liked it. That being said, Athene's Unholy Grail is pretty good for that mana regen, and of course has a fair bit of cooldown reduction on it as well, but a little bit unfortunate here for Swiffer.
Good vision control on the top side of the map from Immunity, from Chiefs, sorry. Looking to get some picks out of this Ahri pick. Still 20 CS behind, so consolidated that at least. And a minute till the Dragon, they've sent 2 people top lane to maybe have a look in at JK Smithy.
Yeah, they do have Swiffer coming through. Is he going to be able to land the charm? No, not this time. Uncharacteristic of Swiffer. We do have the Void Spike coming down. There's the Spirit Rush coming through as well. All the charges are going to be expended. Swiffer just wanders away from that one. Knows the Ignite's going to finish off that kill, but nah, Spook steals it. Don't even worry about it.
Able to go extremely deep for that kill. They do give up a bottom lane turret though, and a lot of pressure now onto Radier by hitting a creep, unfortunately, but 45 seconds. They need to really set up for this Dragon, otherwise they could lose a third one. And from there, it will be nearly a 3,000 gold lead. Wow, they're going in on Raider.
Yeah, Thrill of the Hunt has been popped from Zahi. Immediately locked up as well. There's the heal. Flashes on top of the Dark Passage, and that's going to get him to safety. Nice death sentence actually coming out. The box coming through as well. T-Gun's definitely dead. Spooks has picked up that kill. That's another one for the Kazakhs, and Uber Giants Bro is super upset about where he found himself. Swiper now. Zahi, buddy, you are in a lot of trouble. Arcane Smash not quite going to land. And Rosie with the flash descents over the wall. Flashy plays indeed coming through from the support player from the Chiefs. And do you think that this inner turret in the mid lane is going to be the next focus? No, the Dragon just comes up.
Yeah, and I don't know if they have the timer on that, although they surely have the icon. They are now just clearing out the wards. Although Morgana is back up, teleport is available for JK Smithy, so maybe look to make a meal out of this one. Although Claire's been caught now, that's Dragon over.
Yeah, that's the charm actually landing on Claire as well. Twisted advance from Swipe. He's so good at this champion. Oh, the flash out of the way of the Dark Sphere as well. Another death sentence lands from Rosie, but the charm not able to quite hit its mark. There's the Orb of Deception. T-Gun's going to fall. Swiper now with another Twisted advance. Could be a little bit too deep, of course, because Uber Giant throws here. Oh no, the charm not quite landing again, and Spooks, two members are actually going to get hit. There is Thriller Hunt, not actually available just yet. JK Smithy falls down. Swiffer's on a rampage. This is such an extended fight. Finally a charm lands, and that is the ace for the Chiefs.
And the Dragon was picked up while that was going on. Swiffer, 5-1 and 5, finally having a great game on this Ari.
Yeah.
This is his champion, and Zahi's Rengar has just been lackluster this game, not able to come up with any early game pressure, and finally the gold advantage on the Chiefs side now.
Certainly is, and of course these mobility boots being picked up here from Zahi, just netting him absolutely zero at this stage, because of course it's utilized just so that he can get around the map and make plays, but Zahi's just been thwarted every single time, as we do have a replay coming through. Beautiful charm.
So this is where vision control is so key on Ari, as we mentioned pre-game. We see that Claire actually tries to trade back. If JK Smithy had flash here, this team fight would have been so different. Would have been able to flash over the wall, potentially pick up 2 kills for himself, but wasn't able to do that. Gets locked down by a very tanky Swiper. Uber Giants Pro, I think, picks up 2 kills here. No, it's only the 1. No, I think he does get Rosie in the end. Yeah, he does. So he gets a double kill for himself. But this is Zahi just running in to die pretty much, not doing any damage. Hasn't got the farm he needs, hasn't been able to translate it into early kills, and Swiffer is now getting so fed.
As we do see him getting hit by a little bit of a ultimate upset of abilities. There's all of the skill shots landing. Swiffer able to get that charm off and tanking the turret for Spooks, allow him to get the last Q. Good guy, Swiffer, helping that one out, and that is going to be the last outer turret here for the Chiefs. They are getting the stranglehold that they're known for on this game. That being said, Immunity with their trademark fantastic rotations around this map have a lot of pressure here in the mid lane, but the Chiefs have not stopped. That's an inner turret possibility.
And teleport
for the bottom
coming
lane. Teleport from Swiper actually coming down. That's going to be the play actually coming a little bit too early. That Black Shield does mean it's a little bit weird, but Rosie gets himself caught out. The Scatter the Weak Dark Sphere is going to come through. That's going to mean that the Thresh is out of this one. The rest of the Chiefs got the heck out, and I think Thriller Hunt actually coming through. Swiffer knows where Zahi is. He's in the brush. I don't think he really wants to get through onto this one.
Maybe he can get a double baller out though. He is able to land it, so they still might go for this one.
Yeah, not quite the target that they want. They are going to be able to finish that one off. Oh my goodness, still a lot of damage coming through when that ultimate got popped. Of course, the Ventral Maelstrom does do a lot of damage if you do a lot of damage whilst you're in it.
And 2 kills able to be answered back on the side of Immunity. Maybe even be able to pick up a red buff for the trouble, although it doesn't look like it. No, they will. Lucian is over there as well. Sorry, Morgana's just so fat on that mini-map. As we see, that goes across, and all the farm in the top lane will be picked up by JK Smithy. So this Ryze starting to get into a good place, and 70 CS in the mid lane advantage to Claire. So whilst he's down on kills, he can definitely still pop someone in these team fights.
He certainly can. Athens on Holy Grail and Avoid Stuff now being finished up by Swiffer, and Rabadon's Death Cap is going to be the next option from Claire. Does have the Amplifying Tomb as well, so he might decide to potentially get an early Void Staff depending on what the Magic Resist situation is coming out of the Chiefs. It's always good to have a little bit of that flexibility with your item choices, so whether he goes back to base with 840, and Zahi almost gets killed by the red buff.
He's just having trouble against everything this game.
At least that red buff hadn't stolen a blue buff.
As we see actually more map movement towards JK Smithy in this top lane, that has been the focus. They really don't want this Ryze to get rolling, because we did see like were terrific.
And T-Gun, wow, that's a lot of damage from that Void Spike as well coming out of Spooks.
Yeah, putting Swiffer into the top lane against JK Smithy, Ryze typically does not too bad, but with a 5-1-6 Ari. That, of course, will probably be in Swiffer's advantage. The reason Rise does okay is because he can just lock down Ari with a point and click, no skill shots to really outplay, and then try and machine gunner. And Aris do like to typically jump in nice and close to get that charm off. So, of course, the Essence Flux does bounce around a lot. As we'll probably see the Culling coming through here to stop this push.
Oh, so much poke potential coming through from the Chiefs from such safe range as well. Claire not quite able to land the Dark Sphere into that scout of the week.
Zahi is on the flank, although he has been scouted by some nice wards, so they know exactly where he is now. He needs to ult from further back if he wants to get in. Of course, he has those Moby boots, so he can cover a lot of distance when he is ulted. Yeah, he's going for it.
Yeah, Thriller the Hunt has been popped here. We do have the Dark Passage being utilized here by Spooks in order to get out of that one. Rosie just helping out his teammates across the board, taking bullets for them, one could say.
Oh, and now he could be potentially caught out.
Yeah, there's the leap actually coming through. Spooks does not want him to have control of those Wraiths. Of course, the most important objective on the map is that Wraith camp of your enemy.
And if they want to play this Rengar style the way they are right now, they need to get their sweepers into the jungle and clear all the possible run-in paths for Rengar, because this is where Chiefs, once they get a lead, we say they strangle people out. They're just completely in control of their jungle, as we see a lot of poke coming through still from, wow, that Corki with that Trinity Force and the Sword Boot. 20 seconds till Dragon. Perfect time to poke Immunity out. They're going to be able to rotate across and, wow, maybe even grab Rengar.
Yeah, Zahi's in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have to do the hunt in order to disengage from this one either. We'll see whether Rosie does go too far aggressive again, but they have a huge creep wave.
For just a little bit of damage, although they might be able to pick up the turret, so it could be worthwhile in the end. But no, even that will be taken out. So now very low on mana. Dragon has respawned. Spooks needs to shop.
Yeah, but look at all of the vision control here coming out of the Chiefs. This is the Chiefs that we know and love, of course, having this stranglehold like you mentioned, but there was just a line of wards along here. Most of them pinks. The Chiefs
still
able to
going in for Dragon. They've got a lot of low members. They need to be careful.
Oh my goodness, Dark Binding isn't going to land, but Zahi almost manages to get in close enough to get the smite, but not going to happen, of course. If you let Zahi get anywhere near an objective like that, it's very dangerous. So Chiefs playing with fire a little bit here, but they do manage to secure the Dragon.
Yeah, in the end, able to pick that one up. So that will be a 2,000 gold advantage, 3,000 now with the mid lane turret going through to all those minions. And Zahi just not looking as comfortable as he's been in previous games. 0, 2, and 2. Not the high kill participation we're used to seeing. And it's just not that he's playing like horrible. It's just that these first 2 games were so good in the jungle.
That's exactly right. And Zahi's been able to consistently snowball the lanes that he needs to. And this time this is the Spooks that we're used to. The Spooks that has almost entire control over this map, and it's what we were expecting coming into this, is that Spooks is just going to show his incredible mechanical prowess on a lot of these junglers and really show us what he's capable of. But Zahi has been going toe-to-toe so far, but this Rengar, as you mentioned, not quite as impressive. Does have the Wriggles Lantern finished off, is going to be able to transition that into that Feral Flare, but he's going for a Ghostblade second item. Do you think that maybe he needs to go tanky, just concede the fact that he's fallen behind?
No, I think the only way that he can play Rengar into this lineup is if he tries to kill either Swiffer or Radier. So I like the continued aggression, even from behind. They're looking to even pincer in on Rosie here.
Yeah, Rosie has taken a little bit of the culling to the backside. Thriller the Hunt has been popped. Swiffer knows that Zahi is behind him. Oh, the Polar Shot is going to land, but there's the death sentence. It's definitely aptly named. Rosie going to be able to secure that kill. Spirit Rush coming down. There's actually the exhaust onto Uber Giants, bro. The ultimate coming through, not quite enough onto Swiffer. Oh my goodness, death sentence.
Radier going so aggressive still. And with that, they might even be able to transition this into Baron. They chunked out a lot of members, and Swiper is still so healthy. No, just electing to shop, taking the 1 kill. And once again, a little bit of misplayed aggression out of the jungler from Immunity, going super deep.
I think he just feels pressured into trying to make these plays for his team. I mean, he's been used to doing that in the last couple of games, but this time he's just so far behind in comparison. And this is just a very different lineup that they've played. Maybe this just isn't the playstyle that's as comfortable for Team Immunity.
Yeah, and just looking like they can't get the amount of control around the map that they would like. There are so many wards in their jungle, just able to scout out everything they're doing. Even a ward on this Wraith camp right now.
Oh, that's the important objective, mate.
just absolute control. And now moving into a blue buff steal as well. So even where they don't have wards, they just feel so confident to go. And JK Smithy, my friend, you need to get out of there.
Yeah, pink ward actually
and
in this brush,
again,
but JK Smithy can't get anywhere near
blue
buff. Letting Swiper know that he's in fact the carry. Oh, Dark Binding is going to go wide. Spook's demonstrating the fact that he has the mechanics to juke out of the way of these skill shots as well. That's another proof there for Swiffer.
Yeah, and once again, the objectives firmly, map-wise, as in turret, firmly in control of the Chiefs. They've picked up, I think, 4-1 on the side of Immunity. And Immunity just not able to get anything rolling this early into the game. Feral Flare has been picked up by Rengar, so he'll be doing some more damage. But wow, it's just to the point of the game where
there's not a whole lot that our Immunity lineup can do. Of course, Claire, probably the only saving grace for this team. Still over 50 CS in the lead, but not much of an item lead. Of course, Rabadon's Death Cap in comparison to a needlessly large rod and a Void Staff. Swiper more than happy to tank up this turret, at least for a little while, but that is going to be the culling on cooldown as well as that Ghost Blade being utilized there by Uber Giant Throw to clear out that wave, and the next one was just around the corner. Spook's getting caught by tons of damage there. Really does need to watch out. He is, of course, quite a squishy Kha'Zix with, of course, that Hex Drinker into the last Whisper build coming through. 4-1 and 7, though. Nothing to scoff at on this Kha'Zix.
Yeah, having a very nice game as Immunity once again fishing for some picks. It's just a vision control coming out of Chiefs, recognizing how to play against this Rengar. Just vision all over the map, exactly where he's going to be running
it's like
through.
a polka dot there on the mini-map, looking adorably blue in the Immunity side jungle. They're going to know exactly where these guys are, and you can imagine that maybe a bit of a Baron bait is what's going to come through next. Of course, Blade of the Ruined King has been finished up here on the side of Radiant. He has a lot of neutral creep damage, so we'll see whether he does decide to come through here. Of course, there's a lot of damage on the side of the Chiefs. That being said, I mean, I guess Swiper's not offering too much, so it's going to be a slowish Baron if they do decide to go for it, and maybe they don't want to take the risk. Of course, Team Immunity have managed to cause things. Oh my gosh.
That was a charm Orb of Deception taking out so much health.
I mean, we knew Swiffer was charming, but not quite that charming.
As we see, Spook's actually getting chunked in the mid lane as well. Maybe that was a little bit, it was the Syndra ultimate coming through from Claire. Not falling down here, of course, does have that killing spree on his Kha'Zix. Going for a little bit more tank now, picking up that giant spell, probably saved his life. And we see that JK Smithy's been caught out.
Yeah, he has. Oh my goodness, flashes out of the way of the flare, which would have spelt his death there. But that's a flash down on a very immobile champion, of course. JK Smithy on this rise, able to get picked off because he doesn't have a lot of those displacement abilities apart from that summoner spell. Only 3,500 gold the lead here for the Chiefs. So this game's still very, very close despite the fact that Zahi is fairly behind. But the rest of his team doing really, really well. And that's coming down to the farm here, of course. It's very even in the AD carry and top roll, but the discrepancy in the mid lane is still huge.
Yeah, and they're putting so much onus on this Dragon right now, but they're ignoring the fact that there are 3 Chief members in the top lane. They have been completely out-rotated and might give up an inhibitor turret if they do choose to take this. This is going to be so close.
Yeah, they are prioritizing this Dragon a little bit too high here. Claire has decided to start backing now as well. They've only got 3 caster minions on this inhibitor turret, but we do have Swiper moving up as well. He can possibly tank this one out. Does have a Banshee's Veil, not a lot of armor, but look at this. All of the damage coming through. Of course, that's a Trinity Force Corki that's able to do so much turret damage. Swiper, he's going to be happy to tank up that inhibitor. And Rosie going for a bit of a juke play here with that Descent. Zahi has popped through the hunt. Swiper gets caught out. Takes so much damage there. Zahi coming in with a lot there as well. Charm going to be answered immediately. But that is going to be the inhibitor turret taken down in exchange for just 1 kill. And the Chiefs are going to say that that one is worth it.
Definitely out-rotating Immunity for probably the first time around the map. Fantastic vision control this game has just meant that the Chiefs have known exactly where all the Immunity members are at the same time, and Radiant's looking to get aggressive here.
Oh my goodness, he's a little bit too aggressive on this one. And Claire comes around the corner, unleashes the power straight into his face. And that's going to be an outer turret in the mid lane as well, so nice transition from a kill. And the Chiefs need to be a little bit careful that they don't get a little bit complacent in this matchup.
Yeah, and the Chiefs have looked like they've dominated this mid-game, but it's still only a 2,000 gold advantage at 30 minutes, so that's absolutely nothing. void staff has now been picked up from Claire, so he can probably delete anyone off the map, but in the same right, Swiffer has picked up that DFG.
Yeah, that was almost outright as well. No, he did have, of course, that needlessly large roll, but a blasting wand has been finished off as well. Going to go for that Rabadon's Death Cap as his next item, and that's going to be a huge power spike on top of the fact that this Deathfire Grasp is absolutely fantastic. Ghostblade's been finished on the side of Zahi as well, so he has a couple of items. A little bit more burst damage is going to come through. Swiffer is going to claim what seems to me like his first blue buff. Spook's going to be taking away this white as well, so Chiefs still more than comfortable in the enemy jungle.
A little bit pincered here by the enemy team. Radier pushing up in this mid lane. He's elected for the same build with that Blade of the Ruined King after his Triforce. I really need to find out why he's doing that.
Yeah, has decided to go for a BF Sword now, so probably looking to go for that Infinity Edge. But as you mentioned, yeah, there's not exactly too many health stacking members here of the Team Immunity lineup. Probably just wants that active for the little bit of extra health.
Oh, they're really forcing this here.
Yeah, he's popped the Thrill of the Hunt there as well. The Charm was on cooldown, which is why he decided he really wanted to go in. Radier coming for the pincer move round the side, but that is going to mean that...
This turret will fall. They're going to trade it for an outer in the top lane, but they've decided to engage.
Yeah, the lead does come through. Spooks immediately gets exhausted and smacked in the face by Uber Giants, bro. Really needs to pay a little bit more respect to that Lucian, but as this is all going on, JK Smithy with that teleport available is going to be able to take down this outer turret in the top lane. So answering one turret for one here, Immunity is going to be more than happy with that because they don't have to face the full brunt of this Chiefs lineup.
Yeah, and I think that Immunity have now just felt that if they can get into the late game, where Corki will be easy to be catched by this Rengar, then maybe, just maybe, they can come up with a picks. Once again, they need to win it. It looks like they're just once again happy to rotate JK Smithy around the map and just try and take objectives and keep the gold relevant and not give too much away.
Yeah, and it seems to me like the Chiefs have to go back to a very early playstyle of theirs, which is to play around Radier. Just make sure that he doesn't die. They transitioned into this playstyle where they just, everyone dives and they just say, Radier, your mechanics are really, really good. We'll just let you peel for yourself. You're going to be fine. But I think that against this lineup, when you're against so much big potential, they really need to just stand around this Corki and make sure that he doesn't die. Let him do the damage here in this fight and let Swiffer just get the charms he needs and remove people that are just trying to come in and kill Radier.
Yeah, and Radier has been spotted by a ward going towards his red buff, so if there is a time that Immunity can go aggressive, it is right now, seeing two members of the Chiefs lineup on that ward. But no, they're just going to back away. Chiefs have complete control of this Baron area.
They certainly do. Of course, JK Smithy wants to stay as far away from the Chiefs' whole team as possible. He wants to play one-player League of Legends here on that rise, just split pushing in this bottom lane this time. Does have that Seraph's Embrace available. Oh my goodness, Dark Passage not necessarily needed to be taken.
Well, he just didn't want to walk back onto it because that's where the culling was.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, as Spooks has been.
Oh, get scryed, guys.
Nice scatter the week.
Yep, Team Immunity have been spotted by the Chiefs. Nice scrying orb coming through from Radier.
And whilst JK Smithy has teleport and can get into these fights,
oh my goodness, there's no inhibitor turret here in this top lane.
Exactly, and there's no wards behind the Chiefs to really flank them. So they need to be so careful that they don't give away a free inhibitor here, and it looks like that might be the case.
Yeah, just Swiffer with just free auto attacks, forcing the teleport in front of the inhibitor there as well. There's a flash in for the Soul Shackles, immediately losing that Zhonya's Hourglass as well. Swiffer could not do anything about that. Immediately 4v5, Claire flashing into that one. There's a Twisted Advance. Claire's been caught up by Distance. He's going to fall down. Does Radier have the damage to carry this fight through? Rosie's right in the front line, but JK Smithy has so much on his plate as far as damage is concerned. And Uber Giants Road Baked Dragon comes out. Zahi! Wow, that empowered W came up at exactly the right time.
So 1-for-1 and aggression out of both sides. Such a close team fight. Radier once again with really good positioning out of the back. Claire had to flash to try and get on top of him.
Yeah.
Just not enough done there, and Swiffer was absolutely deleted off that map.
Yeah, he's
so you have to think
upset.
if he could actually use abilities next fight, his team might be able to go a little bit better.
Probably wasn't quite expecting the super mega flash Soul Shackle Zhonya's Hourglass from T-Gun. Of course, we were expecting it because we know that the manly plays do not stop from that guy, regardless which champion he's on, and that was definitely what Immunity needed to do, because they have to make decisive plays in order to win these fights. Swiping
and another decisive play coming through, moving down to this Dragon, trying to pick that up with the Feral Flare and Uber Giants, bro. They do so much damage. They know exactly where they're getting collapsed on from, but they will be able to pick it up and get out. Fantastic play from Immunity to nearly equalize the gold once again, Atlas.
Yeah, they have the Dragon lead here as well, just because they had such fantastic early Dragon control. Team Immunity are keeping themselves so far further in this game than I think even they understand at this stage. Of course, the Chiefs playing so aggressively because I think they feel like they have the advantage, but we'll see whether this bait is going to work. Swiper now does have a sapling around there. Ooh, Orb of Deception was spotted. I'm not entirely sure why it was thrown in there, but of course the ward has come down. And T-Gun does manage to stop that one. Oh, there's the charm actually coming through. Zahi, though, he gets caught by Radiant. And my gosh, that's both 2 carries now dead on the side of Immunity. Oh my gosh, Claire unable to do anything. JK Smithy now unable to do anything as well. Exhaust onto Uber Giants Bro as well. Chiefs with a fantastic pick. Triple kill coming through from Swiffer.
There is an open top Valiant inhibitor. That could almost be the game. There is 30 seconds on all of Immunity's lineup.
Yeah, that's 3,000 gold in the lead, so everything was so close, but the positional advantage from the Chiefs was just fantastic. And picking off Claire before he could use his ultimate just means that Syndra was rendered completely useless in that team fight, and JK Smithy could not carry that one through. Even his ultimate's off cooldown.
Yeah, JK Smithy, of course, tried to put out as much damage as possible, but when Swiffer lands 3 binds in a row in a team fight, you know that it's definitely going to go into the Chiefs' favor. They've rotated over to Baron to try and pick this one up, and with the amount of distance that Zahi needs to cover, you feel that this one might be going over to the Chiefs.
Yeah, Thrill of the Hunt is still available. They need to put a pink ward down in this Baron pit.
No, that's gone.
Oh, that doesn't even matter. They've just got a lot of damage there. That's fine. Isolated Baron is probably going to get killed pretty quickly by the Bugman. Spooks, level 15, level 14 on Zahi as far as that quest counter is concerned. See what happens. See whether they do manage to pop that one. That's going to be very exciting if we do actually get a Kha'Zix head or an extra evolution coming through.
Okay, so we see that T-Gun actually gets a ward down, but from here, Zahi just gets completely caught out trying to flank once again, and the flash bind just destroys Claire. And from here, JK Smithy tries to do as much work as possible, but look at this, another charm lands onto him right there. Those point blank charms are actually harder hit than you would think. And then I think the 3rd charm comes out here on T-Gun after he's actually comes out. Yeah, 3 charms in a row from Swiffer, just masterfully playing this Ahri. And coming up huge, 8, 2, and 7 for his team.
Yeah, managing to pick up the top inhibitor as well. After that fantastic team fight by the Chiefs, 19 to 10 in kills now. It must feel like they are definitely far ahead at this stage. Swiper.
Ooh, and JK Smithy might have been caught out. Did he have to blow that flash there? No, he didn't.
Oh my goodness, that Death Sentence is going for the ride. That was ridiculous. I'm not entirely sure. That was a bit of a T-Gun maneuver from an earlier matchup there. And Rosie. Wow!
A little bit of Lee Syndra coming out of Rosie there. Just, I'm going in, boys. Tries to get the lantern with him. I think he was trying to take Swiper into the team to get some disruption and get these team members much closer, but
or maybe he just wanted to fly. It looked damn cool, irrespective of whether it actually worked out. Maybe that was the message he was trying to send.
And then, for the first time in a few fights, they can now send JK Smithy into the top lane. Ooh, as the binding hits, and maybe, just maybe, get a good flank with some wards around the blue buff area.
Yeah, but the Chiefs have to be very careful because, of course, irrespective of the fact that they do have a Baron buff and control, it is still a 4v5. So they have to be very careful. Nice amount of poke coming through from Spooks, though. Void Spike's doing a lot of work.
The home guard engage is going to come through from Zahi, I feel, right now. Ooh, he really wants it. Look at him. He's so
sprinting
around on this. Ooh, as a hit Spooks.
Yeah, Spook's actually leaping out of the way. The Unleashed Power is going to come through, does a lot of damage to the Hex Drinker passive. Just doing a lot of work here for Spooks. Has been utilized a lot to keep him alive against that ultimate. As Rosie's found his way back into this lineup, Spooks saying, buddy, can you heal me?
That charm was so close to hitting Zahi there. Takes out a cannon minion instead, and Zahi from an Orb of Deception is half health. They need to be so careful. Rosie might be able to walk up and tank a couple of shots. They just need to get some Trinity Force procs onto this turret, you feel. But they need to protect Radiant. If he gets binds, he might be in some trouble.
Yeah, Spook's coming through, trying to get some poke, to get stunned for it. Swiper actually getting caught by the Dark Binding as well. There's so many skill shots coming out of Immunity that are really stopping this one. Twister Advance coming through, immediately taking out Claire. Where did he go? Spooks is going to die in response, so Soul Shackle's coming from T-Gun. He's just trying to do some work underneath this tower. So hard to dive that Morgana, but he's going to die as well. Zahi now picks up a kill in the backline. Actually, no, it's going to be Uber Giants, bro.
But Super Minions are going to be on the inhibitor turret. JK Smithy needs to go back up there, and they're looking for another pick.
The counter siege is almost all dead on the side of Immunity, though. Just some low-range members and, you know, no culling available for Uber Giants. Bro, Zahi, through hunts available. Swiffer is the focus here, moving out of the way of the charm really beautifully, though. The box was fantastic. JK Smithy, there's the Rune Prison. Swiffer's going to fall down. He's not going to stop there, though. Is he going to be able to catch up to Swiper? No, the Dark Passage is going to be there.
Inhibitor respawn in the top lane, but there are minions on it, so they need to get there nice and quickly to stop that one from falling. Inhibitor turret does go down, but 3 for 2 coming out on the side of Immunity. Probably happy to take that trade, honestly.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They don't lose the Inhibitor. They lose the Inhibitor turret. But the Inhibitor stays alive here on the side of Immunity, and they weathered a Baron during that entire engage.
Yeah, and you feel that if Claire can just get a Zhonya's Hourglass at this point,
yeah,
it will
500
do
gold.
so much for his team. He really needs that.
Yeah, he needs to stop dying instantly. I don't know where he went in the last team fight.
Ooh, and once again, Immunity trying to out-rotate around this map and pick up another Dragon. Maybe thinking a little bit better of it. No, they will definitely get this one, so that's even more gold in their favor. Chiefs just electing to push this mid lane to get some more pressure around the map, but gold, completely equal.
Completely equal at 42 minutes into this game. If we could have asked for any more, I don't know what I would have said, because this has been an incredible best of 3 series, just demonstrating how close these Oceanic teams really are. And when it is with the Chiefs involved, who have been arguably sort of the top team for so long, of course, getting pipped to the post by Legacy, but still an incredibly strong team. This is just fantastic to see coming out of Team Immunity now, and really bringing it to them in this last game. And we'll see whether which team is going to close this one out, because it's going to be really on the next team fight, because there are open inhibitors and there's just so much damage potential from both of these teams that these structures are not going to last long.
Yeah, and once again, Chiefs recognizing that they need to play around vision and slowly work their way into the jungle, sweeping out all the wards, because they need to get their ward line up to where they can see where Zahi's ulting from, whilst keeping vision for themselves, so they can get the picks that they need out of the out of the Ahri, as we see a little bit of a game rush being set up. I think T-Gun might have been spotted there. No, they have a nice flank here. They're going to go in.
Dark Binding isn't going to land, but they are going to see it coming through. Tormented Soil is this. Oh my goodness, are we going to have the Judges die? Whoa, Rosie just comes through and immediately does a lot of damage somehow as a support. That is going to be Swiper picking up the kill onto Claire as well. Claire cannot stay alive. He had the Zhonya's Hourglass, but it's not even on cooldown. He just died too quickly. T-Gun in a lot of trouble now. This is going to mean inhibitors potentially to top and bottom lane, and Immunity really suffering in what was their engagement.
Yeah, they tried to go in, but out of nowhere, JK Smithy got absolutely destroyed.
Do you think that has something to do with the fact that he chose to go with that Spirit Visage instead of the Banshee's Veil, which could have stopped some of the initial CC?
Yeah, definitely, especially if it had to block that charm that came through, of course, amplifying all of that damage. But all in all, that's only one inhibitor down. Doesn't even look like they're going to be able to rotate into a Baron yet, because that's still 20 seconds on cooldown.
This is intelligent, though. They're going back.
I think they could have gone for a second inhibitor, because 2 inhibitors down, it is so hard to contest the Baron regardless.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess they didn't want to lose a fight, because, of course, they're giving so much respect to Immunity. They've been playing so fantastically, even at a deficit here, and there is no deficit at this stage. So Team Immunity just deserve the respect that they're getting given. The ward does come down onto that Baron. They notice the fact that there is a pink ward here available for the Chiefs, but lots of vision availability from Team Immunity, and they are not scared to make plays. Of course, T-Gun is on this team.
Yeah, looking to set up a pick there.
There it is! That's the Death Sentence on it. Okay, no one was there. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Getting very excited. Death Sentence has come through and gets quite excited.
Teleport up for both top laners at this point. As the culling comes through onto Spooks, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, he
onto
loses
the jungle.
2/3 of his health from that one, and that's the jungler. He's an important member of this team.
Especially with the build he's got so much damage, going to be able to disrupt Uber Giants, bro, who once again is having a great game. 2-5 and 5, 5-2 and 5. Sorry, I didn't nearly give him the credit he deserved. Coming up absolutely huge for his team. And wow, he needs to be careful in this mid lane to not get engaged on.
Yeah, it really does. Rabadon's Death Cap has been finished by Swiffer, looking to go for that Zhonya's Hourglass of his own for his final item here on this Ahri, who's just going to be so gigantic. 10, 4, and 9 now as well. Still behind by the same margin in CS. Probably just wanted to do that just for consistency's sake more than anything else.
Looking for the second inhibitor of the game. Rengar is actually staying in base for his passive. He's going to come in really quickly.
Yeah, that's going to actually be the twisted advance on top of Morgana. Not exactly the target it is, but Zahi just gets obliterated in that fight. Radiant gets exhausted, but doesn't even really mind about it. 4-man stun, that was gigantic coming out of Claire, but they only get 1 kill for it. Are they going to be able to follow up? The charm no longer available. Swift is dead.
Oh my god,
Morgana takes so much poke damage. The Flash Root Prison onto Radiant, that's the target they want, but the Valkyrie's available as well. Chiefs able to disengage. They trade 1 for 1. Jungler for mid laner though, so things working out quite nicely for Immunity.
Yeah, we can see that they can still manage to win fights on the back of Claire coming across with a beautiful Scout of the Week in that team fight. And if the team had kept chasing for maybe half a second more, you feel that Radiant could have gone down there as Uber Giants Bro looking to rotate around and maybe possibly clear out some of these vision wards around Baron, although he needs to be careful that he does not get caught.
Yeah, and this game is getting to the point where this gold just does not matter. These items are beginning to be filled out. There's going to be no more spaces left. Oh my goodness, that could have been a game-ending series of plays by Rosie, but unable to land that death sentence.
Flash was still up from Uber Giants Bro, so he was pretty safe there. Of course, don't want to have to burn that before a team fight, and it looks like Chiefs will be rotating in for potentially a Baron at this point. Lots of vision control around that area. And wow, these team fights are so close.
They really, really are. Of course, Spooks, forcing the flash with the Talisman of Ascension into that ability. Oh my goodness, T-Gun taking a lot of damage here as well. The Void Spikes are going to come through. There are elixirs being built up on everyone. Claire now does manage to land the stun onto Spooks, but that's going to be Claire actually uncharacteristic. He gets caught by the charm. Claire's going to get removed. Swiffer gets out of there as well. It's going to be 4v5. That's a teleport coming in from JK Smithy to make sure that he's with his team. The inhibitor has respawned, but there are still super creeps actually pounding on that inhibitor. That's going to mean that Immunity are forced into an impossible decision. Fight 4v5 for this Baron, or just get caught. That is Swiffer that could be a game-changing charm.
Yeah, it certainly could be. It looks like they will pick up the Baron buff, as well as maybe even lose the top lane inhibitor. No, JK Smithy does get up in there in time. That minion wave has been taken out, I believe.
Look at these death timers though. 40 seconds on the first member up. Claire and T-Gun, both of these playmakers for the team, are unavailable for such a long time. And look at this top inhibitor. It's down to about a third health as well. Chiefs easily going to be able to take that. They can then transition into this bottom one. But
he's getting chunked out by Corki right now.
He certainly was. That's going to be the inhibitor going down in the top lane. Lucian was a little bit out of position, as you mentioned, has popped the Ghostblade and the Culling just to deter them from coming through.
Wow.
Swiper doesn't give any cares at all.
He should. That was so much damage coming through. That is a 6-item Lucian. And I guess the saving grace is if I was Swiffer right now, I would go back and buy because he has his Zhonyas. If he gets caught, this could be all kinds of bad news, but it looks like they will be trying to push in.
Yeah, Radiant doing a lot of damage here, avoids the stun as well, does have that Banshee's Veil, of course, hasn't been popped yet at this stage. They need to take 2 inhibitors.
And they're going in.
Oh my goodness, Thrill of the Hunt coming down, Zahi immediately gets collapsed upon. Nice focus here from the Chiefs. Oh, T-Gun getting a 3-man stun though coming down, and Claire gets the Zhonyas finally. Descent lands onto JK Smithy in the back line. Spooks so low. Uber Giants Pro is going to be able to get that one. Trades for half his health though. 2 members dead on the side of Immunity and the Chiefs. Immunity's so good in these team fights.
Swiffert didn't have his Zhonya's Hourglass still. Got caught out once again by the Rengar and got absolutely
He should have been listening
exploded.
to you, man. Oh, wait, hang on. He can't hear.
As we see that a lot of people are reaching their 6-item thresholds now. Uber Giants Bro has picked that up. They do rotate into a Dragon, so that will now... Zhonya's Hourglass picked up for Swiffer, his 6 items. Claire is waiting on his last items. I think that will be a Banshee's Veil coming out. And JK Smithy still doesn't have that Banshee's Veil, as we've been speaking about. Now going for a Frozen Heart for some cooldown reduction.
I actually opted to finish his Void Staff before the defensive items as well. So
no, I like the Void Staff pickup. I just think that a second MR item in this situation Corki does a lot of mixed damage. He's against... Yeah, I just think that Swiffer is the only real potential of blowing him up, and they need JK Smithy to be able to deal with Swiffer in these team fights, because now that he's got his Zhonya, Zahi's just going to jump on top of him and die.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Zahi has been pretty good at jumping on top of people and dying this entire game.
So Zahi needs to find another target. Now look for him to go on to Radier, maybe even as a second initiator, use that ultimate, but he has been maybe caught out here. He needs to be so careful.
Yeah, does manage to get the blue buff. Black Shield is going to be available. That Twisted Advance wasn't going to be able to lock him down, so that's definitely handy, but really dangerous movements around this map from the jungler from Immunity.
29 to 18, 50 minutes into the game. This is 1-all, ladies and gentlemen, for who will go through to PAX Prime in Melbourne. Everything is on the line.
As the top seed, of course, yeah. And the person that loses this one plays straight afterwards in another best of 3. In a demoralized situation against the Direwolves, who are a fantastic team. They do not want to lose this match right now, and you can see why they're playing so furiously to stay in it.
Yeah, and Zahi needs to get himself back onto that fountain so he can, once again, use those home guards to come out into the team. I think he's just trying to get that last kick of his passive so he can get the Empowered Bola Strike straight up.
And there is so much poke on both teams, and look at the long-range CC potential as well. We've got Bolas being thrown out, we've got Scatter the Weak Dark Spears, and there's actually the Death Sentence on Declared, not deciding to go in on an uncharacteristically non-aggressive maneuver. Oh, there's the charm onto JK Smithy. T-Gun comes through, immediately gets his Zhonya's onto 5 members as well, but he's going to fall down. JK Smithy's low. All the members are immunity are low, but so much CC coming through from these guys. Claire is huge in this fight, but it's just not quite enough. Everyone gets obliterated. Clean ace for the Chiefs, and well, they're not actually a clean ace. Uber Giant Throw manages to get out of there, but that's going to be enough. He does fall down in the end. Such a good team fight from the Chiefs, but my goodness, Immunity, such an amazing fight there.
What a good best of 3. The Zhonya's actually saved Swiffer's life in that last team fight. The ultimate was in the air, and wow, Chiefs coming up huge.
So massive, and I have to hand it to Swiffer. So strong on this Ahri as well, and getting the picks around these fights as well. The one that we highlighted around Baron Buff, where he landed 3 charms in a row, that was just fantastic for solidifying what was a lead at that point, but you have to give it to Immunity. This is the Chiefs. This is the team that has been so far ahead of the league for so long. And Immunity made it look like they could have won all 3 of those games.
Yeah, they definitely, the fight back in game 2, the positioning in game 3, able to get so much map control. The Chiefs got it together in the last game, had absolutely brilliant ward control, really dealt with Zahi's Rengar so well. But overall, that was the closest series.
That was utterly fantastic from these guys, and I just cannot wait to see this next matchup between Direwolves and Immunity as well, because Immunity are playing so well, and you could imagine that they are out for blood after that match.
Yeah, after losing that, they're going to go one of 2 ways. We get to see how strong these guys are mentally.
Yeah.
I expect that they are super strong. You even see it, their composure in the videos that they take when you talk to them off stage, guys. They're the nicest guys, always really calm when they go about the game. Look for them to come back, as you said, with a vengeance and try and smash Direwolves in these 2 games
and
to
the
prove
likes
a point.
of T-Gun and JK Smithy as well, they are veterans who have been around this scene for so incredibly long, not to mention Uber Giant Spoiler as well. And Claire, even though he's incredibly young, has been around since almost season 1, I believe. So it's just ridiculous. These guys have been here. They paid their dues, and hopefully they can bring it back in the next matchup. That being said, I mean, they're against the Direwolves, and these guys are really strong themselves.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this momentum actually rests on Zahi now. He had 2 brilliant first games. And then into the 3rd game, as we said, the Rengar was dealt with very well. Their first couple of games were just mistimed and maybe a little bit of feeling out. Of course, if you play Kha'Zix a couple of games in a row, Rengar is a completely different play style to that. So not able to grab the first couple of games. And I think that if he can get himself in a better position, he can set his team up for a win.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But, guys, we do have an interview with the lovely Julian Pastry Time Carr, and he's going to be speaking with Chief Swiffer about that incredible best of 3 series.
Thank you very much, Atlas. Yes, I am in fact here with Swiffer, the mid laner here from the Chiefs. Swiffer, that was a pretty epic series you guys played, but let's bring it back a little while we get into it. Game 1 didn't go quite as well as maybe you wanted it to. Kind of what happened there?
So we kind of ruined our pick ban phase because we identified that they had a split pusher, but then we had no answer to it, and so they were able to get a lot more like map pressure than we were, and so we kept trying to force fights, but we were already behind, and so we just kept falling further behind, and then lost the game. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, game 2 then. I mean, both these last 2 games were pretty epic. But game 2 was, you guys were maybe 8,000 gold or something ahead at that point. You had 6 towers to 0, by the way, before the Immunity got their first turret. And then, what happened in the mid-game there? Got a little shaky.
So apparently we're not very good at taking Barons, as demonstrated by that game. Every time we tried to do it, we just get aced, and then they take a Baron and just get straight back into the game. And it was pretty awful. I mean, there's nothing more that I can say. It wasn't really like the team's fault. I felt like I didn't play very well that game and kept like throwing our leads. So yeah, that's kind of what happened in that game.
Well, thankfully for you guys, you did come back into that game. What were you thinking towards the end of the game? What were the calls like, just in general? How did you guys somehow pull that game 2 out?
So every time we managed to just slightly win a team fight, we were just like, end the game, end the game, end the game, end the game. That didn't work until obviously right at the end, but we were just getting so frantic. And then when we lost a team fight, like in our base, I think it was, and there were only 2 of them up, so they couldn't end. We were just like completely petrified that we were just going to get 2-0'd. So yeah, that was it.
Nice stuff. And then we're kind of moving into the third game. Very interesting draft from you guys. I was curious that you prioritized Kha'Zix over that Ryze, which Swiper had such a big impact on in game 2 as well. Were you guys happy with how the draft shook out in that last game?
Yeah, we identified our mistakes from the first game, and because it was kind of almost like the same draft, except instead of prioritizing Thresh, we decided to take the Kha'Zix because Zahi was performing really well on it, and we kind of we didn't really want a super hard engage champion like Jarvan for this specific draft, so that's why we prioritized Kha'Zix and let them get Ryze, because we were also confident in our ability as a team to kind of keep their top laner down. So yeah, that's why we didn't really mind that they got Ryze.
Yeah, I noticed your best friend Spooks actually was a bit absent from the mid lane today, but did a lot of work there, of course, for Swiper as well. So good stuff there in that game. Sorry, game 3. And as we kind of move through, you guys were playing pretty slowly actually with what looked like a mid-game comp. Were you worried at all? Because that game went really, really late.
Yeah. So from the second game, when we had such a good early lead and then we kind of threw it, we just decided to take this game really patiently and just kind of outmaneuver them around the map. That's what we think our strengths are. So yeah, that's what we tried to do, and the team fights at the end went in their favor because they did have the better late game comp. But because we were already so far ahead and we always had an inhib down, we were able to kind of out-rotate them in that sense.
I mean, you're right. Immunity's team fighting did look really good across all 3 games. Were you worried at all in that game 3 that you were just going to lose 1-2?
Yeah, every time I kind of jumped in and got annihilated, I was feeling a bit upset that maybe we didn't have what it took to make it through and take it. But everyone remained really positive, and that was the main thing that kind of got us through it, I think.
Well, you played a fantastic Ahri in that game as well. You chummed so many people in that game. Are we happy with your performance after that? Because that was a fantastic game from one of your best champions.
Yeah, I felt really bad after that first game where I just fed the entire game. No way to sugarcoat it, but it was just awful. And then that game I really wanted to prove that I could actually do something. So yeah, I feel really good about that.
Awesome, you definitely did. So my last question for you is kind of an interesting one. You guys kind of famously lost at the last major tournament, the Winter Regional, to Legacy, of course. That was obviously not very fun for you guys. You've been known for dominating the scene, but you've left, your previous organization, which, funnily enough, was Immunity. Yep. You guys kind of starting your own brand, the Chiefs, getting that going, which I know is kind of a joke from your name, which is good. So my question is, do you guys think you can get back to the top? Because the scene is a lot closer now, but do you guys think you can get back to the reign of dominance you had for 2, 3, 4 years here in the scene?
I think that whilst every other team is really caught up, we still possess just a slight edge. If it is a best of 5, we're able to quickly identify mistakes in our pick ban phase now, as opposed to winter when we weren't able to, because we really worked on that. And also I think Swiper is able to just have so much more of an impact on the game than any other top laner in the scene at the moment, especially if we lane swap and he's able to freeze and do whatever he does. So yeah, I think those are our strengths at the moment.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck. You are through now, of course, to the final at PAX. Congratulations that you come through from the upper bracket. But we're going to throw it back, guys. Thank you very much for the interview from Chiefs Esports Club, of course. But we're going to go back to the desk for a bit more analysis.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And of course, Chiefs Swiffer, who played fantastically there in the mid lane, said that he fed a little bit, but I think he was going fantastically on that Zed. I mean, you're supposed to go into the back line and die, aren't you? As long as you kill someone, and you got plenty of kills.
Yeah.
It's great.
Two Swiffers standards.
Chipper Swiffer.
Yeah, he didn't have the greatest first couple of games, but he more than made up to it with the picks in the last game. That Ari came up absolutely massive.
If Swiffer can do anything, he can be charming.
He certainly can. He had us laughing over here at the desk, and they did come away with a really good win. I think that we have a couple of replays queued up for you guys that we're going to jump into as well to just show exactly how the Chiefs went around winning this game. This one is actually from the first game, I believe, where Immunity were dominating, and they just caught out T-Gun, but he was able to get his Zhonya's off, and Claire at this point was just so fed, was blowing up people, and look at Uber Giants, bro, just completely untouched. And then J.K. Smithy, they talked about how Swiper can have such a good impact in games. J.K. Smithy's first game, with his position of his teleports, were right on point, able to get his team ahead in those, I guess, skirmishes, and they really catapulted themselves into an early, really comfortable series, 1-0 up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the thing about that as well is it's just demonstrating the fact that throughout that entire series, Immunity were just fantastic at team fighting. And the next two games, the way that the Chiefs got back wasn't based on team fighting. Swiffer told you just then, they knew that the team fight from Team Immunity is fantastic. Their prowess was rotating around the map, and that was how they dealt with these issues.
Yeah, but they didn't even really do that in Game 2. It was more the Game 3 where they identified that that was what they needed to do to win, because that was actually how they gave away their Game 2 lead, as I think we're about to jump into another replay as well. And this one just shows how well Team Immunity play with the lead. They've got a nice hook onto the Spooks here, but peeling back onto the carries, Zahi gets absolutely blown up for going too deep. And from here, they're just able to rotate in and out with some aggro. Radier completely untouched on the backside. You spoke about how well he dodges just out of range of skill shots. That hook was millimeter close as Rosie gets a nice knock up there, able to close out the game. Radier and Rosie went absolutely nuts in Game 2, along with Swiper in the top lane.
Yeah, and it was really good to see Jinx as well. He was just beep, beep, I'm a Jeepin' around those team fights, just smacking people in the face with that rocket launcher. And you saw him just getting excited, going to the next target, getting excited and going to the next target, and just able to stay at max range. And as you said, just completely safe and untouched, especially in that last team fight.
Yeah, it definitely came up massive. The positioning of Radier in the last two games just showed that he is still the pinnacle of AD carries. And for those at home watching, that is how you skirt around a fight and hit targets in front of you to get out maximum DPS.
Yeah, and his severe knowledge of every champion in the game and the fact that he knows the ranges of all the abilities that he has to skirt around is just such a fantastic thing as well. But we are going to be having our next matchup coming up very soon between Team Immunity and the Direwolves, and it's going to be an absolutely incredible best-of-3 series, guys. Do not go anywhere. That's going to be coming up super soon.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock. Ha! 9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
My two brothers, because I used to play with my older brother as well, if people aren't aware. And we used to play like, non-serious ranked games. Like we were a plat team for a long time. Before League of Legends, we mostly played like Age of Mythology, us three together. We were all fairly high ranked. I think my older brother got to like number 10. I was about number 15. I would just watch Josh, my older brother, play all the time. Because I was watching him so much, I got better really fast. So. And I'd actually tell him how to play the game as well while I was watching. He's like, yeah, you got to remember to put your TC over here, or you got to get some more villages or whatever. It's really good fun. Yeah, with my brother not being support anymore, I wouldn't say it's been a big, that big of a difference. People say, like in the hype article that can Uberbro play without his little brother? Or it's like, well, I sort of taught him how to support, so, I mean, yeah, I can. I enjoyed with him most of the time. That's just like who I played with, and it was fun. But I mean, T-Gun's been really good, so found it really easy getting along with him, and he's improved really fast. So it's like, it's not that big of a change.
Hello and welcome everyone back to the Regional Oceanic Final, round of 8 here. We're on the last series of our day here. Wow, it's getting hard, Spawn. I'm Julian Bates-Tramcar. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tabu. A great series we just saw there, and our Immunity are down in the lower bracket with the Direwolves.
Yeah, definitely. And Immunity was so close to clinching that first spot in a couple of close games there, game 2 and 3, going down to the wire. But now we have to see how resilient this team is, and can they come back against a Direwolves team that they have beaten once already this weekend, but looked so much better in the lower bracket games.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well where I think obviously Immunity come in as the favourites here, but Direwolves especially is kind of a young up-and-coming team. We saw them play yesterday. They're just so aggressive, and that's the kind of team that if you draft too greedily or, underestimate them, they'll just crush you.
Yeah, and they play a very different game style to Immunity. They are very, very go, go, go. As we do break down the top lineups, Direwolves have Maxilla in the top lane, Rippy in jungle, Sharp in mid, and Chuffer and Charlie, of course, that bottom lane.
Yeah, and down for Immunity, that's Niwa in the top lane, also known as JKS Smithy, Zahi in the jungle, Claire in the mid, Uber Giants Bro on AD carry, and T-Gun on support.
Yeah, and as we were saying, because they are a young team, they do like to go. They're very, very motivational. If they're up in their spirits, they're team fighting very well. Versus Chiefs, on the other hand, they kind of control the map. So Immunity's going to have to shift their focus and get ready for some unrelenting fights.
Yeah, but we did see from Immunity in that last series just fantastic team fighting pretty much across the board. They basically, as you said, kind of lost the map to Chiefs. Not really in, the 1v1s or even the 5v5s. They just look so, so strong. So Direwolves going to have to probably get an early lead here if they want to try and take a game or two here.
Yeah, I think the key to Direwolves is they have to keep their ward control up. We've already seen what happens when Immunity gets vision control over the map. They can completely control objectives and just squeeze people out of the game that way. And they just build such good gold leads and then team fight so well.
Yeah, and it's just been great. And for me, honestly, we had a feature matchup. It might actually be in the bottom lane, but not the one you expect. I think it's actually T-Gun versus Charlie because they've both played fantastically. But we are in Champ Select now. It's Lee Sin, the first man there for Direwolves. They're on the blue side for game 1. And over on the right-hand side, our red side, Zillion is the first man there. Kha'Zix's going in as well. And here we are.
Yeah, they recognize Zahi as a guy that absolutely tore them apart yesterday. He played such a good Lee Sin in those games. And the exact same bans coming out of Immunity. Zillion, Xerath being taken off the board. Will be interesting to see if they hit Magzilla's Lulu, who he played quite well.
Yes, Magzilla looked really, really strong in the top lane on that Lulu. I believe it's all he played in the games that they did lose yesterday. But we'll see what the last ban for Direwolves here is. They've got plenty of choices.
Maybe looking to hit Claire with a Z ban, although Sharp does play that as well, I believe. But then that would leave Claire's Fizz up, and it has been taken away. So now maybe they take Zed off the board, unless they have another counter to it.
Yeah, and I saw Claire backstage briefly, pretty much just looked at him and said, mate, that Fizz looks ridiculous. So not surprised at all to see a ban being thrown at it by the Direwolves. Last ban, of course, here for Immunity as well. And we'll see what they do want to go for. Maokai actually is the last one. Another Magzilla champion.
Yeah, definitely. Maokai, Mundo as well as the Lulu were the things that we've seen Magzilla play recently. He also picked, I believe, a Nidalee in one of his games and had not a bad showing, and it looks like Zed will be the first pick. So does Claire have another answer to the Zed? Maybe it is Elaine Bullion syndrome.
Yeah, that's a really, really smart pick in Zed there. As you said, Claire and Sharp actually kind of share quite a few champions, it seems like. And Claire's performance in that last game, and Sharp's play yesterday as well, looked really, really strong. So no surprise to see Zed first pick, especially with the Fizz ban there as well. But they're going to get Smithy's Rise once again, pretty much insta-lock there.
Oh, and Uber Giants Bros Tristana has got through the first pick ban phase. So let's see if this guy can go nuts on it, because his Corky's been great. And Chiefs still chose to ban the Tristana over it. It must be something special.
Yeah, the ban the Lucian as well. It's like, I think we're okay on everything else. But we're assuming I'm going to have Tristana here. Yeah, is locked in as well. And that I've kind of got to consider. We actually saw Chuffer playing a lot of Trist yesterday as well in some really funky, again, really aggressive bottom lane.
Yeah, and he actually swung lanes that he shouldn't have won in his advantage. He was going up like 20 CS, and it does look like Magzilla will get his Lulu. So a nice early draft, some pretty good disengage coming out, as well as a split pusher in this Zed. So maybe looking for a 4-1 comp.
Yeah, once again, they've got a big boots here for Chopper to fill once again. They seem to like to build a lot of comps around Sharp and Chopper as their carries, it seems like. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Caitlyn coming in, which we saw him play yesterday as well, which is really nice if you want to do a 4-1 and really siege up with those full champions.
Yeah, siege up and the disengage ability that can come out of Caitlyn when you have Lulu and Janna. And then, of course, the shield, as well as the health picks, augmenting the auto attack, just means that Caitlyn doesn't have to get as far into late game to become relevant as you would normally see. Of course, having that crushing early game in lane is going to help against this Tristana.
Yeah, but as we've said, Immunity's bottom lane have really been performing so far in this tournament, and that's a tough ask to play against Supergiants Bro and T-Gun. They have looked so good, even against the feared Radiant Rosie from the Chiefs.
Yeah, and it looks like Zahi's going away from his Rengar, which we saw maybe was his third favorite pick, and jump onto a Jarvan. I was speaking to Spooks and he said he hates playing Jarvan when there is a top lane rise, because you just don't have a front line dive body. Yeah. And if you can't get back out and you get a little bit caught out, you have no option but to go ham, and it just puts you in some awkward situations.
Yeah, Jarvan's pretty all-in as a champion. I mean, a great jungler, got a lot of different options, good utility, and of course, very strong aggressive presence early on. I saw Thresh also pick Fatigue on there as well, which was contested a lot, but Shuff is actually going to go for Twitch here.
Yeah, and we've seen the resurgence of Twitch in a couple of the Worlds matches, actually. The Koreans love to play that sneaky pick style, and with a Zed and a Nocturne,
this comp is awesome.
They are going to be able to fly around the whole map, and we have... Is that a mid lane rise and a top lane rumble?
I don't know. It could also be a mid lane rumble. Claire is insane. His champion pool is very deep. So if that was going to happen, I wouldn't be super surprised. But it is, in fact, mid lane rise.
Yeah, and electing to take Rumble into what is a very difficult matchup, actually, against Lulu, who is that lane bully, can, of course, help poke you out with all those abilities. And Rise versus Zed, that's been a long time since I've seen that matchup, but I'm pretty sure it's in favor of Zed early game.
Definitely have to agree there. So, I mean, Rise can bully a little. We've seen this a lot when Rise goes to the top lane, that, you know, just takes his Sapphire Crystal and starts killing people until he runs out of mana and then goes back. But that option's not here in the mid lane for Claire. Going to be interested to see if he does keep that Ignite as well, by the way. He wants to fight a Zed 1v1 in the mid. That's pretty bold.
Yeah, that is a really aggressive play out. Rippy on Nocturne is not something I've seen. I said I wanted to see him go back to a farm-heavy style of jungler yesterday, and Nocturne definitely is that. Can pick up the Feral Flare, and depending on how aggressive you go, I actually like to grab a second offensive item on Nocturne, be it a Brutalizer or even a Cutlass that you can transition later game, because when Nocturne has the assassination potential to jump onto backlane carries, he can start ripping teams apart.
Yeah, and I actually really like the Lulu in here as well. If Magzilla's going to be playing a lot of Lulu, you kind of need to get damage from somewhere else, because you're not really getting your top lane and getting a lot of utility. Nocturne's a great fit there, and, you know, we talk about carry jungles, you think of Kha'Zix, sometimes Rengar, but it's been a while, as you said, since we've seen a Nocturne. But this comp is awesome, and I think it definitely suits the Dial style a lot. They love to get aggressive. Truffer's Twitch, I mean, has great positional play. He's a long-time Caitlyn player that you noted yesterday. I think this is good stuff. I mean, if they're going to win a game against a team like Immunity, who looks so strong today, it's with a comp like this, just being super aggro.
Yeah, and I think that the important thing is that they can come out of Fog of War very nicely and start fights out of nowhere. As we do jump onto the Rift, the only danger is this is going to take a lot of coordination to pull off the Nocturne Twitch.
Yeah, and we say this a lot about teams. When you're a bit younger, a bit inexperienced coming up, the one thing that takes time to develop as a team is chemistry and that synergy. So we'll see what Dials can do. They've got a sweet comp here, a little difficult on the execution. As Spawn did note out, we'll see if he can stick the landing here. Dials on the left for our first game. That'll be our blue team. Immunity on the right. And remember, they're coming off a loss here. They have to transition between games very, very quickly here. So we'll see if Immunity's mental strength of the team can hold up here as well. If they get an early lead, that's massive for their momentum in this best of three.
Yeah, I feel that is what they need to do. If they fall behind early, they might actually get a little bit down on morale. If their bottom lane, however, can shoot ahead, and T-Gun can really get going and excited on his Thresh in this first game, they could definitely look to make a really good series out of this.
Yeah, for those of you who've never seen T-Gun at LAN, he is very, very animated as a player. We might even hear him come through. There's Chopper getting hooked up by T-Gun. Things are starting off well.
Able to get the first hook through. He has actually elected to go with the Coin, not the Doran Shield, that we have been seeing out of a lot of Thresh players, just so you can go a little bit more aggro at level 1. Maybe recognizes that they are already in a losing lane and just looking to farm up with Uber Giants Pro.
And I've definitely noticed this a lot when I was watching the series that I am just played against the Chiefs as well. T-Gun loves his Ancient Coin, even on Janna, you know, that a lot of support players play very aggressively with that that Spell Thief's Edge. Yeah, he's just Ancient Coin all the time, and Charlie's actually kind of got the same thing here.
Yeah, he definitely does on Janna. I think on Janna it's a great pickup just because you can really rush into that movement speed item that can just get you around the map much quicker. However, T-Gun looking for something similar, looking for more picks. We saw how good his Blitzcrank was. Let's see if his Thresh can live up to the hype as well.
It's kind of funny. I mean, his Thresh was heavily prioritized by Chiefs in that last series here. They know how good he is on it. He loves these hook champions, as you've noted. Kind of funny that Charlie also played Blitzcrank yesterday as well in one of their games, which of course T-Gun's very well known for, and even played in their series against the Chiefs. But Zai going to kick it off on the blue buff. He'll be going up towards the top, and Nocturne, I believe, starting on the other side, will be going down towards the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, so maybe looking to get a little bit of pressure onto this Lulu early. She does normally push in and has started that Doran's ring, so won't have as much as staying in the top lane. If JK Smithy can get any harass down, she is a very squishy Yordle at this part of the game.
That's one of the things actually about the bottom lane for Dials that I really love, and Janna especially has kind of seen a resurgence during Worlds, but my favorite thing about Janna is she turns a lot of these late game carries like Tristana, like Twitch, and that shield at level 1 just gives you so many options. And you can see level 2, they're going to go quite aggressive here, just a bit of poke onto T-Gun, but turning a hyper carry into a winning or even lane is just a big, big deal here for Janna.
Yeah, and if Twitch can unload with a Janna shield as well as a help picks with that spray and Rat-a-tat-tat, sorry, across the whole lineup, we'll be able to get so much work done. This lineup will remain squishy for a lot of the game. Maybe only Zahi will be the one that gets really tanky, because we've seen that T-Gun does like to go with the more, I guess, squishy support build.
Yeah, it's a bit squishy, a bit more utility focused, but he's a big playmaker for this team, and I think that's what he focuses on. He's not going in really deep, trying to tank up a lot, like we see some Threshers with the Relic Shield in the face of the mountain, but he just wants to make plays, so he needs his cooldown reduction, needs his Mikhails, all those sort of utility-based items.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he really augments Uber Giants Pro well, who is actually farming extremely well in this lane. I think that Chuff is actually playing this a little bit too passive, because when you're letting Chris CS like this, it's a very... Wow, they're going aggressive.
Yeah. Uber Giants Pro just going to rocket jump in. The hook does land there on a Charlie. Could be first blood. Beautiful double play by T-Gun, and John is in trouble now. Chopper, they're going to turn it around, throws down the Venom cast. And T-Gun's going to run away here. And one of the things that's really important when you're playing against Twitch is if you go in for a trade, you ever exit that trade, Twitch is just going to eat away at you. And that passive does a lot of damage early.
Yeah, keep getting those auto attacks in, and then uses that expunge, of course, to just get a lot of damage down. However, early aggression on the side of Immunity is a good thing, because now they've forced them back to turret, and the CS lead is 10 in favor of Uber Giants Pro. They will be able to pick it up on this lane. I think there's about 6 or 7 minions in there. But sometimes it is hard to CS with Twitch. No, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, Janna Shield making that pretty simple here, so we're going to rotate through the rest of the map. Mid lane, nothing too exciting happening. Claire, though, actually with an early advantage. Kind of interesting there. That Sapphire Crystal start we see so often from the top lane rise, bullying the melee Zed a little bit here early on.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's able to CS nicely with auto attack, so I guess we've put together any doubt whether that lane will be in favor of Zed early on, but wow, the damage that can come out, although Rise trading back very nicely.
Yeah, Jungler's having a little bit of a party. Zahi just going to walk. It looks like he'll walk out. And pretty passive early game here, apart from, again, a bit of aggression that we've seen in the lanes here. It's kind of curious to see the teams just playing pretty safer. And I think Immunity probably just reset here after that series against Chiefs and be like, you know what, let's just take it slow, play our game, because we think it's better than the Dials, especially if we go late.
And actually, Nocturne has elected, Rippy has not going for the Feral Flare. He's going to elect to maybe go for I would like to say Elder Lizard, maybe even going for the tank item just to provide his team with a little bit of a front line, use himself more as a knockout combo with Lulu and get some CDR for his ultimate. JK Smithy is actually surviving this top lane really nicely against Maxzilla's Lulu. We saw how much of a bully it could be and farming up quite well, using his overheat to get some nice... Ooh, there is some harass, and this is a danger when you play against the Lulu. When you get forced underneath turret, he just can do so much damage to you.
Yeah,
and wow, Chopper going so low.
Yeah, Chopper and Charlie getting very low there in the bottom lane here. Uber Giants for Antigua and kind of continuing their streak of, playing aggressive when it suits them. And Chopper and Charlie both going to instantly recall here. So a nice little lead's going to start developing this bottom lane. Zahi, though, has rotated down to the bottom. And he's maybe going to help the push. They could even go for a dragon. It looks like that is the call they might make.
Yeah, they've done this. They did this first game against Immunity, Chiefs, sorry, when they were able to time the back of the lane and then able to get in there for an early dragon. Juggling aggro means they don't take that much damage, although T-Gun's just taken 2 shots to the head, so they actually might have to abandon this. Teleport is coming through.
Yeah, Maxzilla's coming in. JK Smithy had not porting yet as well. That Rumble ultimate actually does have it though. T-Gun getting a jumped on by shot. The second to cost him a first blood.
JK Smithy hasn't teleported down. He has his ultimate. Really could have impacted that fight, but elects to leave it alone.
And a very clean first blood there for Dire. It was well played. I mean, there was a decisive teleport there from Maxzilla that decided that, and they're not going to lose the Dragon. Zahi going to say hello to John as Charlie will clear out a ward, but that was uncharacteristically misplay, I think, from Immunity. They're usually very, very good together as a team.
Yeah, particularly when you have a level 6 Rumble. He could have just altered to the side and just dropped a nice equalizer that would have turned that fight on its head. Instead, elects to push out the wave, get a free back, and maybe now they'll go for a dragon when they know that the teleport isn't up for another 5 minutes, around the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a decent trade. 1 kill of first blood in this case for a dragon. It's not too bad as Charlie and Chopper will push in here in the bottom lane. We have returned here for Uber Giants Pro. He's got a dagger and a pickaxe, so a nice little lead. Vampire accepted the only item there for Twitch, so struggling a little bit on the item front right now. We'll definitely get out-traded at this point.
Yeah, but Twitch, of course, wants to go into that Blade of the Ruined King, and that's just a 1-item spike that gives him so much dueling potential as T-Gun once again going aggressive.
Yeah, finds a flair onto Chopper. Great hook as well. Doesn't even dodges the minions. Uber Giants Pro will rocket jump his way in, and that pickaxe order is just doing so much work. We've got Rise rotating as well for Claire. Travis wants to go invisible. Great double play once again. Hits both of them, but that forces a flash out. Claire, though, oh, he wanted to flash in so bad, but he elects not to. T-Gun very low after that contaminate, by the way, but they'll be okay.
Yeah, it certainly is. And once again, they have started up the dragon. JK Smithy walked down, will be able to teleport into the top lane, and you cannot fight a dragon against Rumble at this point in the game. They are going to be able to reclaim the gold lead. If they manage to get this, maybe Charlie, no, Zahi able to secure it. Zahi gets himself back into the top lane, able to pick up all that CS. And really nicely played by Immunity.
Yep, so first dragon is picked up there by Immunity. They do come out a little bit ahead in the goal, but barely anything at this stage of the game. I have to say, though, I think I still agree with wanting JK Smithy to teleport there, because if they would have got the dragon regardless. Maxzilla already went down. Probably would have had a team fight, maybe got a bunch of kills and have an even bigger lead, but instead, they're going to play it very slowly to kick things off. Uber Giants Bro wants to cancel it back. I think he might fancy the 1v1. Charlie will go back first, so quite intelligent that the recalls will time well there in the Uber Giants Pro. We'll just CS.
Yeah, just scouting out exactly when the backs work. Claire is still doing reasonably well in this mid lane. Oh, but he's been aggressive.
Yeah, Sharp going on. A good exhaust there from Claire. He did actually take that summon as so Sharp. Not a whole lot he can do, but there's Ignite burning away. Flash burn there by Claire. And Sharp now 1-0-1 on the Zed. Doing work early on for the Direwolves.
Yeah, and this is exactly how I thought the lane would go. As soon as he gets to level 6, just has so much more damage output. And, of course, his ultimate's going to be off cooldown quicker than that exhaust is. So that was through an exhaust he was able to kill him. Next time it will be even easier. And this mid lane could spiral out of control. Who do they match a split push from Zed with? That's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, Claire with the panic flash in there as well. Not going to help his chances against that Zed in the mid lane. Rippy with a bit of pressure on that mid turret was Sharp. Just a decent chunk there, about half health. Take it out there. Uber Giants where it does get knocked off there. Charlie going aggressive, but they'll just back off now and again. This lane pretty going quite nicely for both carries, actually pretty even on the CS front between Tristana and Twitch, and it's kind of funny, we have 2 late game carries in the bottom lane, just that are pretty content to trade farm.
Yeah, and Jungle is going to bump heads in the top lane as we see Maxzilla once again pushing JK Smithy under that turret. He's taking a lot of damage. He might even have to just equalize the next wave and go back.
Yeah, and Maxzilla's done really well once again on this Lulu, bullying out the other top lane champions here. And kind of what I said into the pre-game here, Spawn, was that the one thing I think Immunity didn't want to do was underestimate a team like Dials, draft greedily, and then get punished by this team's aggression. Because Dials, if there's anything we can say about them in the short time they've been a team, they are very aggressive. And this draft, to me, feels quite greedy.
Yeah, and it just looks like they've gone for a heavy team fight comp. But they knew that it was going to be a split pushing comp as soon as they saw the Zed. So first pick, that was given away. They needed someone to match it. They think that they can out team fight this team, but what happens if it just never gets to that position? As we have it, more aggression on the bottom
coming
line.
over to Len, Chopper eats the box to Charlie. Great ult to disengage, but Zai's on top with the Cataclysm. That's going to be a kill for Uber Giants Pro, and that is absolutely who they want to get rolling here.
Yeah, and it looks like once again Claire's been aggressed on in the mid lane. Nocturne's first ultimate not going to be effective, however, we'll get even more pressure onto this turret and might even be able to take it down.
Yeah, should be down here. 2 AD champions here in Nocturne and Zed, able to rip through this turret with relative ease, and Sharp did not use his ultimate there, and Claire, the threat of that ult from Zed, too scary there, so he does leave the mid. Down the bottom though, Uber Giants Pro and Chopper not going to find each other, so we do have a pause actually coming off here, but we're going to take the bottom tower. It seems like you have to think for immunity, but Sharp's off to a good start, and that scares me because he was probably the top performing player arguably on the Dials when we saw them play yesterday.
Yeah, and we've heard about his and Rippy's chemistry, of course, being friends, able to team up in that mid lane and jungle, and if he gets into a split pushing position where Nocturne can ult in, not only do they not have an answer for Zed 1v1, if a Nocturne joins that party, there's going to be all kinds of trouble in the mid game for immunity.
Yeah, and I actually love that, as you said, that Rippy's kind of going back to his old style. Of course, he's very well known for his Udyr, which tore through people when he came onto the scene. Yeah. But Nocturne definitely fits more of that carry style, more of that farm-heavy style jungling, and he's doing well so far, but Sharp, I mean, immunity again, really greedy draft. Don't quite understand that teleport. We are going to jump back to it. Looks like bottom turret's not quite going to get taken out. Instead, we'll farm some golems, but does go down there. One apiece now on the turrets, and dead even in gold early on in this one.
Yeah, so 11 minutes in. Looks like Uber Giants Pro will be able to go back and maybe even pick up what will be a Zeal, I assume, at this point in the game. And Claire, he's farming fine in this lane. It's just that he's not really shutting down Sharp Zed, and Zed has such a different role that he plays in the team that I just feel that they can't shut down with a Rumble or a Rise, really, in the mid game.
Yeah, and with that mid tower going as well, Sharp's pretty much free to just clear this place very quickly, maybe farm up a little bit more, get that Blade of the Ruin King, and then he's done. He's gone well and truly out of that lane somewhere else. And we'll see.
If Direwolves choose not to fight this dragon, which I think they should, because they're still, oh wow, Azahi might have been caught out.
Yeah, teleport there from Maxilla, slow there with the Glitter Lance, and there's the Deathmark on top of that Java, nowhere to go. He's absolutely dead as Maxilla claims that kill there. Maybe a bit of overkill on the ultimates, but Direwolves him. That's a dragon not up, thankfully for them. But that was a really nice catch once again.
Yeah, but that is a very greedy play because they burnt a teleport for just a kill. And there's so much damage going down on this top lane turret. As maybe Claire's been caught out in the mid lane, he's probably dead.
Unexciting things here for that Rise. Yeah, I'll get caught out. Rippy will pick up that kill there. Maxilla in there for the assist as well. And this is kind of the thing about Dial's comp that's so scary. They have a lot of threats from multiple positions. JK Smith actually can teleport down. Sharp is getting exhausted up. He'll get slowed up by the Electro Harpoon as well. Forced to use the flash. Living Shadow not quite there. And there's a great play back. Buster Shot doesn't actually get him. The Wild Growth will save him. Good equalizer though from JK Smithy, but he shadows out. Charlie gets the bottom turret in and amongst it all. And immunity just soared throughout. Maxzilla's Lulu once again.
Yeah, they're in shambles right now. Flashing, Maxilla flashing to save his teammate there. Able to pick up an objective as well, so 2,000 gold now for Direwolves. And just burning a teleport and an ultimate when it's only a minute till Dragon. Immunity need to understand their win conditions, that they just can take these objectives if they stay as 5 uncontested. But just a really good early game coming out of Direwolves so far.
Yeah, Maxilla once again doing work on the Lulu. 2-0-1 with 101 to 85 CS there in that top lane. So proving that he's just a really competent top lane Lulu player and can bully these very popular champions.
Yeah, and JK Smithy was heading top, now recognizes that he needs to get back down bot. Look at the vision control around that Dragon area. That's going to spawn in 30 seconds. And Direwolves have absolutely smothered that part of the mapping wards.
Yeah, they've got 4 pink wards here. T-Gun's like, I have to get some wards down, but they'll get cleared up pretty much instantly here by the Direwolves, and they're going to try and fight for this Dragon in about 15 seconds. Rippy going into the mid lane. Uber Giants Pro force the rocket jump out. Rippy should be fine. Good play back there from T-Gun, but Spell Shield is available for the Nocturne. Maxilla going to run through Tornado, almost getting in there. And again, Dial's posturing so aggressively for this next Dragon. Zahi going to go in, but quickly thinks better of it.
Oh, and once again, so aggressive as he turns around and ults.
Yeah, just pops it in there, but Magzilla's going through the deathmatch though. We'll clean him out here. And Sharp gets another kill. Pops back to a shot, there's the double. And it could be Kid going here. Rise will go down as Claire gets eaten alive. And 2 for 0 here for Direwolves. Great jump and the buster shot there for Uber Giants Pro to keep him safe from the Z triple. But that's going to be dragging here for Direwolves and immunity. Spawn, you have to worry that maybe that last series putting them a bit on tilt.
Yeah, and this is going to be a 3,000 gold deficit of 15 minutes into the game. That is massive for Direwolves, and they're really rolling now.
Yep.
No Rumble Ultimate. Why would you even fight? Like, the Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Just get away from it. Zahi going a little bit over aggressive there on J4. We've mentioned that he doesn't have an off button. If you do get caught in a bad position, you can get really singled out, and he just got blown up.
Yeah, and you know, for all of Immunity's great team fighting that we saw in the last game, playing a little bit too... Like, I mean, the draft is a bit greedy, but they're playing it like, you know, they've got a mid-game combo. That's not what you want to do at all against this team from Direwolves, especially with the way they like to play. Magzilla up in the top will continue to clear things out, and this Lulu might start to draw a ban here, Spawn. He's looked so good once again.
Yeah, he's just looked super comfortable on the champion. Of course, you want to shake a couple of things up when you go into a ban. I think that more importantly, 3-0 and 2 on Zed, like, that champion is just going to be so annoying to have to deal with in the mid game, and now he's going to a solo lane all by himself. Currently, there is no one that can stop him on Immunity's lineup.
Yeah, both Blades of the Ruin King finished now for Direwolves. Zed has his Twitch with his also Brutalizer also completed there for Zed. So he's just going to hang out down there, see who comes around. It's definitely not going to be Uber Giants, bro, who's only just completed that static shift and is trying to find farm wherever he can here. And Immunity just can't seem to find pressure. They just need to wait, be patient. But Direwolves, we've seen them play before, and we saw them yesterday, they're not going to stop.
Yeah, but Direwolves really need to push this lead, because late game they will have so much trouble trying to seize turrets. So whilst they can split push, they need to go in. Zahi, once again, so aggressive, has been caught out.
Gets slowed off there, taking a lot of damage here from the Twitch. The ult, I believe, was popped by Chopper, who was indeed. And he is going to die. Beautiful glitter lance there from Magzilla. And Spawn, I saw you putting your hands on your head. I agree, Immunity just do not look like they did in that best of 3 we just saw them in.
Yeah, they look so uncomfortable. And Rippy now rotating around the map, looking to pick up another kill, but unable to do so. Zahi and Claire just look like completely different players from the last series. Like, they're just in shambles. Claire's still farming reasonably well. We'll be able to get up to a late game carry. But look at Magzilla on this Lulu. He's so annoying. He's picked up another red buff for himself. It looks like it's just perpetually on there. Yeah.
And I kind of love this about the comp. They're actually Rippy does get busted shot away, but there's 4 members of Dark Team. They all get popped. Equalizer down there for Rumble with T-Gun. Killed basically instantly. They're great wild growth under Rippy as well. J.K. Smithy going to get taken out here as well. It looks like he does fight Zahi though. Now in trouble as he's got the poison tick as well. We'll be okay. Charlie does reset there with the Monsoon, but Direwolves going to pressure here. This should be a dive here. Zahi does get watered up. The Cataclysm is away. Tries to get out. Charlie fights out from under Uber Giants Pro. Now in all sorts of trouble and Sharp get yet another kill. 2-0-2 for the Twitch. Tower going down as well. And the bottom lane, Sharp's hanging out.
That's a 4 for 0. Sharp was able to solo out Claire while all of that was going on. They're going to pick up another 2 turrets. This is going to be 10,000 gold.
And what did I say? What do you not want to do as Immunity coming into this series? Refocus after your loss. Play the game that you're strong at. You know you're the favorite team. You've got better team fighting. Don't draft greedy. And don't get aggressed on by the Direwolves.
Yeah, I just feel that the Claire on Rise into the mid lane was not the right pickup in this situation. J.K. Smithy, 0-0-0 on this Rumble, not had the impact that he needs to in the first couple of Dragon fights. And now the game just spiraling slower and slower, out of control. Everything kind of rests on this Tristana now to get massive and try and carry.
Well, it's going to be a while. We've got almost an 8,000 gold lead here for the Direwolves at 18.5 minutes. There are just spikes everywhere. Magzilla just finished the Rabadon's death cap as well, which is a huge, huge spike there for Lulu.
Yeah, 4-0-5. That health picks that he's going to give to Twitch is just going to augment that damage so well. He still has a red buff on, by the way. I don't know where he gets these things from. And then the Youmuu's Ghostblade has now been finished up on Sharp. He's going to be even harder to 1v1 as we see the replay from this. Okay, so they got them in the choke and they think that the Equalizer will be able to do a lot of work, but they just skirt around the edge so well. And Rippy, with that ultimate on, is just unkillable. J.K. Smithy just gets away here. And from here, they just caught on the wrong side of the map, not able to get the lockdown from the Cataclysm, and they just juggle turret aggro so well, pick up another kill. 4 for 0, 2 turrets. Direwolves looking on point.
They're really, really strong here, and Immunity just can't afford to be walking through the jungle like that. I mean, yes, they have to get wards down, but the Direwolves are going to be there, and this is what I love about the comp that Direwolves have built. I think they knew, oh, Sharp, never mind, going in on J.K. Smith, he pops the Ghost Blade, going straight onto the Death Knight. He can walk away. Sharp, he's done. Goodbye.
Sharp probably not recognizing that J.K. Smithy's flash was on cooldown from the last fight. Actually flashed on top of him there where a Shadow would have done, but regardless, the result is the same. He's 5-0-2 and absolutely smashing this Immunity lineup.
Yeah, sending a message here, and as I was trying to say before Sharp completely destroyed Smithy, is that what I love about this combo is I think Direwolves knew they had to get ahead to win this game and be aggressive, and that's good. That's how they play from what we've seen so far. But this comp is so good at exploiting teams that are lazy with their vision.
Yeah, exactly. We mentioned how they would be flying around, able to get into vision. And Zahi, once again, not respecting any of the damage coming out.
All the wild growth does get popped there. Rippy still taking out the turret. Direwolves do have to back off here, but they can re-engage. The mini wave comes through. Tower almost dead. Sharp rotating through as well. He's level 14 on Zed at 20.5 minutes, and there's another turret for Direwolves.
That's a heal and it was a heal, and all the ultimates burned to just get Zahi out of that situation. He needs to play a little bit more conservative when behind, because he's starting to cost his team a little bit in the way of objections. Now trying to bait out the blue buff as well as the dragon.
Oh, Sharp just goes straight in onto Clef, off the death, but Tiga trying to keep him safe, and that's a great Rune Prism. Maybe keep him alive. No, the Venom does let Rippy a little misflash there, but it's okay. They're going to keep chasing. Chamba going absolutely ham. Doesn't even care 2v1. Does dive into Tiga, who absolutely plays that so well, and a nice little kill there, shutting down Chuffer a little bit. And Direwolves, as we said, that was too aggressive, perhaps.
Yeah, we said yesterday, aggressive to the fault, I think, was the word we used. And now, stealing blue buff away, that's a consolation prize. They will give up this dragon, however. That's falling so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Sharp Zed, even without the Twitchy, just his Blade of the Ruined King alone, they shred through objectives. This is maybe a game where they can consider Baron in a couple of minutes if they keep their pretty good vision control up, actually, which is what you were really looking for here, Spawn.
Yeah, as I said, if they can get vision control deep into the jungle and know exactly when they're split off, they can use the Twitch and the Nocturne to get onto the stragglers and really pick people out. At this point in the game, Magzilla being that fed is just a bonus, because he pretty much makes one member unkillable with the shield and the ultimate that comes through as well. So look for him to keep exerting more pressure over this map. And now, not only are they stronger in a split push scenario, they're so much stronger even in a team fight.
Yeah, and that picks just the damage as well that we've talked about when we see Chuffer play. In fact, there are 3 good shield targets for the damage portion of that E there on Lulu. Chuffer's Ghostblade finish up now as well. If he just opens up on the Immunity lineup with the line, just pops Ghostblade, gets a shield as well, he's going to absolutely destroy people.
Yeah, if he positions well, this could be a very, very deadly Twitch. Looking to come up with some kills for his side. He's 2-1-2 at the moment, but has farmed reasonably nicely. We mentioned that he didn't go terrifically in lane, but when you win the top half of the map so heavily, 4-0-5 and 5-0-2, doesn't really matter how your bottom lane does at that point, as long as they don't feed too much.
Yeah, I mean, Twitch, having fun. And this is a situation he loves to be in on Twitch. It's just having a lot of vision control, able to go deep into the enemy jungle, use that stealth and try and pick people off. And Direwolves now will posture quite aggressively behind the red buff of Immunity. Tiga gonna run head first into Rippy. That's not who he wants to see at all, but Direwolves not quite in position to engage that fight. Will back off. You can see Charlie has already upgraded his sweeper into the Oracle's line, so they can get tons and tons of vision around this Baron, and looked at maybe force there. They've taken out the 6 kind of key towers, the outers and the tier 2s there as well. Breaking the base is the next step here, but they've got such a big lead, they've got a lot of different options.
Yeah, they can just keep baiting Baron over and over again, because this team, the only fault of this team is it has trouble sieging. As you're about to go,
Rippy just going to go so deep, they're right on the Claire, no one even there. Buttertop forced out as well, but Claire gets caught up in a tornado. Good equalizer there from Smithy to disengage. Talisman popped there as well by Charlie for the speed, but Direwolves are happy with that. Blew only a couple of ultimates, got good ones out of Immunity as well. And we're going to go back to Baron now and dance once again.
Yeah, straight away, turning around, recognizing they have all the vision, looking for a pick. Nice flag from Zahi, finally playing this a little bit more conservatively, and they're just looking to continue to get control over this Baron area.
Yep, Chuffer did start attacking it. Maybe he thought better of that, but didn't take too much damage. Rippy going to go and once again pop this Ghost, but actually Tiga a little out of position. Does pop the box there, good double play, but I think he's going to go down here. Rippy still going through. Sharp just destroys Claire up to the side as well. And Uber Giant's Pro now fighting through. Sharp just kind of kiting the rest of the team around, completely outplaying these carries. Does die there. Good shot down the goal there for Rumble. Flash is burned as well by Immunity, but Maxwell's on the top. Beautiful song. Ubergiant Pro. He's absolutely dead as Chopper kills him. Now Smithy might go down as well. So the 4 kills there traded for Just Sharp's life, and Rumble's cutting out. Great little monsoon there from Charlie. Back into Chopper. Maxilla though steals the kill, and it's Direwolves, man. They love stealing kills with the Yordles.
Yeah, 5-1 and 8. 5-0 and 8 now onto Maxilla in the top lane. This will be a Baron. Zahi might have to go for the hero play here, although Charlie doing the smart thing as Janna, keeping him completely away from that.
4-2 go now with the Pinko just popped in. Dragon taking a little bit longer than they might want here with Charlie kind of not on shield duty. Wildgrowth actually popped in. This is a very big commitment now to this Baron and Direwolves.
Yeah, all of a sudden they can't do this. They need to get out of there. Still a little bit too early without that Zed being there to give that Blade of the Ruin King damage as well. And they do pick up a turret in the top lane, although all that farm will go over onto Chuffer, so he's a happy little rat at this point.
Yeah, and so aggressive to a fault continues to be the man trade for Direwolves, but they've got such a big lead. They can afford to make a couple of little mistakes here and there. And if this team starts cleaning up their game as well, this is an absolutely terrifying team. They're just so aggressive. But again, a massive lead here. 10,000 gold ahead of Immunity at 25.5 minutes. I didn't think I was going to be saying that in this game.
Yeah, definitely not. And normally you would say this is a very AD heavy focused team with Lulu not pumping out as much late game damage. But at this point, absolutely ripping through people. Death Tap, of course, that Unthine's going into a Void Staff already. No MR in sight for anyone on the side of Immunity. And once again, just posturing around this Baron area, got complete vision control still, and forcing the Immunity lineup to continually walk into the jungle where they can pick them off.
Yeah, and these next 5 to 10 minutes as Direwolves do posture around the Baron once again, they're going to get really scary for Immunity because Chopper's next item, the third one, Zed's already 3 items, by the way. He's well and truly happy with the last one. So pushing back down in the bottom lane. I believe Infinity Edge is Chopper's next move here.
Ooh, looks like they want to fight now. Why they are split up. Zed is in the bottom lane, and they're going to have to send someone there to deal with him. Not able to catch anyone out. Ultimate burn by both Jarvan and Claire.
And that's fine here. Sharp is going to hide in the bush. No, never mind. We'll push out. And they're going to run to Baron. This is a hard choice for Immunity to make now.
Okay,
Sharp.
so now JK Smithy's actually picked up his Zhonya's, so they're confident he can at least not get one shot by Sharp. So going to send him with a teleport and look to turn around the Baron fight that way. This is the part that Direwolves need to, I guess, be a little bit careful because they are getting poked down. They don't have much armor on their lineup. And now that that Infinity Edge is nearly finished on the way of Ubergiant Pro, he's going to be doing some damage.
Yeah, a little bit of patience, I think, around the Baron. I mean, they've got so much pressure here.
They're started up once again.
Yep, and again, Charlie with the vision control, kind of running defense here around the back. Will get floated by Claire. Looks like great Monsoon to get the job enough. Does use the wild growth, but Ubergiant's probably going to pick up a key kill there. I think in the top lane, we're having some interesting things. Yeah, Zed going deep. Sharp, though, caught out of position. T-Gun going to hook him up. The Equalizer pump as well, just in case. Getting exhausted. Will go down to JK Smithy.
They're looking to re-engage onto Claire in the mid lane.
Yeah, Nocturne popped the ultimate there. Rippy going to go in. Claire now very, very low. Will get popped by Chopper. And just aggression all over the map right now. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Immunity, and they'll take it at this point.
Yeah, definitely will, although the Dragon will look like it's going over to Direwolves because no one is in sight to be able to contest that. The Zhonya's Hourglass pickup for JK Smithy is so key. We just saw that even though Sharp is so fed, not able to dive at this point, and he's just going to be able to sit bottom lane with that teleport. I don't think Sharp would have been able to get killed if it wasn't for T-Gun showing up there, but just being able to deal with this Zed for now is so key on the side of Immunity.
Immunity going to retake a bit of vision control around the Baron as well. That's the big objective. They need to be defending for probably at least 10 minutes here at this point, although Charlie, again with the early lens, will be clearing out whatever vision he can, although it just ran out. He's a little sad about that. I think we mentioned Immunity in the early game needed to respect their win conditions and play a little safer. I think Direwolves need to do the same thing here as we can kind of move towards the mid and late game.
Yeah, definitely. They keep posturing around Baron to try and start it. Whereas if they posture, send Twitch into stealth and get a nice flank, they can just jump over the wall with Nocturne and start a fight. They've got such a good pick comp to fight with as opposed to start Baron up. I think they can just bait the Baron, go over the wall nice and hard, and then just try and fight the Immunity lineup.
And if they really wanted to get on the Baron, take Sharp out of that bottom lane or whatever lane he's trying to split push, get the double Blade of the Ruin King in there and just go to town, and then Immunity have a real hard choice to make because even in a team fight at this point, Immunity's so behind on golden items that they're not going to be able to even just straight up 5v5.
Although they have reached some nice item thresholds, and Charlie's been caught again.
Yeah, Charlie's under the turret, gets Rune Prison there, nice hook and flay there from T-Gun, but that'll actually be pretty fine there. That shield, both the shields actually, coming up really nicely there for the Direwolves, and they'll continue to clear up vision on this top side of the map here. But again, just a little more patience here for Direwolves. They've got this game in the bag if they're able to just close it out slowly. But Immunity, they're a really good team, and they can certainly come back here.
Yeah, well, we saw them stall against Chiefs, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. But this time they have the Tristana on their team, so you feel like there is a tiny bit of a clock onto this game. If you can get Ryze and Tristana to about the 40-minute mark, you would think that they would be right back in with a fight. But Zahir, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Bait by actually fighting, not by doing objectives, nearly catching Zahir out.
And you can keep going. I mean, again, with the Twitch, you can just hang out in the lane. He can just move up the lane if anyone's greedily farming out there. They get Smithy. Yeah, Trippy does dive in there. They're going to go straight as well. The Zonis will be popped to his chopper. Gets Dome on, but it's so tanky as Rippy with that wild growth on him now as well. Ubergiant gets the first kill. Maxilla out of position now as well. Gets taken out with no ultimate. Sharp gets the kill. Smithy will shut down Lulu there as well. And there's another one going towards Claire, going to pick that up. But Chopper now finally back in the fight. Ubergiant, bro, eats him for breakfast. And now Charlie, nowhere to run from this red buff. Tristana will run away there very, very speedy, but Immunity fighting back.
Yeah, and this is what we spoke about. Able to turn team fights is what Immunity's done all weekends. They baited the Zed ult out straight away, and once Zed had dove in so deep, there was just no way for him to get back out of it. A really nice equalizer. So patient from JK Smithy, waiting for the last moment and the possibility for that to happen. And they've started up the Baron.
Yeah, Baron is the next order of business apparently for Immunity. Yeah, almost 10,000 gold behind. Let's stop Baron. That makes sense, right? But a great team fight that's going to give them the opportunity. And this is done, actually. Rippy no ultimate. No, not even close to be able to steal on Magdilla, though. No, cannot be a hero. Does run in there. Could get some exit kills here potentially, but should have the disc.
Or they could just turn around and kill him if they really wanted to. That was a 4v2. Very, very brave play there. Maybe should have left it. Ooh, wow, that crit that just came out.
That did a lot of damage to the squishy little Janna. And you're right, they could have turned around, but no vision there for Immunity means they do make the safe play now, and they'll back off and just keep their Baron. I mean, it's a comeback Baron in the sense that they're just collecting it for the extra gold for the most part, but that keeps him in this game longer and longer, because Direwolves, we've seen it, they don't really have good options to siege Jannas in hip turrets.
Yeah, definitely, and more important items coming through for Immunity. We now see the Leandries has been finished for JK Smithy. But in saying that, Magzilla now picked up his Void Staff. He's so strong still, 6-1 and 10. And the tanky Nocturne coming through from Rippy, so not going for that really assassin build, but more the tank focus for his team.
Yeah, love the Aegis here against the Rumble and the Ryze, of course. There's so much magic damage, and even latent magic damage with the Tristan Thresh in there as well. I think Direwolves maybe should have actually done this earlier. They've sent Shuffer down to the bottom lane to farm, and I think what they maybe wanted to do, because Immunity were clearly not trying to fight them at all, didn't want anywhere near that. Just let Chopper get that Infinity Edge and then force a team fight, because he just does so much damage at that point, especially with Lulu hitting her 3-item power spike now as well. That may have been a bit of a better way to approach it here for Direwolves.
Yeah, I think that Direwolves just got a little bit confused on whether they could bait the Baron at that point in the game, or whether they should be looking for fights. Of course, they kept looking for fights with Sharp, which was a good move. The guy was so far ahead, but once the Zhonya's was picked up, it should have been very easy to recognize that under the turret, he couldn't kill JK Smithy.
Yeah, and Immunity continuing to play well from behind here in this game. See what they can get done with this Baron buff. Again, it's kind of just a safety Baron, where they just want to take it off the map so Direwolves can no longer try and fight them around or take it and potentially look for a dive. But Direwolves will continue the 4-1 here. And, you know, they've got a great lead. You did mention that it's a pretty execution-heavy comp spawn.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I spoke about. They got the lead, they got everything they needed, but if you can't get the picks and get the Nocturne and the Twitch onto the same turret while they're isolated, then it's just too hard to run this comp into a team fight. Rumble and Ryze just do so much AoE damage, and then you're concerned about killing them. But Ubergiants, bro, level 16 now, Tristana, he's got another BF sword. He's going to really start laying down the hurt.
And I think you can really tell just how much time Chopper has spent grouped with his team, you know, that 5-10 minute period, just trying to force some sort of fight to close out this game. There's a 50 CS difference.
Yeah, and they're trying to catch out Sharp in this top lane. Nice ward's going to spot out the collapse, but Claire's still going for it.
Yeah, and he's pretty tanky now. He's got his Frozen Heart and the Seraph's Embrace there as well, but Sharp will back off. They're using that Living Shadow to dart away. And we did have a quick check at the gold there. Very impressive to see that Ubergiants Pro is actually ahead in gold of Chopper. Not by much, but by a little bit.
Yeah, and he's 4-2 and 3. He really is a carry for his team right now. Although Claire, with those Ninja Tabi and a Frozen Heart, can maybe finally duel this Zed to a certain extent, particularly if he gets some isolated Essence Flux in there with the ultimate. But Dragon will go over to Direwolf, so they're still about 10,000 gold in the lead, but it's a consolidated 10,000 gold for maybe the last 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. So you're just going to farm it out again. Immunity happy to pretty much stay in their base here. Very odd game, I feel like, with such a big early lead here for Direwolves. Immunity kind of eventually realized that, hang on, this is not working at all. Let's just sit out in our base, hang out. If these hit turrets stay up, we're good.
Well, we mentioned it against the Chiefs that when they have T-Gun on a pick champion like a Blitzcrank or a Thresh, they actually put a lot of pressure on their support player to really make plays at the 40-minute mark. They count more, not on item discrepancies, but on death timers and just being able to get one pick. Because if they get a pick now, there's maybe like a 30-second death timer they can't push down, but in another 10 minutes, they get a pick. That's like a 45, 50-second death timer, and then all of a sudden they're playing a 4v5 for much longer, as J. King Smith is being caught.
Yeah, he did not want to be there. Rippy going to jump straight on him. Charlie's lining up the Monty. Beautiful work there. Equalizer does a little bit of work, but there's the pick that the Dials have been looking for all game long, and they're going to stay 5 strong, it seems like, down in this bottom lane and see what they can get done.
Yeah, so really smart play. That was the Twitch and the Nocturne coming through, as we spoke about. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was a Lulu joining him for all that damage. Wow, another needlessly large rod picked up on Magzilla, and the hook just missing. That would have been Charlie dead.
Yeah, Rippy, a little too far forward, gets rune prisoned up there by Rise, and Rippy not that tanky this one. There's a lot of items on the damage deals here from Immunity.
Yeah, definitely is. And with that static shift, Tristana can clear waves quite well at this point. Finished the Bloodthirster, actually. Tristana, in a very nice point of the game, will be pumping out a lot of damage.
And they are going to go in. The dive is now for Dial. Tiga going to get obliterated there by Java. Zahi going down as well. He's forced to fight, but the Mikhails does come through. The double kill there with that Twitch as Charlie flashes aggressively forward. That's 3 kills already for the Dials. Can they make it 4-0? Yes, they can. They break in finally. And I did not expect the tower dive, but Dials just goes straight in.
Yeah, so ham right there. Wow, a nice 2-person Clitter Lance as well, just making sure they can't defend this inhibitor. And I said they'll have problems sieging. That wasn't a siege, that was just an outright brute force. Nice play coming out of Direwolves there to force their way into Immunity space.
Yeah, if you can't pick the lock on the vault, just break it wide open, and Direwolves, this is aggressive as well, posturing for at least a Nexus turret here. Don't think they're going to try and clean out the win, but they've got a lot of work.
No,
Reset there for Charlie. Yeah, they are going to go through. They've decided to commit here, and Direwolves, can they do it? They're taking the second Nexus turret. Equalizer comes down as well. We're going to go on to the Nexus. Tiga much more. Chopper gets exhausted. Ripping just on an Uber Giant's throat, but Bustershot gets moved away. They do take it out, and Direwolves, one clean dive in the late game, and what a game.
And sticking around to push that game out, that's the aggression that we've seen from them all week long. And look at T-Gun head in hands. This is going to be a really tough climb back from Immunity.
Yeah, Zahi there as well. Hands on head, Claire. Did not have had a really long series against the Chiefs, that's for sure. That is draining if you're a player. Not a good start for a team like Immunity, especially with a player like T-Gun, who's very emotional, very momentum-based. And Direwolves probably came into this thinking they weren't going to win a game.
Yeah, and the turnaround to be able to pick up such a strong early game lead from where yesterday we saw Immunity were well and truly in control of the early game when these teams met was just so important. From here, the thing Immunity need to take away from that is how well they stalled it for a good 12 minutes. That game, in all respects, should have been over at the 25-minute mark, but able to stall it out, get Tristana going a little bit. They need to look at how controlled they can play and then try and get some of the aggression away from Direwolves.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, as I mentioned in the early stages, just draft a little cleaner. It's so greedy to play Rise, Rumble, and Tristana and be like, we'll be fine. We have a Jarvan.
Yeah, and the more I thought about it, Rumble wants to fight level 6. Rise and Tristana do not.
Yes.
So the comp was a little bit over the shop, didn't make that much sense. Didn't really have a front line for Jarvan, as I said. When you play Jarvan, you like someone to be able to go in with you, have a dive buddy to really try and clean up their back line. They didn't have that either, so I completely agree. Maybe they can change some things around as we do jump into a replay. This was where Immunity had a really good team fight. So they get Sharp to go really deep, and the Cataclysm just locks up 2 members, and then that equalizer. So patient, Magzilla just sat there and had to absorb the whole thing. Sharp dove in for a really good kill there, but they were able to chase it down. I think that actually is a crit that comes through. That crit at the end that actually just wiped Chopper off the map. And then Uber Giants Pro able to run through. Didn't catch Charlie, but that was the one fight. And if Immunity look at fights like that, when they play patiently, they play well. When they get aggressive and try and overextend and maybe go for things early like they did that Dragon, they can sometimes get caught off guard.
Yeah, and for me, it's nice to see the Direwolves. Feels like they forgot the team that they were. Maybe 15, maybe like at 20, 25 minutes, they're like, I don't know what's going on. Somehow instantly remembered that, hey, we're the Direwolves. We're known for just being almost stupidly aggressive at points. That was an awesome dive to see.
Yeah, that was definitely a really well-coordinated dive. They all went in together. If one person had have stayed out of that, that would not have worked. And we saw that all of them were flashing like into the base to just get around the whole of Immunity's team comp. So really nice cleanup there.
Well, it is now match point for the Divers. They go up 1-0 here against Immunity, quite surprising in this best of 3. There is one slot left in this half of the round of 8 as we move to the top 4. But we'll be back with Game 2, guys. We'll take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Oceanic Regional Finals coming up soon.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock. Ha. 9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the Oceanic Regional Final here round of 8 at live from EB Expo 2014. I'm still Pastry Time. This is Spawn here. What a game to kick things off here with Direwolves going 1-0 up against Immunity.
Direwolves went absolutely crazy that game. They picked such a fun comp with the Twitch and the Nocturne being able to fly out of nowhere and just got the action rolling early with a really nice teleport in from Magzilla. His Lulu is brilliant.
Yeah, and you got to think that Immunity, you know, still favored here. Down a game is definitely going to hurt. We saw some of the camera shots at the end of that game. not feeling the best right now, our Immunity, but they've got the experience, they've definitely got the teamwork here. Just need to calm down, reset, and just win these next 2 games.
Yeah, I think they need to pick more for the early game. We've seen how aggressive Direwolves are, so taking things like Tristana and, of course, Rise might be a little bit dangerous when they are running such a one-item spike-heavy composition like they were. So look for them to draft a little bit better this game. However, Direwolves, we said if they get some momentum going, they're a team built on confidence. If they're playing confidently with those dives and the reckless plays, they can definitely go toe-to-toe with this Immunity lineup.
Yeah, we saw them, as we said, make some mistakes in that game. Definitely did not close that out as cleanly as they could have, but displayed a great game, a beautifully executed dive towards the end of it. And Immunity going to try and suppress that lead for as long as possible. Immunity almost at this point feel like they're kind of a mini Samsung Blue. Just want to keep things all clean.
Yeah, trying to keep it nice and clean, get some ward vision around, rotate around and beat their opposition in the late game. But if they keep digging themselves these holes, it gets harder and harder to do.
Yeah, and it's just the thing, they've got to pick themselves up, keep going. They've still got 2 more games to play in their mind. That's what they should be thinking anyway. And they've just got to carry it through. They are a veteran squad here, despite this particular roster not being together for all that long. But they've gotten stronger and stronger with each event. They've got players that have played forever pretty much in this scene on it. They've got the talent here. They can do it.
Yeah, and I'm looking for their captain, J.K. Smithy, to really step up in this top lane and try and take it to Magzilla. We've seen that Magzilla's really been dominating. He's absolutely smashed RSI yesterday, and now he's really taken it to J.K. Smithy this game. Get J.K. Smithy into more of a laning-focused champion, and let's see if he can really go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, do you think maybe the Lulu is actually worthy of a ban now? As Magzilla finally proved that, hey, take this away from me. Come on,
I just want to see the Vlad go into the Lulu and J.K. Smithy to try and turn into a late-game monster, as we know he can do. I really hope he tries to take it, as I said, really aggressively into that lane.
Yeah, I almost feel like Dio was kind of drafted to bait the Tristana pick there. I mean, I don't think they expected a Rumble Rise to be the other solo laners, but I guess we're going to find out. We're into the draft now. Immunity on the left for this game here. They'll be on the blue side for our second game of this best of 3. That's Xerath, their first ban. Lee Sin over for Direwolves. Zilean, they're going to go out as well. We've got a second main here, sorry, coming up for Direwolves as well. So, be interesting to see what they change, especially now they've swapped sides as well.
Yeah, and now that they've taken the Kha'Zix off the board, they either have to leave Fizz or Zed up, so Claire will get one of his mid lane assassins, and let's see how Direwolves choose to respond to that.
Yeah, it was almost surprising to see Claire take Rise to the mid lane. It doesn't suit him at all. He's this, big Talon, Zed, Yasuo, Riven, Syndra player. Loves to be aggressive. Fizz, as you mentioned as well. But we'll see what they do want to ban out here. Immunity will have third ban, of course. Kha'Zix the second one there, away from Zahi once again. Maokai the last ban there from Immunity, interestingly enough. And Fizz will be the last ban.
Yeah, so look for Claire to maybe pick up the Zed first pick right here. Unless they think Sharp has something to go against it, but it will be the Zed. So nice pick up there for Claire. He's got his Zed back in the mid lane.
And this is exactly what the Direwolves just did to Immunity in their draft on the blue side. Taking away that Fizz, which is a really strong pick against the Zed. It's maybe not strictly a counter pick, from what I understand, but it just seems like a really good neutral pick, and you can make so many plays with that fish.
Yeah, and Fizz just keeps getting better and better and better as the game goes on, whereas Zed, once it gets to a really team fight heavy phase, you do have to be so proficient on that champion to get in and out of fights and pick their marks, and Rise and Tristana are the first 2 picks. This is such a late game comp coming out of Direwolves. I expect Immunity to really pick for the early game and try and roll over them in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Joanna being hovered currently. Be interesting to see that one comment here for Immunity. But I mean, Tegan, he kind of just plays aggressively on any champion. So
yeah, I'm looking for a Corki pickup right now for Uber Giants Pro. We've seen how well he can play that, really take it to the Tristana in lane. Although we've seen that Chuffer and Charlie actually don't mind that matchup.
No, Lucian instead is going to be the pick. So kind of a similar, more aggressive mobile AD carry with a bit of a shorter range, kind of like Corki. So makes a bit more sense. But where's your mate Corki spawn? It's been missing from this series.
Yeah, I like Corki when you take it in with a Zed, just because you get that mixed damage, so you're not necessarily trapped into an AP top laner. You can take an Elise and a Corki and be absolutely fine with magic damage into a team. However, electing for Lucian, we have seen Lucian can go absolutely nuts in these mid games. So nice pick up there, and this might be a potential mid-rise again, although it could be a support Lulu.
I don't know about this mid-rise, friends.
I definitely know about it. It's not good. Stop picking it.
Well, we'll see what does happen here for the Direwolves. We've got 15 seconds to decide what they do want here in this next phase of the draft. And again, a kind of a turnaround here in terms of team comps for Direwolves. They just kind of did what Immunity doing. Hey, we want to go late game.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they are. And wow, this is such a protector Chuffer composition coming out.
Potentially the Charlie special. Yeah, Karma Lulu. So we have two supports, basically, and a Ryze and a Tristana.
But once again, this team needs to go so late if they are going to get rolling, and that's not going to be an Ezreal. I was going to say that could be a Lucian mid lane, and I was like, I don't think JK Smithy plays Zed top.
I mean, kind of interesting to point out that is still an option here. Of course, Claire does also play Lucian mid, but we'll see what he does want to go for here. Would like to see Zahi on something, I think, other than Jarvan, because he had an okay game, but these bans actually from Darwin seem really smart. They're targeting that jungler who was instrumental in a lot of their wins yesterday and played great in the series best Chiefs as well.
Yeah, definitely did. Hovering the Eve right now, a little bit more implied pressure around the map, and JK Smithy has gone for a complete lane bully, gone for that Nidalee, and they have a great 1-3-1 right now.
We actually saw Magzilla in this matchup on the Nidalee side yesterday. He did really, really well against the Ryze.
And Rippy has locked in his Rammus. If there is a way to start a fight, it is with Rippy's Rammus. He literally goes home guard Moby boots and just goes out of base at full speed every single time. It is so fun to watch.
We'll have to see here. And this kind of ties the room together in a pretty interesting way for the Direwolves, I feel like. Because, you know, as you said, a very late game comp, very focused around this Tristana and getting that going. But Rammus is very much an early game pressure sort of jungler.
Yeah, definitely looking to force Zahi into those lanes and take advantage of the fact that Eve is a little bit weaker very early at the moment if you can counter gank her. But if this game goes to about 22 minutes and it's equal, Immunity will be able to just split into that 1-3-1. Once again, the turret siege Chopper, once he's at about level 13, becomes decent at sieging turrets, but he still is that short range carry until he gets to like the 16 mark.
Yeah, and again, with the way Dials have played so far in this tournament, being very aggressive, I'm kind of curious about this comp. I mean, Ryze Tristana, these are clearly good picks, but I'm not quite convinced yet that it suits them.
Yeah, it definitely isn't a Direwolf comp. I like the last comp. You could see exactly where they were going with the early aggression, whereas this time they're going to need to farm it out. And that is something difficult to do because you give Immunity that opportunity to set up their wards and start taking control of the map.
Now, split pushing is something that you mentioned as well with the Nidalee, of course. That's basically your #1 priority. Could maybe see an AP Nidalee, but this isn't really a poke comp coming out of Immunity. So they're likely going to, instead of be team fighting, doing the 4-1 split push that you mentioned.
Yeah, I am looking for the 4-1 split push. I think it will actually be Trinity Force into a Hex Drinker Nidalee. It's a really strong comp against AP focus, and we'll just be able to split push for days.
And the thing is, though, so split pushing's fine. You know, clearly a strategy that's very good. Nidalee's a great champion for it. Immunity, for me, just feel like such good team fighters. I'm kind of confused as to why they want to go away from that, but we are going to find out. Jumping into the second game here, the Direwolves are up 1-0 against Immunity here. We're on the lower bracket of the Oceanic Regional Round of 8. This is the last qualifying spot for this event anyway, for the Round of 4 that will be live from PAX Melbourne later in the year. And we'll see what happens. Direwolves on the red side here with a very curious comp, and Immunity on the left, they'll be on blue side.
Yeah, and they look like they are stacking as 5 and going to invade the Immunity bottom half of the map are the Direwolves. Immunity's kind of put a timer on this game as well. If this game goes to like 25-30 minutes, there will be a power swing in favor of Direwolves as Magzilla, as well as Tristana Chuffer start getting going. It actually looked like it's a mid Lulu, so it wasn't that... Sorry, I completely missed that going out of Champion Select. So Sharp, with that ranged champion against Claire, will be able to use his ultimate to negate the death mark, so not a bad counter pick.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's kind of adorable in more ways than one here. Is big tornado there will come up with Tegan. He does collect some free money from the spell tier stage, but good deep wards here to start things off for Direwolves. They'll have nice vision of that bottom half of the jungle.
Yeah, just scouting if there will be a lane swap. Of course, Lucian already is in that bottom lane, so looks like they will be going for the 2v1. Not wanting to elect into the Lucian Janna lane, which with that Light Slinger passive just does so much work. However, now swinging around to their red buff, so looking to catch Zahi out. We have seen that he has been incredibly aggressive, and JK Smithy is in there with him as well.
They can also opt, of course, in a lane swap for the 1v1 as well, actually. Just leave Tougher up there. You can probably farm fine against JK Smithy's Nidalee. And we'll give Ryze a bit of babysitting there with Charlie. But we'll see what happens here. Rippy will spot them out, does get caught. Spear to the face.
Yeah, and with Q, Nidalee is so strong level 1. When you have that hunted mark on, you're able to get the execute damage down, but they are being pincered now, and wow.
Yeah, JK Smithy fortifies Chopper instantly over the top. There's the auto attack, and first blood goes to Tristana. Direwolves, that lane swap paid off massive there, and that red side invade went very wrong, very fast for Immunity.
Yeah, and I said the player that needed to go really, really big in this game was JK Smith. He get his team ahead. Unfortunately, does give up first blood there to Chopper, probably the worst member that it could go over to, and it looks like they are going to be pushing that lane. Didn't stack the wave up, so looking to get into the turret as soon as possible.
Yeah, time to fast push. And that's an interesting race against John Alusi, which is very proficient at taking out those turrets. Claire here going to get harassed down by Shops. Lulu, which is going to be the champion in the mid lane this time around. If this is the thing that Dials can start doing as well, this is a big, big flex pick for them now as well. And I almost think from the last game we just had seen a Lulu ban.
Yeah, I think that it would have been good if we had seen if they could pick the Maokai, and then they have the choice of taking the Rumble into it, because we've seen that Rumble does do reasonably well against Maokai, and we see that T-Gun is actually going back to base. He can go up there and lane with Nidalee. Nidalee is actually one of the best 2v2 laners if you get your support up there, just because she can act as another ranged AD carry with that Giant Shield coming through, although it looks like they are leaving it on an island and trying to take the turret out.
Actually double jungling instead, and they're going to 2v0 here. I believe both sides are actually opting. Rise jungling with Rammus. He's already gone back. He might start walking down. In fact, use the teleport here, going to try and deny some of that fast push. And with the wave pushing nice here, Karma, by the way, fantastic at pushing those creeps out of the wave early on.
And once again, we see that Magzilla has picked up a blue buff. This is twice we've seen Rise go into a lane 1v1 where he has a blue buff, so we'll have no mana issues whatsoever. And that's kind of his weakness in the early game, the fact that he is mana gated. So Rippy giving that one across. Nice unselfish play. We do see T-Gun is in this top lane now, going to be helping out JK Smithy. And as I mentioned, just able to get a lot of work done.
Yeah, big early tier of the Goddess for that Rise as well as in the top lane. JK Smithy getting massively chunked down by the Karma Tristana duo lane here. And Rippy, as you mentioned, did give it up. He's only level 3 now, but he's totally fine with that, and that's a great donation. This is a very, very intelligent lane swap from Direwolves.
Yeah, it certainly is. A nice ward, actually, in the bottom lane out of Uber Giants Bro in this 1v1, understanding that he is stronger at this point, needs to bully. However, taking a lot of damage back in return.
I mean, you've got to be careful. Rise, especially with this blue ball. JK Smithy dead again there. Chopper and Charlie just going in 2v2. What is happening, Spawn?
Yeah, I know, and Rippy has caught out Uber Giants Bro as well, so he's going to be forced back. This might actually be a freeze from Rise. No, he's electing to still push the wave with his abilities. So, wow, there's a lot of trouble here on the side of Immunity. They're already falling 1,000 gold behind.
Sharp a little low on this Lulu. As Eve does walk through there. Claire's just going to push the wave in. Lulu kind of respecting that there. In fact, Rippy's coming in again. We know these two are friends. Let's see what happens now. Claire going through, just hits him in. It does taunt him up though. Can they get the slow one? Just missing the good lens there for Shop, and Rippy has to be so careful. Here's Eve rotating back, running up Azahi, but a shield and the Whimsy will keep Rippy safely. Nice counterplay there.
Yeah, certainly a good game coming in from Rippy to alleviate some pressure off Sharp, but having Zahi in the mid lane just allowed Claire to still stay up, and he is nearly full health still. Ooh, just missing some of that extra poke, although does get some down with his E. And Zahi now going to catch out Magzilla in this river.
He's going to find a new friend. Claire going to rotate here as well. Zahi, though, chasing in there. Pops the Dark Frenzy over the top there for Claire. Magzilla nowhere to go. Does get killed by Claire, and that's a great start for this Zed.
This is the player they need to get rolling. Claire has definitely showed that he can carry games solo on this Zed. Get him into a split push mode. I expect a lot more attention mid lane to help Claire out.
Yeah, and again, Lulu, kind of a counter pick, but if you get aggressed on any sort of gank situation where you're outnumbered, especially in the early game as Lulu, you're very squishy, as you've noted, without your ultimate.
Yeah, it definitely is. And of course, not putting the ranks into your shield at this point of the game. Although it will look like first turret will go over to the Direwolf. So nice job by Charlie and Chopper. You mentioned it before, absolutely going berserk. CS advantage over Uber Giants Bro, as well as having those 2 kills.
Yep, so Immunity just going to have to hunker down a little bit here in the early game and play out. I'm curious to see now what shakes out, as we are going to have a swap back, it seems like. The dual lane from Direwolves will pop back to base, run down with a BF sword now ready for Chopper. He might just skip the static shift this time. Oh, sorry. He might skip the static shift. It was Uber Giants Pro who played it last game.
Yeah, it certainly was, but he has picked up the dagger as well, so maybe just looking to go BF into static shift because that was the most gold efficient buy he had at the time. In the top lane, JK Smithy, who has died twice already, now has to overextend for farm. This must be playing on his mind. We noted how patiently he played in Game 2 of Chiefs versus Immunity when he was getting smashed on Aurelia by that Rise. So he definitely knows how this matchup goes from behind, but completely different. Nidalee needs to have a good early game to stay relevant, so looking to get some jungle pressure up here.
Magzilla going to run in, T-Gun going to clear out some wards here. Immunity trying to keep control around this dragon. With the gets the dual lane swapping back here.
Really smart play by Claire actually coming over here, noting that he is much stronger, especially if he can get that shield on, and now looking for a pincer onto Sharp.
Oh, Zahi, great flank there. Claire is going to dive in. No, not quite. Doesn't think about it. Just wants to get the poke down. Does a good chunk of damage. Very hard to dive a Lulu that has exhaust and the wild growth up as well as flash, but Claire just really turning it on now. He does have to put the team a little bit on his back now.
Yeah, just for the early game until they can really start getting going into what should be a good mid-game team fight. He just needs to relieve pressure, and he's doing that by building nearly a double CS margin over this Lulu. So maybe a little bit of an older pickup, of course. Not so great in the mid lane anymore, Lulu. Does have some mana issues.
Yeah, blue buff did go to Claire there as well, so he's trucking along nicely here for Immunity early on. 2v2s now in the bottom lane. Advantage here for Chuffer in terms of items at least, because I don't think Uber Pro has had a chance to shop. Tornado will just go missing, and yeah, 1,000 gold in the bank there for Uber Pro. Wants to spend that money, maybe get himself a pickaxe towards that IE. And, you know, Chuffer hitting level 6. They're going to continue to get aggressive and likely fast push this bottom lane as well, if they can.
Yeah, just trying to stop Uber Giants Bro from going back as long as possible. That's why they're continually pushing up, because that way they can keep him on this double Durant against the BF sword for as long as possible when he should be stronger. If he can get to 1,300 gold and go back and grab that Brutalizer, that will be a massive shift in this lane, and look for them to go aggressive. With that Janna shield, Brutalizer with the flat pen is such a good early game item.
Dials have to be careful though. Seems like we might have a rotation coming through. Zahi is at the red buff now, I think taking that one away, and likely will look down the bottom lane. Level 6 has been achieved as well, so that ultimate very, very strong in any sort of 3v2 situation that could come out here on the bottom side of the map. So we'll have to see where Zahi goes next. Kleber missing for a second there, as well as Rippy wants to find his way down towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, there are some wards in the river, so Rippy will have to scout them, although there is a teleport coming through as well. Teagun's in trouble.
Maxilla around back. Teagun absolutely got out of position. Rippy goes straight in under the turret on the rise. Flashball there for Charlie right on top of Chopper. And that was once again a very aggressive, very direwolvesy dive as Claire is going to go through. Sharp though does live through it all, burns everything to make sure he's okay, but that was a great play once again from the Wolves.
Yeah, really aggressive once again. Both ultimates burnt in the mid lane as well. Doesn't even look like they're going to get that turret for their trouble. Maybe they will. Claire is sticking around. And JK Smithy was just that pushed in that he couldn't teleport down. Of course, only has that Doran's Blade. 2 kills and the Dragon going across. Once again, a 2,500 gold lead. The Wolves looking terrific.
Yeah, they're really showing that they understand how early game League of Legends work and playing very, very strong in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game. Even with a comp that's very different from what they ran in the last game, they executed a really, really strong lane swap, navigating a bunch of different things that were happening around the map, and they've absolutely come out on top here.
Yeah, and they're starting to take control. Zahi has picked up the blue buff for himself. He needs to get rolling on this Eve. He's been quite lackluster in the last couple of games. He has got a kill, an assist for himself, but Rippy's keeping up in farm and just influencing across the map, I feel, in a way that right now the Eve is not.
Yeah, there was a bit of pressure from Zahi coming out, but it's almost night and day with how he was jungling early on in the day when he started playing, whereas how he's playing now. Uber Giants Pro will get the bottom turret though, cleans that one out nicely. So 1-to-1 now in turrets for Immunity. They'll only be about 1,500 gold behind now, which is good news for them. And I think the other blessing here is that Sharp is behind, and he feels like a player that wants to play ahead and aggressively with his jungler friend.
Yeah, certainly is, and he's being ganked again in the mid lane. He's going reasonably low. Might even be taken down, although the ultimate came through.
Nice baiting wild growth there. Claire now in trouble as well, forced to move out of on Rippy. Gonna try and find himself a taunt. Claire, he's forced to flash, but there's a great flash taunt from Rippy right over the top of the overload from Maxilla as well. And Dial's gonna move their pressure down the mid lane now.
Yeah, and it actually looks like JK Smithy had that lane frozen in top, but around the map, Rippy is just making plays. They need to stretch this team thin, not keep them where they are. And wow, Uber Giants Bro taking so much damage under this turret.
Yeah, and I said Sharp feels a little bit behind in this game. Certainly is 161 CS there in that mid lane, but Maxilla is more than making up for it with Chuffer as well. They're going big, big, big in this early game.
Yeah, Chuffer especially 2-0-2, going so huge. And wow, Rippy's still not done.
The speed, I didn't even think about that. They've got such an awesome Rammus comp with the Karma Shield speed Mantra and the Whimsy there from Lulu as well. You can just go in and get wild growth, and that's actually a decent initiation.
Yeah, it certainly is. And all the while, JK Smithy has been stacking this top wave, trying to get it to push into the turret, but there is no objectives on the bottom half of the map that they can actually take at this point. So that's just going to mean that Rise can walk up there, potentially freeze if he wants to, because Dragon's not up for a while, or even just clear out the wave and join his team again, pick up all that CS.
Yeah, for Chuffer does intelligently back away. Charlie's coming down as well to help his AD carry. We'll speed him away there. So Claire is rotating down Got his Blood Order Cutlass on the Brutalizer. Not quite in that Blade of the Ruin King split push mode just yet, but he wants to clear out what he can. He's kind of dealt with Sharp in the early stages of this game, and as we said, he does need to get going in this one. But Dials are making it very, very difficult for Immunity to make plays, and that has been the story of these 2 early games.
And the home guard, sorry, Moby Boots have now come out for Rippy. So just watch for him to press big and then try and gank every single time. They're going in so deep.
Death Mark though from Claire, exhausted up though. And he's going to go back though. Really nice play. Zahi rotates around as well. The teleport going to come in a little late here. Not quite required here, although JK Smithy may be able to chase out the skill on the Charlie. Good spear will leap forward now in the Cougar form. Looking for the execute, does get it. And a bit of much needed gold. Nice play from Immunity.
Yeah, nice turnaround, getting some gold onto JK Smithy. He now has his Phage and his Sheen, so going into that Trinity Force build, looking now to get some nice wards in the bottom side of the map. And that was just great play from Claire. Going away while he had the exhaust on and then going back to his shadow. Magzilla catching out Zahi a little bit, has to run away. And in the mid lane, we actually have a little bit of a brawl between Uber Giants Bro and Sharp.
Yeah, Uber Giants Bro holding up well on the Lucian. Oh, T-Gun though, going to roll and probably look for a Monsoon Notice. Tornadoes initially picks up the free money, which is always nice from the Frostfang. Sharp will continue pushing, is again a little bit behind here against his lane opponent Claire on that Zed, but he's happily farming up here. And a different build here than Magzilla, going for Morel and Nomicon to start things off.
Yeah, certainly is. Just because it's a little bit cheaper than a Fiends, and of course against the AD mid laner. And wow, so much aggression still with Charlie behind them. They just feel that the shields coming out of the Lulu and the support Karma are good enough to be able to trade damage. Claire needs to get back. I would be interested to see how far away he is from that Blade of the Ruin King, because as soon as he gets that, you feel that he could really start taking over this mid game.
Yeah, and Ruby's kind of dropped the pressure off a little bit here, which is kind of uncharacteristic. You noted he's finished, he's ready to go with the home guard Moby Boots, but they're going to push down this turret instead. Trevor will rotate in. Really, really nice play here. In Immunity, they know they have to give that up.
Yeah, certainly just backing away. Instead, looking to trade it. JK Smithy going for this top turret. If they could get this, this would be so important, just because Dragon is spawning in a minute and JK Smithy can't afford to go back up there because he hasn't got his teleport. However, won't be the case. Magzilla's rotated back up there. JK Smithy right back into this lane. However, you just feel that there is a clock on this rise, and as soon as it gets to the 30-minute mark, he's going to explode.
And the bad news is that moment is coming faster in this game because Dial's already ahead. You know, if they can keep being aggressive, keep taking objectives and getting kills, they've got a Static Shiver and the BF Sword. They can already just start chunking down these lanes, so they really want to get going with the fast push. And of course, Rippy's Ramos, seen him make plays already. He's going to be a very, very fast turtle.
Yeah, he's just flying around the map. Every single time he comes out of phase, you can just see how quick he's going. Able to get back into lane so surprisingly quick. And Claire has actually opted to go for a last Whisper. Maybe a Tiamat. I actually really like Tiamat on Zed. Just for the extra damage that you get from your ultimate and the wave clear that it can give you without having to use spells, so it always means that you have full energy when you do want to fight. But this is danger time for Immunity. 10 seconds until Dragon. They do want to fight this, however, JK Smithy's teleport is on cooldown, so they have to walk down.
Yep, and Magzilla does, as you noted, does have his teleport, so Smithy is walking down, pouncing away down the river in Cougar form. Culling will get popped up there. Just for a bit of poke there from Uber Giants. For Zai, he's going to catch Charlie out here. Force instantly. Nice play there to disengage, but that may have given Immunity control over this Dragon. Have to be one of the teleport, though. Yeah,
and they're just going so aggressive, taking it straight away. Charlie running in. T-Gun's a little bit caught out here.
Oh, Rippy going in, Magzilla around the back, did teleport through. Rippy's completely in the middle, but Zai's going to take him out. They'll continue fighting here, though, and they've got a Kai back. Sharp getting low, executed there by JK Smith, but he gets room prison up and taken out by Magzilla. Zai's now Chopper getting the jumps going. He's got some resets. Can he get a few more kills? The Buster Shot doesn't quite get the kill on the Eevee. Really wanted that reset, but Charlie with a good slow from the tether on the W. Magzilla will run through. No ultimate left, though. Can he catch up? I think he can. Room prison overload. We'll pick that one up now as well. And Dial's get 2 for 1 and the Dragon now.
Yeah, certainly. Rippy is running back so quickly. He died at the start of that fight. He's nearly already a Dragon, ladies and gentlemen. And 2 for 2 with the objective. That's going to be another 1,000 gold on top of their lead. Coming away with these team fights in the stage of the game that they should technically be weaker than Immunity.
And I think for me, one of the interesting points of this game was that the only tower that Immunity had was that bottom one. And when you have an open map, Eve is horrifying to play against. And I feel that's why Dials are actually passive towards that side of the map, and Immunity did a good job of pressuring that side, because that's what you expect people to be for those early Dragon fights. But as soon as everyone's in their 5v5 towers, it's like, yeah, good, we'll go.
Yeah, and now both exhausts are down on the side. No, actually, Sharps is just back up. So this is a nightmare for Claire. He's just getting exhausted every single time he wants to ultimate. So looking to set up a little bit of a push in this top lane. No one inside, so they will be able to take this back. Nice rotation from Immunity to be able to take a top lane turret back for themselves. But wow, this is so intense.
Yeah, Charlie moving in to defend here. Well, the three-man tower, maybe not what he asked for. Rippy is going to come in as well. He's a very speedy turtle. Just kind of waddles into the lane. And are there more friends coming? Yes, Lulu looks like rotating through. Maxilla coming up as well. 4 members of Immunity actually committed to the top lane. Uber Giants Pro in the mid, just farming it out. And he's got a good CS lead here as well of 20, building up towards that Infinity Edge with the stat of the Avarice Blade, already completed up. So good money coming in there. And Immunity probably looking for his mid game to try and start winning these team fights.
Yeah, they're looking for his 2-item spike. As you can see, T-Gun might be caught out in the mid lane. Nice NATO backwards to stop that one.
Yeah, Rippy is going to come in. He's just so speedy. They're going to try and take out more turrets, and Dive's going to absolutely brute force down the mid lane right now. No one left here for Immunity. A nice rotation coming out from the Wolf. They'll pick it up, but they're going to go inside with the ultimate. Will pop it through. Chuffalo is absolutely massive with the wild growth on him. A great 3-man NATO there from Tegan, but they've already lost. No, not quite yet. Haven't lost one. Reset there as the monster comes in. Chuffalo looking for the resets. Finds the kill. There's the double as Nidalee goes down as well. And again, Dial is just brute force every time. Oh, Claire.
Claire looking to still fight this one out. So many low health bars. And wow, Magzilla takes out T-Gun as well off screen. This could be the first inhibitor of the game. Immunity getting rolled over.
Yeah, less than 20 minutes in this game, and this inhibitor look like it's going down. This inhib turret well and truly dead, and the Direwolves are not done at all. Uber Giants Pro don't even do it. It gets flash taunted. Then lands on top, layers and layers of CC. Claire going and gets instantly polymorphed by the Lulu. And what is going on in this game? Zahi tries to go in. Travis on a killing spree, picks up Zed. Don't even worry about it as the Karma's going to go down. Inhibitor is going to go down at 19 minutes in. Spawn, my goodness, Immunity.
7,000 gold now in the favor of Direwolves, and Direwolves are playing like a team possessed. They are so aggressive. Rippy on this Rammus is so fun to watch. I've been harping on about it all weekend. I'm so glad I get to see it. Look at him go. He just has straight away. Gets in there. Oh, Magzilla just going, unloading. But Rippy grabbing people, happy to tank up the turret for his team in a second. It goes down, and this is just because Claire isn't there. He's trying to split push. Immunity could have chosen to give that turret up, but they wanted to fight. And JK Smithy just gets picked off there. Wow. Immunity really are looking like they're struggling through this one.
It's too far forward. Rune Prison right in the face. Chuffer's coming in again. Says thanks for the reset. And that's the push in there. Direwolves just playing so well. I think some of our science said something here. This was not at all the expected result. I was talking to Tegan after the game against Chiefs. He was obviously not happy with what happened. They wanted the win there, of course. They came so close against Chiefs. Such a strong, dominant team for such a long time. Kind of looking to reclaim that #1 spot. But Tegan was like, well, you know, I'm not feeling great, but, you know, let's just 2-0 the Direwolves and we're good. They were confident, and they should be, but not anymore, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, Direwolves have definitely shown up to play today, and they've done it around their comps. They've understood exactly what they need to do to get ahead. They're going for these aggressive dives and kind of playing the map really, really well. You mentioned that dive that they first went into on bot turret, that was just great understanding of exactly what they could do, rotating it into objectives, and that's what feels to be missing for Immunity this time around. We complimented them on the all weekend long for being able to take objectives really well, but at the moment they're just getting scored out.
Yeah, he's done, absolutely done as the snare comes through from Maxilla. No teleport for you, that will be wasted as well. Claire is trying to make a play on this Zed. Going to slow up a few members of the Wolves there. Rippy though has found him. The taunt coming in, the powerbomb there. He's locked up, exhausted instantly as well. Deathmark's going to give him a little bit of time. Actually, Trouble might die. Wild Growth will get popped just to ensure he stays alive. And Immunity desperate for anything at this point. 8,000 gold also and climbing quickly in this game. Dial's going for a 21-minute Baron.
Yeah, this could be the turning point though. Very, very dangerous to take Baron. When there is an Eve on the team, she can get in there, use that ultimate to give herself so much health. And Charlie is very low. They're turning around to fight this.
Yeah, they're going to go through Charlie, kind of baited him in. They're getting low. Tegan, good reset on the one team, but Rippy just rolling forward on this Rammus, never ever stopping. Tegan actually gets that kill, but Zai's going to go down as well. Chopper again, as always, rocket jumping forward. Gets aggressive, just busts the shots in there. Wants to try and get more kills. They will have to back off now, and if they can get any exit kills, they'll be very, very happy. They do stave off the Baron attempt for now.
So all in all, 3 kills traded for a turret and positioning over Baron. Wow. Rippy's Rammus is just so aggressive going in, grabbing whoever he possibly can. And it just seems that Claire is trying to pick people off, but just has been caught out of position by... If you don't play against Rammus, you forget how quick that guy moves.
Yes, look, we just saw him there on camera. He is real fast coming out of that base with the home guard move. It's Powerball business, so... Yeah, I mean, Rippy, as you said, is the Rammus player. It's one of his comfort picks, and he's really showed up here in this second game as well. And for me, you know, I kind of looked at this comp when we saw this draft spawn, and I was like, I'm not excited because it's not a Direwolves comp, and I was worried they couldn't play it. Turns out they can play it, but they still play the same way.
Yeah, exactly right. Just very, very aggressive. As JK Smithy is being caught out a little bit by Magzilla, he's going to have to back away. And the thing about this Nidalee pick is it just hasn't been ever in a position to 1v1 Magzilla. 5, 1, and 9. Started the game with the first blood going against him, then got killed again straight away in lane by Chopper. And 7, 1, and 7 on Triss. He's just going to get stronger and stronger as this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Direwolves kind of play, as I said, around their carries. They have a lot of utility champions in their champion pool. We've seen Magzilla's Lulu a bunch. We're seeing it again here on Sharp this time around in the mid lane. They put a lot of faith in Chopper, but it's well deserved. He's played fantastically in every game we've seen him on this weekend.
Yeah, and it looks like they are now going to force on this bottom. And Immunity needs to be so careful because they've seen how aggressive the lineup on Direwolves is willing to go.
Zai just hanging out, by the way. Just pushing out the mid lane, not with his team. He's going to rotate, look for a flank potentially, but can't afford that. And they're split pushing with a Rise now.
Yeah, and it is a Frozen Heart Rise as well, who, wow, is just looking to dive JK Smithy.
Manzilla wants to go in. He will flash forward, going through. Easy kill there for that Rise. 6, 1, and 9 now. And Zai's like, what do I do? Dial's going to run for Dragon. Clean that out as well. Rise should be able to get his way out of here.
That's an 8,000 gold deficit. Zahi flashing forward to try and pick up a kill on this Rise now. I don't think they can, potentially now that T-Gun has arrived, be able to slow him down and
They
pick
don't
it
have
up.
that much damage, actually. This is a little bit of a problem. Magzilla, no, they do have enough. Good kill there. T-Gun actually will pick up the shot, so that's nice goal. But here come the Dials. Rippy, as always, on the speedy rammer style T-Gun. Good Tornado, great culling as well. No, it's not enough. Great Monsoon, though. Will find the disengage. Giant against Rammus a pretty good pick, but Rippy still wants to go in every time.
Yeah, and every single time he rolls towards someone, T-Gun has to blow both of his spells to try and get out of there. Of course, that Monsoon cooldown is a lot longer than the Powerball, although the mid inhibitor is back up, so a little bit of respite for Immunity. Although 7,000 gold at 24 minutes.
Clan out. He's going to take out his minions. Again, he's kind of the one on his team that's very far ahead. He's got almost double the CS, actually. Well, not quite, but a lot of CS. 222 to 126 in that mid lane's a big, big lead there. He's got 2 items, or 2.5 if you want to count the Brutalizer as well. But it's just not enough here right now. There's a massive gold lead for Direwolves of about 7,000 gold already. 6-3 in charge, and double the kills there at 16-8. Again, when you're ahead in League of Legends, you can afford to do so much more.
Yeah, and I'm really questioning JK Smithy's item choice here. He's actually gone for the Warden's Mail as his next choice. Maybe wants some cooldown reduction, but he's not going to be split pushing against a physical carry whatsoever. There's 2 APs carries that will be matching his split push, so maybe would have been better suited to go a Hex Drinker or even the Spirit Visage, which goes so well with her kit, as we see Rippy once again just charging into the base.
Yeah, but they're going to re-engage on this inhibitor. They're happy to fight it. Top ranking is quite low. He does have to be careful of Claire. So there is a Mikhail. That's a great op from Zai. Gets exhausted up. The Uber Giants Pro does flash in though. Magzilla goes in deep. Actually gets very low there from the Nidalee. And Rippy off the side has taunted up Claire. That's a big, big kill if they can get a good death mark up to the pole. But those shadows out, and he'll just be okay there. He somehow got out of that. But Dials looks like they're still going to get this in him.
Yeah, it's still definitely going to go down. Well fought for a little bit of that, but in the end, the brute force came through. They're once again looking for the rotation into the top side of the jungle, pick up the blue buff, get some wards down around Baron. Charlie with that early sweeper once again just ensuring that he has vision of every part of the jungle.
And for me, I have to say, the adaptation that the Wolves seem to have made here between games 1 and 2, despite being ahead by a lot in the early game of both of them, they seem so much more confident in their map movement closing out this game.
Yeah, they certainly do. However, there are 2 big waves, top and bottom, pushing in favor, and they might have been caught out here.
Yep, T-Gun, Gurno, Tornado up Sharp, who is forced to flash. Sharp needs to be careful, does get shielded and jumps out. Sharp might be the one who gets taken up, but Magzilla's going to flank around. He's going to, oh, never mind. It was a trick.
Secures the exit for his team, however.
I love the teleport bluff.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful.
And now they need to be so careful because Rippy has been back to base and he's already back. That really, really speedy Armadillo is just all over the map. and he's catching people out over and over again.
Yes, Sunfire K finished up for him now as well, and the Sidestone. He's super tanky, got a great amount of utility for his team, and as you already mentioned, he's real speedy there. Gonna face check a Nado, does find the pink ward there that he wants to clear up, but he'll wait for his team before he does that. Immunity trying to kind of scrounging for farm in this mid lane now as well, as they're desperately trying to push out these super minions that have started inhabiting the mid lane of their map. But Direwolves, I think smartly here, not going to force on that barrier, just going to keep pushing and siege them under this turret.
Yeah, well, they've recognized that now Chuffer is level 13 and he's 7-1 and 7. He has the other BF sword. He's going to tear through structures. However, they also do have an extremely quick Baron with the Rise and Rippy being able to tank it up. But it looks like they're going for another pick.
And it's interesting here, Chuffer's gone for a BF Sword and another pickaxe, which will likely be a BT and a last whisper eventually, but he clearly just wants the raw idea to eat these turrets, which he does there for the tier 2 in top.
Yeah, certainly does, and they have once again sent JK Smithy to the bottom lane. Not sure about this move because we've just seen that they're willing to force over and over again onto these turrets, and Rippy's happy to take these up for a couple of waves, you would think.
There's tons of shields here as well. Actually, shields in Chuffer there with the Lulu shield, which would be interesting. Maxilla kind of gets mini knocked by there. Claire gonna move it. Zai goes deep, but the ultimate gets eaten alive by Maxilla. There's the pop up, and Claire's forced to shadow out. Does kill Rippy, will Uber Giants Bro, but they're still going in there. 1-for-1 trade is fine here for the Wolves. They're happy to keep pushing in. That did force the teleport out of JK Smithy as well. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, so really well played by Immunity. Get rid of the tank. That means they can't walk up and face tank this turret anymore. And with a home guard boost coming in, they could look to fight.
Claire, oh, that's so much damage. Chuffer gets the kill on the Claire. A key kill there for the wave clear. And the damage. Chuffer has gone absolutely deep. Almost gets Uber Giants Bro. Can he kill him? He does not. He just lives when they pick up the turret. Second inhib now going to get aggressed on the Direwolves. Once again, brute forcing going through. Maxwell says, hey, somebody does not quite get the kill. But so aggressive, they'll pick up that inhib. Zahi, don't do it, man. Oh no! Gets Rupert and does. That's not what he wants at all. Force the flash out, but still does the jumper. There's the rocket jump in for the resets. Mikhail's in there as well. Chuffer just absolutely blows up one more burst. And JK Smithy going down as well. Triple kill for Tristarter, and Direwolves roll through Immunity.
Yeah, what an upside here. Direwolves coming through in two terrific showings. Absolutely picking this Immunity lineup apart. Able to take it in 2 games. Really well played from the young lineup.
What on earth did we just see spawn? I was like, okay, Direwolves maybe take a game, make it fun, have a 2-1. I thought Immunity would lose 1 game to greedy drafting. It was the first one. I'm like, okay, that's fine. They just got outplayed in that second game.
Yeah, they certainly did. And Rippy's Rammus was so impressive. Flying around the map, getting exactly done what he needs. And Maxilla, the beast in the top lane, is really augmenting this Chuffer lineup so well. They've got like 3 really decent carries in their team.
Yeah, I mean, Team Chuffer seems to be a little bit, but everyone from Direwolves played fantastically in those 2 games. And what an upset for Direwolves to choose their Immunity, be our second team from this half of the round of 8 to go through to the round of 4. Just insane play.
Yeah, and Immunity looked so strong coming in against Chiefs, of course, had that fantastic first game showing, and then the battle back in game 2. You thought that they definitely had the experience to come through on this one, but Youngblood ran supreme. And what does this mean for the Oceanic region? We have so many strong teams at the moment.
Yeah, and I think we do have to talk a little bit about kind of momentum and what playing series is like and how hard it is to, even in a double Eden where you do get a second chance, to have to go back and play a series after such a heartbreaking 3-game set against the Chiefs. Immunity there, just mentally, I feel like definitely checked out a bit of that game.
Yeah, and I think it had a lot to do with how they lost the second game. If they had just got rolled over, they would have been able to bring it back together and take it 2 or 3 games. But because they fought back and they thought they had that in the bag after that team fight where they had 2 members up, just couldn't get into the base of Chiefs, that is devastating to come back from. So really well played from Direwolves to ride an emotional high, and a little bit rough from Immunity to have to go through 2 really tough series in a row.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Immunity just keep getting stronger and stronger. They're fantastic teams. They absolutely took it to the Chiefs, but we do have a replay.
Yeah, so this is where Immunity look for the first dragon and they think they can force, but Charlie just runs in and he gets a really good catch onto T-Gun here, but Magzilla gets the flank. Rippy in the middle, just keeping the team exactly where he wants it. And look at all the damage that can come out of Magzilla at this point in the game. JK Smithy does manage to pick up a kill, but from here it's just the toughest Chuffer show. He had 2 early game kills, and look, he's already critting people at this point in the game. When that happens, it's so scary. Magzilla able to chase down Uber Giants Bro, towards the bottom of the screen. He has nowhere to go. That Rise able to lock him up with the Rune Prism. Yeah, and that is just indicative of how they played the game.
Yeah, big Rise there. And again, such a fun team to watch play. Just so aggressive. Every game is an absolute bloodbath. And it's great to see such young talent come up and just play just so well. And for me, again, looked a little shaky yesterday, but played some strong League of Legends. Looked a little shaky in Game 1, but did manage to close it out. And Game 2 just looked like almost a completely different team in the sense that their late game and their map movement was just flawless.
Yeah, and the thing I love about them is they're willing to push boundaries. We've seen Charlie pull out the Karma. He pulled out the Blitzcrank yesterday. People that say there's a narrow champion pool in junglers need to really talk to Riffy because he's busted out a Rammus and a Nocturne in this series, really showing that he has a diverse champion pool, and that is so hard to play against.
All right, well then, we are done at least for this section. That's the Oceanic Round of 8 done for this half at EB Expo Live 2014. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi. I'm Julian Page. We are going to throw it over as we close out the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Thank goodness my microphone is actually on. And that does conclude Riot Oceanic Regional Final here at EB Expo. It's been absolutely fantastic. Of course, Group A, our victors being the Direwolves, and of course the Chiefs coming through. And they're going to be playing at PAX Melbourne. And that's going to be incredible. But our next event is, of course, going to be on October the 25th and 26th at the Armageddon Expo in New Zealand. And that is going to be streamed live, so make sure you guys pay attention to that. Some fantastic teams competing, and we are going to have another top 2. So we're going to have our round of 4 then at PAX, and it's going to be incredible. But thank you very much for watching, everyone. It's been brilliant here at the EB Expo. I am, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, and we'll see you next time.